throughout his tenure as the Minister of Transport, his team, Deputy Minister and their team. So I will do my best, and we will work hard together as a team to be as efficient and as diligent as we can. And I am looking forward to getting to work and solving and addressing all of these issues, including the one you're referring to.
My question was, are there going to be more delays with the change?
Thank you. Merci.
Go ahead, Minister.
Okay. So, as I said, I've just been sworn in 30 minutes ago. My aim is not to delay anything, but we need to be diligent, we need to be thoughtful, we need to be considerate. So I know a lot of work has been done by Minister Garneau, and I'm looking forward to continuing and building on that work.
Thank you, Minister. Ministers, just a reminder to please mute your microphone between questions. Thank you. Next question.
Thank you. Merci. La prochaine question, the next question is from Lauren Gardner, Politico. Please go ahead. Your line is open. Votre ligne est ouverte.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Minister Garneau, you've been Transport Minister for a while now and clearly have built some relationships with folks in the United States in that role. I'm just wondering if you can go into a little bit more detail about some of the existing relationships you have with folks in the U.S. government, going back to when the Obama administration was in office, and kind of what you're expecting your first weeks on the job to focus on.
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I had the opportunity to work with the Secretary of Transportation.
Again, is that there are multiple meanings of political. What you have described is political in the sense that it is dealing with bargaining, and that is important. But there is also political in the sense of the power dynamic, especially the partisan power dynamic within domestic politics and the domestic system. And this is something that Mr. Austin will be aware of, but will never have had to personally play in. And that, I think, is something, and we saw with Mr. Mattis that that was something he was very uncomfortable doing, and that is problematic, given, as Dr. McInnes has described, the role of the Secretary of Defense. Thank you.
Dr. McInnes, brief comments. I only have about 20 seconds.
Sure. The question invites us to consider the role of a combatant commander, a four-star a general officer, and the experiences that they've had. A four-star combatant commander has had lots of experience at the pointy end of the spear, and there's a lot of political military dynamics associated with that, as you point out. But spears have a huge shaft as well. There's a whole lot that goes into making the pointy end of the spear effective. And as a result, as applied to the Department of Defense, there's Title X responsibilities, there's strategy. I mean, all kinds of different things that the Secretary is responsible for. So in consideration of this question of civilian-military relations, it invites us to consider the broader team and how the broader team is going to be able to handle these responsibilities on behalf of the nation. National security is a team sport.
Thank you very much. And I would ask my colleagues to try to adhere as close as possible to the 5-minute rule. And with that, on behalf of Chairman Inhofe, I'd like to recognize Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Senator Reid. I'd like to explore a little bit further the quote that Senator Inhofe used in the 2018 report of the National Defense Strategy Commission, where concern was expressed about the state of civil-military relations at the time. Dr. McInnes and Dr. Cohn, what is your assessment of the current state of civilian-military relations, and do you agree that this is a trend which is moving in the wrong direction?
Thank you, Senator. The evidence out there does comport with the National Defense Strategy Commission's assessment of civilian-military relations. And it is up to this committee to determine whether you agree with this assessment. But it does suggest that if the civilian pillar within the Department of Defense is not up to optimum health. And as you rightly point out, these are longstanding trends. Furloughs, headquarters reductions, political appointments, these are issues that go back at least a decade. And have accumulated over time. So if we do want to see healthy civilian-military relations being conducted on a day-to-day basis, it would argue for paying attention to the health of the civilian workforce and the political appointees, the team that is put in to support whoever the Secretary of Defense will be.
What do you think is the most concerning aspect of it? The example the Commission uses is the empowerment of the Joint Staff at the expense of civilian staff within the office of the Secretary. Are there other examples? And Dr. Cohn, please jump in as well.
There are a variety of manifestations of
Come again? Papi, give me a chance. That you will tell me what to do. I said, when are you found? Wait, tell me to erase on it. Give me a chance. That you can tell me what to do. Where you going? Where you want to stop me from? Give the honorable child. No, you said I should erase the paper. Give the honorable child. Give the child. How you tell me to erase something? You not see someone doing video erasing? You not see someone doing video to erase? It's there, and I will not take it from there. I did that. You start hitting my... You don't have to be aggressive all the time. Please, these are all people that are part of this institution. We are journalists or lawmakers. When they come, deal with them with respect. We don't want civilization here. Yes. This man is people. Well, folks, if you just joining, welcome. This is Spoon TV, and the noise you got, the sergeant at arms, what he told me to do was, if you ever listen to lawmakers saying that Representative Snow displaced his vote. The sergeant came over to ask that I should have it erased. If I recorded it, it should be erased from the broadcast that I'm doing. According to him, it is not to be shown. If the representative did, I should take it up immediately, but it did not go through. The speaker had to call him to order and order lawmakers. So we stay here, bringing you live broadcast from the House of Representatives. We are in the dark. I told you that this election is between light and darkness. I don't know why the power system here at the lower House of Representatives, is a serious problem here today. The Deputy Speaker election is taking place in darkness, complete darkness. And it's been like this for a while now, off and on.
You got a video record. Ain't no not trust you. That committee they will not put you in that committee. Oh, they are that committee, baby. Man and woman, you got to put two votes. What is it? I tell you. So what I'm gonna do? I don't use any drama. What thing?
How about I win a vote?
How about you? Oh my God, the vote for the party nominated. How many people put in there?
Hello?
Yeah, they got a follow. No,
you will not get paid. You put Russia without pay.
Now again, this. perceptions. Ms. Cone, you write, the idea that we're going to confirm recently retired flag officers to be Secretary of Defense 2 administrations in a row could help create the perception that the terminal point in one's military career is not being a 4-star officer, but rather being Secretary of Defense. Is there any way that we can avoid that perception, given the fact that actions speak louder than words, if we move forward with this waiver?
Thank you, Senator. As I said, I do think that granting 2 waivers in a row will seriously weaken the norm of this being an exception rather than the rule. I do think that it will seriously implicate, this problem that exactly the way you describe it, that the culmination of an officer's career is not 4-star, but Secretary of Defense. Can that be mitigated? That will be difficult. I think the only way that this chamber can mitigate that is to be very, very clear in the specific reasons that they think Mr. Austin is the right person for this job at this time, and especially to maintain the statute as it stands, not to simply think that, well, we've granted 2 exceptions in a row and therefore the statute is dead and doesn't really count as law anymore, but to emphasize that this chamber really believes in the principle and is making an exception to what they think is an important rule. Thank you.
And also, you point out a couple other perceptions I won't dwell on, is that you say the perception of expertise residing in military officers only, and you distinguish, I think, capably between military expertise on the one hand and security or foreign policy expertise on the other hand, and then, of course, the perception of possible favoritism or chauvinism for one service or one regional combatant command. I want to move on next to the political nature of this job. Not the partisan nature, but the inherently political nature. When a Secretary of Defense has to engage in sometimes heated political disputes with inside the Department of Defense, between services and between combatant commands and agencies, with senior staff at the White House, within the cabinet over budgetary priorities, with Congress over similar priorities. He has to engage with the media as well. I point out that in my lifetime, I think 4 of the most consequential and successful Secretaries of Defense all had significant political experience. 3 of them had partisan experience either. Cap Weinberger, Dick Cheney, Leon Panetta, and then Bob Gates. He had partisan experience, but I think he writes in his memoirs he had a lot of political experience from his career as a civilian official at the CIA, and then a lot of political experience being a university president at Texas A&M as well. Ms. Cone, does the skills and experiences that you gain in the military, which is inherently apolitical and designed to be so in our republic, prepare you for all of those political disputes that you might have as Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I think the short answer to that is no. I think obviously the experience you gain as a 4-star military officer is immense. It's important. It's helpful to understanding all of the things that need to be done to understanding many of the things that need to be done in the Department of Defense. But as you point out, many of our most successful Secretaries of Defense have not only extensive interagency experience, but sometimes also legislative experience. And it is simply not the case that a military officer who has spent his or her entire career, again, 4-star officers, the higher you get in the military hierarchy, the more alike those officers are. And many of them come from combat arms backgrounds, like yourself. And that is a certain type of experience that is important and helpful, but I do not think comprehensive in the way that you would want a Secretary of Defense to have experience. Thank you.
All right, thank you. One final question. On page 10 of your testimony, you assessed the tenures of Secretary Marshall and Secretary Mattis. I commend everyone to read those brief histories. Were those tenures, after they had received these waivers, successes to be repeated or cautionary tales about the wisdom of this 7-year cooling off period?
Senator, I think as Dr. McInnes has really ably demonstrated, the job of Secretary of Defense is incredibly difficult and almost no one is ever really prepared for it. However, I think that both the tenures of Secretary Marshall and Secretary Mattis basically reinforced the concerns of the members of Congress who made that initial statute. They relied very heavily on their military networks. They seemed to be uncomfortable dealing with political issues and, in Marshall's case, with protecting the president from an overambitious regional operational commander. So I do not think that these were shining examples of the best that we can do with secretaries of defense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. And again, on behalf of Chairman Inhofe, let me recognize Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 4 years ago, we had a hearing like this, and Dr. Kathleen Hicks, who's now President-elect Biden's Deputy Secretary of Defense designate, argued before this committee that those civilians ought to almost always serve as Secretary of Defense. Mattis's unique qualifications and checks in the system justified the one-time exception to the rule. She added that she didn't think Mattis's appointment would set a, quote, new precedent, and that she, quote, would not imagine in the next 20 plus years that we would see ourselves back in this hearing of this nature, end of quote. Okay, well, we are here again. Dr. Cohn, in your written testimony, you say that Austin's waiver could be justified because he's who President-elect wants and because the symbol of having a black man as secretary is important. On the other hand, you write, Mattis got the waiver because many hoped he would help hold Trump in check. Am I correct that these waivers have been justified on two different rationales? Yes. Dr. Cohn, if each time the president nominates a new general to serve as Secretary of Defense, Congress grants a waiver based on a new rationale, aren't we just saying that the president gets to choose his or her Secretary of Defense regardless of their recent military experience?
Yes, Senator, I think that is what you would be saying if this chamber decided to consistently grant a waiver every time one was asked for. And I do acknowledge that granting two waivers in a row, I argue that granting two waivers in a row begins to lead down that path. I do not think that going down that path is absolutely inevitable. Again, that really is up to this chamber and how it describes its reasoning in whatever decision it finally takes.
Dr. Cohn, 4 years ago, Dr. Hicks said that our system of civil-military relations is, quote, strong enough to withstand any risk. A once-in-two-generation exception could pose, end quote. If we're granting a twice-in-one-decade exception for back-to-back administrations, what kind of system are we actually protecting?
Again, Senator, I think you're absolutely correct to point out that granting two waivers in a row is a very different thing from granting one waiver under the impression that you will not be asked to do this again anytime soon. I think that this chamber has a very difficult decision in front of it to decide whether the reasons that the president-elect has given and the reasons that you all can think of yourself justify granting another waiver, because I think it is a dangerous precedent to grant two in a row. Yes.
So I want to highlight a few of the added risks of normalizing the idea that a senior general could become Secretary of Defense relatively quickly after he or she retires. Dr. Cohn, a year into the Trump administration, you wrote that, quote, reverence for the military has come to distort and manipulate public discourse, end of quote. And that scholars hope that Trump's use of generals in civilian policymaking roles was, quote, an exception to an important rule, not the beginning of a new normal, end of quote. You worried that ongoing veneration of military expertise would have, quote, devastating implication for U.S. policy, both foreign and domestic. Do you believe that President-elect Biden's choice of a retired general and not any one of the number of well-qualified civilians dangerously inflates the perceived value of military expertise in a way that weakens our policymaking?
Senator, in my personal opinion, yes. The answer to that is yes. I am still concerned about these things. I think the health of civil-military relations is under threat, and I do think that this could lead to a larger problem. Yes.
Okay, so I want to give you an example of why this concerns me so much. In the wake of the disappearance and murder of Specialist Vanessa Diaz, the Army commissioned an independent review that investigated the command climate, violent crime, and sexual assault and harassment at Fort Hood. I ask because the military has commissioned a number of reports and panels on sexual assault during the several years I've been on this committee, but this is the first report that I've seen that was not written by DoD personnel. And it found that Fort Hood has an ongoing crisis of violent crime, sexual assault, harassment, and that soldiers don't trust leaders and commanders up and down the ranks to fix because they help to create that climate. Would you agree that the crisis in confidence facing Fort Hood's commanders is alarming? And do you agree that it would be reasonable to suspect that the trends described in the Fort Hood report could very well exist, though perhaps to a lesser degree, at other large operational bases? And do you believe that if you were in uniform, if you were one of these young women at Fort Hood who fears that she's going to be raped or murdered when she is moving around the base at night, you would be reticent to trust someone to solve these problems who so recently wore the same uniform as the commanders who have failed you?
Senator, yes, the report about Fort Hood certainly alarms me. Yes, I would imagine that those kinds of problems exist elsewhere as well. Would I therefore not trust someone who came out of that institution to fix these problems? I think that would depend more on the individual. I would not simply assume that anyone coming from the military institution was unable to address these problems. We have multiple examples of people within the military institution who take these problems very seriously. So I think that I absolutely agree that these problems are very serious and they must be addressed. And if Mr. Austin is confirmed, I hope that he makes them a high priority. But I would not think that he would be disqualified on that ground alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. And on behalf of Chairman Inhofe, let me recognize Senator Rounds.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let me just walk my way through this a little bit. After listening to the testimony here, I come from the camp that the President of the United States should have the ability to choose the people that he believes are best suited for the job in hand. And as our panelists have indicated, this is one of those impossible jobs. At this time, we have a president who has nominated a very qualified gentleman in General Austin with an impeccable service record. At the same time, the president has basically ignored what was a precedent that Congress has set in the past, which would require the 7-year waiting period. And there was good reason for it. What I haven't seen yet is the president's logic or his full explanation about why he has asked us to basically once again step away from what was established law, and what was the overriding reason why this particular individual would be better than other individuals who would qualify. And I think the president still owes us that answer. And I don't think that's something that General Austin should have to answer. I think that's something which the president should share. But once again, I think tie goes to the president in the end, and I'm torn on this. The other thing that I guess I would ask our panelists, I think that
options today, because these al-Qaeda thugs are burrowed deep inside of Iran. And if we did have that option, we chose to do that, there's much greater risk in executing it. The Iran-al-Qaeda axis threatens the progress of the Abraham Accords as well. If al-Qaeda can use terror attacks in the region to blackmail nations from joining the war and peace with Israel, then we risk grinding generational momentum for peace in the Middle East to a halt. We risk limiting the growing number of Middle East nations who will all recognize the threat from Iran. But most importantly, every country must recognize that this unholy collusion is dramatically increasing the risk of terror attacks against their people. As Iran permits al-Qaeda to communicate freely with exponents of hatred abroad, countries like France become even more vulnerable to al-Qaeda attacks like the despicable Charlie Hebdo massacre. As Iran provides al-Qaeda with travel documents like passports, countries like Germany are ripe to be the side of the recreation of something like the Hamburg cell, so instrumental in the 9/11 attacks. As Iran permits al-Qaeda leaders to travel freely to Syria, one of the world's greatest humanitarian crises will continue to rage on. Impoverished Syrians will keep being lured into becoming jihadists. If Iran permits al-Qaeda leaders to send and receive money from al-Shabaab, Western nations risk a terror attack like pre-9/11 Afghanistan, a base from sprouting up in Somalia. We risk losing control of strategic waterways. And imagine too the destruction that al-Qaeda could carry out if the Iranian regime decided to devote sizable state funds in service of al-Qaeda's goals. Imagine the vulnerability we'd have if Iran gave al-Qaeda access to its satellite networks. This is a terror organization buried deeply inside a nation state with advanced capabilities. Look, there's ample precedent for all of this if you consider the regime's support of Hezbollah, the Houthis, Shia militias in Iraq, and Sunni terror groups like Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Imagine the threat to America. Imagine the threat to Israel, to Saudi Arabia. Imagine, too, the potential to completely upend fragile places with an established al-Qaeda presence like Libya, Yemen, and the Maghreb, or increased turmoil in places like Bangladesh where al-Qaeda cells have carried out attacks. Imagine that al-Qaeda starts carrying out attacks at Iran's behest, even if the control is not perfect. Who's to say that this isn't the next form of blackmail to pressure countries back into a nuclear deal? You don't have to be a former CIA director to see the Iran-al-Qaeda axis as a massive force for evil all across the world. But the time is now for America and all free nations to crush the Iran-al-Qaeda axis. The Trump administration has actually made progress. Let's not tolerate Iran giving al-Qaeda a second wind. Let's not downplay the danger of Sunni-Shia cooperation in terror. Let's not lie to the American people about Iranian moderation and pretend appeasement will work. 30 years of cooperation shows that Iran and al-Qaeda's divergent theology is no match for its convergent hatred. That's the reality. Here's reality two. Nations have an obligation to sanction entities designated as associated with al-Qaeda under the UN Security Council Resolution 1267. We've exercised American leadership by sanctioning the MOIS and the IRGC. We urge the United Nations and all countries to do the same. Today I'll announce the following actions. Today we'll announce sanctions on Iran-based al-Qaeda leaders Sultan Yusuf Hassan al-Arif and Mohammed Abateh. He is also known as Abdul Rahman al-Maghrebi. I'm also announcing designations of 3 leaders of al-Qaeda Kurdish battalions, an al-Qaeda-linked group that operates on the border between Iran and Iraq. And in a related action, I'm announcing a reward for up to $7 million under the State Department's Reward for Justice program for information that leads to the location or identification of al-Maghrebi. We want to bring him home to America for justice. In closing, I want to go back to 1983. It was the fall of my sophomore year at the United States Military Academy. I remember picking up the newspaper to read that a truck packed with explosives had slammed into the U.S. Marine barracks in Beirut, Lebanon, killing 241 American warriors. My life wouldn't be the same after that. As a young soldier, that attack got me thinking about the big questions of national security, about America's role in the Middle East and the world. For those of you who don't remember, the terrorists who killed our fellow Americans were part of an early incarnation of Hezbollah that had the support of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I've not forgotten it. And after 4 years leading the CIA and now the State Department, I'm more clear-eyed than ever about the threat from the al-Qaeda-Iran axis. The Islamic Republic of Iran has given a new operational headquarters to the terrorist network with more American blood on its hands than any other. People who are plotting fresh atrocities from Tehran, even as we speak. We can't ignore this truth. And just as we have done with other horrible regimes like the one in China, the Trump administrations will look to this as it is, not as we wish it to be. We see the true nature of the Iranian regime and we refuse to indulge it. We speak the truth about the nature of the Iran-Al-Qaeda relationship, and we've taken significant actions to crush it. We urge every country to do the same for the good of their own people and the good of the security, stability, and prosperity of the world. The free world's battle against terrorism will go on. May America always lead in that fight. Thank you. May God bless all of you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Fortunately, President-elect Biden has that credibility, and I have no doubt that he will not use the military in the way that President Trump did. But clearly, President Trump has degraded the independence of the military and ignored some of the dangerous tendencies of political activity within the military and white supremacy, the involvement of perhaps some of the active duty armed forces or reserves or retired military in the mob assault last Wednesday. These kinds of dangerous tendencies need to be effectively countered and disciplined and investigated by the next Secretary of Defense as a civilian, taking control of the military in ways that may create some adversarial relationships. And the next Secretary of Defense must be prepared to demonstrate that kind of independence. I think that what we have ahead is a very serious challenge. I want to make sure that we avoid the perception of Republican generals and Democratic generals, which again is the perception that President Trump's misuse of the military may have tended to create. And I believe strongly that it is a matter of principle. Therefore, I will oppose the waiver in this instance, as I did with General Mattis, whom I also deeply respected and admired and said so. I believe that I may be in the minority, but I think it is a matter of very deeply important principle. And I would ask our witnesses whether they feel there are specific steps that we can ask of General Austin to effectively perhaps counteract the dilution of the balance that we think is so important to our nation and civilian control over the military. I recognize that my time may have expired, and so I would take those answers for the record if the chairman wants to move to another senator.
Senator Blumenthal, I would accept your suggestion that they be taken for the record so that we can fairly allocate the time to all of our colleagues. Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Now, on behalf of Chairman Inhofe, let me recognize Senator Sullivan. Senator Sullivan, are you who's the next? This is remarkable because I'm impressed. This is the first technical glitch we've had, so we're doing pretty well. What? We'll try to connect with Senator Sullivan. Let me now recognize Senator Kramer on behalf of Senator Inhofe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Reid and Chairman Inhofe, both of you. And thanks to the witnesses. I think for me to ask a question at this point would be redundant, quite honestly, because done a pretty good job of exhausting, I think, the topic. However, I would say, just make a couple of comments. First of all, thank you to the two witnesses. You've been absolutely fantastic. You've helped me think this through in more ways with more viewpoints, and I'm no closer to a final decision. But I think that's instructive, quite honestly. The one thing I would just wrap up with, Chairman, is I think after all of this, whether there's a Secretary Austin or not a Secretary Austin, it might be a good time, apart from a decision on a waiver, to have an even deeper discussion about this point so that we can avoid, I think, the issues that Dr. Cohen has brought up, and that is how the public views all of this, restoring the confidence they have in us as decision makers on all matters, but especially matters of our national defense. And so that at the very least we can restore their confidence. But also I just think that, to lay down a record that this isn't going to be the norm, even if there are two in a row, that we can help both ourselves and our constituents have a clear commitment that this isn't going to be the norm. And so with that, again, just thank you to all of you. And I look forward to further discussion. I'm certainly looking forward to my meeting with I almost said General. I shouldn't call him General perhaps anymore, but with Mr. Austin. And with that, I'll yield.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Kramer. And on behalf of the chairman, let me recognize Senator Kane and thank him for joining me here in D.C.
Okay. Thank you to our chair and ranking, and thank you to the witnesses. Let me just first begin acknowledging this is the first Senate hearing since the events of last Wednesday, and I just want to make a comment about it. People have sort of tried to describe what happened. Is it a riot? Is it a protest? Is it First Amendment activities? Is it sedition? I think the Constitution that we swear to uphold and defend gives us an answer. The 14th Amendment of the Constitution has a Section 3 that talks about insurrection or rebellion against the Constitution of the United States. And that clause has some significant consequences for those who either engage in that or who give aid and comfort to those who do. What happened was not just a random attack on Congress as an institution. It was an attack that was specifically designed and then fomented and then deployed at a particular moment to obstruct Congress from carrying out the Constitution. Congress was meeting on that day for a purpose, to carry out constitutional and statutory duties to accept certified electoral results from 50 states in the District of Columbia, to supervise the count of those electoral votes and then declare a winner in the 2020 presidential election. That was what the attack was about. It was an attack on the Constitution of the United States. We came together after an attack on the Capitol in 2001 as a Congress in a bipartisan way to ensure that there were consequences, and it's my hope that we can, as a bipartisan Congress, do so again. I also was reminded of a powerful moment in Senate history when a senator took the floor during a debate and said, "God forbid that the day should ever come when to be true to my constituents is to be hostile to the Union." That was a comment made during the debate about the Compromise of 1850 by then Senator Jefferson Davis, who a number of years later chose to violate his oath to the Constitution and the nation, to choose his interests and his constituents, or at least the narrow segment of his constituents who were allowed to vote at the time he chose to elevate their concerns over those of the nation and Constitution. Now, onto this issue. This is such an easy case and such a hard one. It's an easy one because General Austin is so very qualified, and it's important to note, not just qualified as a military leader, he's now been out of the military and he's engaged in significant leadership roles in the private sector and in philanthropic institutions. This is not a person who's just a tunnel vision military guy. It's just that he's not been out long enough. So it's easy in one sense, its qualifications are so notable, and it's incredibly hard in the other sense, because this is a very important principle. Dr. Khan, I'm struck by the similarity of your name to Dr. Cohen, who testified before us 4 years ago. Elliot Cohen was one of the witnesses arguing for the Mattis waiver, and he has argued strongly that the circumstances that compelled him to be here before us supporting the waiver 4 years ago don't apply right now. And he has written a piece in The Atlantic to suggest that we should not do it. So this is a really, really hard thing. Let me ask you just this, and I wish I'd researched it. Is this bar of somebody having come through military leadership, serving as Secretary of Defense, is there an analogy? Are military leaders barred from being HUD secretaries or CIA directors by law right now? I don't think so. Do you?
No, Senator, there is no analogy. Military officers, recently retired military officers are not barred from holding other positions, nor are recently retired Foreign Service officers barred from
State Department, or if you worked at HUD your whole career, you're not barred from being the HUD secretary. This is a very unique limitation and waiver. My colleagues have done a great job of talking about their concerns. Here's mine. I was a governor of Virginia, and I had cabinet secretaries. And those who had significant experience with the agencies they were overseeing were often unwilling to be change makers. They were more loyal to the agencies they'd come up through than they were to the governor saying, we need to make some change in that agency or that cabinet secretariat. And I'm not sure that your testimony really goes to those concerns, but is that a fair concern?
Yes, Senator, absolutely. That is a fair concern. And I think it gets back to Senator Gillibrand's question as well, whether not whether the individual has the integrity to try to do the right thing, but whether the individual is so embedded in the culture and norms of their own institution that they have difficulty thinking about change in certain ways.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kaine. And now, on behalf of Chairman Inhofe, let me recognize Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the witnesses for holding this important hearing. A lot to consider here. The first question that I had is Senator Cotton made a statement that I just want the witnesses to touch on. He said he doesn't believe civilian control for the military is at risk. I would agree with that. But can you talk a little bit about that issue? I mean, that's a big statement to say it is at risk. Do you believe it's at risk? And how would you have us analyze that important issue?
Thank you, Senator. I think it's important to understand that civilian control is not an on-off switch. It's not either there or not there. It is a web of institutions and norms and practices and understandings, and it can be weakened or strengthened. I think that Senator Cotton's point was well taken. No one that I am aware of thinks that the confirmation or the waiver for Mr. Austin would break the back of either civilian control or American democracy. No one is worried about that. What we are worried about is its role in weakening these norms and institutions and their importance. So I would say, again, there are some ways that this would weaken those norms, and those norms are in danger. We have plenty of research indicating that, again, as I mentioned before, the American public is fairly comfortable turning over its own freedom and self-governance to institutions like the military because they trust them. This is a trend that must be actively worked against. And so if you choose to confirm Mr. Austin and grant him a waiver, I don't think that's the end of civilian control by any means, but it does put us all in a position where we must work extra hard to restore those norms and those institutions.
To dovetail on Dr. Cohen's remarks, the legislative history, the recent legislative history of this provision and associated things also speaks to the way the norm is being extended across the department. So in 2008, the Congress decided to revise the statutory provision from the cooling off period, as we know it, from 10 years to 7 years. Representative Walter Jones at the time said that he wanted to broaden the candidate pool available to the president for the selection of Secretary of Defense. And as you have noted during this committee's session 4 years ago, there was a lot of discussion about, to what extent, confirming then nominee Secretary Mattis might erode that norm of having civilian control and direction at the top of the department. But it's also worth noting, as a counterpoint to this discussion, that Congress has also strengthened the norm in other ways. In particular, by in recent years extending the statutory cooling off period to key civilian appointments within the Department of Defense. So the Congress appears to have started to look at civilian control of the military and its expression in these appointments more holistically across the department and across these different positions.
Let me ask another, just a comment and then another follow-up question. You mentioned the politics and the partisan nature, not partisan politics, but just politics and all instruments of power of being the CENTCOM commander. So I do think that there's a lot of learning, but also experience a CENTCOM commander would bring. I know that the conventional wisdom starting about General Mattis's tenure is what you two had mentioned. I'm not so sure I fully agree with that. The national defense strategy that the Secretary Mattis put forward, I think is a really important development, a positive development, bipartisan development in our national security that most senators agreed with. And it was an important element of the work done by Secretary Mattis. Well, let me ask another question, a little bit of a counterpoint. Right now, as far as I can tell, the incoming Biden administration will have one cabinet official with military experience. That will be, if he's confirmed, the Secretary of Transportation, Mayor Buttigieg, who was a reservist. You mentioned that the Secretary of Defense's one of his roles would be to fight for budgets and other things that relate to the military. If there's does it make sense to also potentially make the case that having cabinet officials, particularly on the national security team, with significant military experience actually helps in this regard? I'd like you to just comment on that. And then that's my final question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Senator, thank you for the question. In my personal opinion, there are, we have the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, whose statutory role is the military advisor to the president, and who is there to help other cabinet members understand and members of the National Security Council understand the issues at stake. I do think it's always helpful for there to be people in these roles that have broad experience, if it's a few years in the military or a few years in the State Department or a few years in a state government, for example. So it's never bad for people to have different kinds of experience. I think the problem is when we start thinking that only people with extensive military experience and backgrounds really understand the issues at stake. I do not agree that that is the case, and therefore I am not concerned when we have a Secretary of Defense who does not have extensive military experience. I think that there are already institutional there are institutional ways in which the Department of Defense, as Dr. McInnes mentioned, is already privileged against most of the other executive departments. I don't think that we need to worry about the military not having a sufficient voice at the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Sullivan. And on behalf of the chairman, let me recognize Senator Manchin.
Thank you, Senator Reid. I appreciate it, and I want to thank our presenters today and both of them for their service to our country. And and the job they do in such a professional way. Let me ask this question, if I may. I think everyone that knows General Austin has met with General Austin or worked with him. We've had him before the committee. I've been there for almost 11 years now. So we've had many times to have General Austin and his most professional application, his common sense approach. So I've been very appreciative of that. What I would like to ask is that, do you all have concerns? First of all, I understand that General Austin did not position himself to where he was aggressively seeking this opportunity or this job. So that was the president's decision, I understand, that basically selected him. Yeah, he did not advocate for it. And on top of that, I understand that I've been very differential to the president putting their staff together who they believe is the right person with the right skill sets at the right time. And I understand that is General Austin, which I believe also. But with that, I was concerned about those down the food chain below him. Can you tell me that as General Austin asked, or are you concerned that General Austin would try to, the people that basically have that separation between military service and civilian, is there any other person asking for waivers, or have we given waivers to anybody else besides the secretary themselves, or considered it? Neither one of you all can, or both of you can answer this.
Senator, my understanding is that no, that has not been, that the waiver, the statutory waiver has been provided twice for Secretary Mattis and then Secretary Marshall. The extension of the cooling off requirement was done in recent years. I think it was 2016 and 2017. So to my knowledge, that has not been applied since it's been extended.
But let me ask this question here. Did you all see any? Was there a movement that General Mattis wanted to get this waiver for other people? So he wanted more military presence, or people with military services that had been out in a very short period of time? I did not see the concern. I don't know if you all seen something that I haven't. And are you concerned that General Austin would ask for waivers for other people?
Senator, I did not see any such requests from Secretary Mattis, although the White House liaison office and the process of political appointments is a bit of a black box, to say the least. So I wouldn't have seen that. It does speak to, however, the point that you're making, which is the broader national security team, and does the broader team bring the experience, insights, and building savvy to the department and its management. The failure to appoint political appointees in the Office of the Secretary of Defense, particularly over the past 4 years, did have an arguably degrading effect on the effectiveness of the Office of the Secretary of Defense. A civil servant serving in an acting capacity does not have the authority to make key decisions on matters of national security strategy and policy, because frankly, another boss could come in the next day and reverse everything that they decided. It's a tenuous position to put our civil service in, and unfortunately, they've been put in that position frequently recently.
Senator, I would just say no. Mr. Mattis, Secretary Mattis, did not seem to ask for waivers for any of the appointed or Senate-confirmed positions under him. It's my impression that both Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden had or intended to have a fair amount of personal influence and control over those appointments and not delegate that entirely to their secretaries. And so what we saw under Mr. Mattis, under Secretary Mattis, was a tendency to sidestep the civilians, not a tendency to try to put his own people in those positions. In other words, a tendency to rely more on the Joint Staff because of the kind of personnel vacancy and turmoil that Dr. McInnes has described. So far with Mr. Austin and Mr. Biden, we have not seen, in fact, the Biden team has announced a large number of people that they intend to nominate, all of whom are extremely good qualified civilian choices. And so I do not see a situation here where Mr. Austin is looking to install a number of his military counterparts.
So you're not concerned about that then, as far as the threat of that being basically having a mindset of military control. Also, the President-elect Biden has already nominated Kathleen Hicks, Secretary and Deputy Secretary of Defense, and Colin Kahl, Undersecretary of Defense, and both of those are proven record of civil service and national security. So my question was, should General Austin be confirmed, what other senior leadership positions at the Department of Defense would you suggest he fill with civilians?
All of them?
All of them?
Yes. I mean, again, the danger here...
You agree that people should have a knowledge of how the Department of Defense is supposed to operate, right?
Yeah, of course, Senator. I do not mean that just any civilian is good enough. All of the people who are nominated should have the right experience and expertise to deal appropriately with the extremely complex organization that the Department of Defense is. It simply does not necessarily, and it's perfectly good to nominate people who have some military experience. The difference is whether you take people directly out of military service and put them into civilian positions, or whether you sideline the civilians and rely entirely on the Joint Staff. But you are correct. I do not see this necessarily being a big problem. I think that this chamber should certainly maintain a sharp eye on the administration, however.
Let me ask both of you this one. Has there ever been any incident in General Austin's history, any incident whatsoever in his history, that would lead you to second-guess his integrity towards professionalism in those command relationships? Should he re-enter the building as Secretary of Defense and be confirmed? Do you have any concerns whatsoever in his ability and anything in his past that would give you concern?
Senator, the overwhelming consensus is that Mr. Austin served his nation with distinction and is very well qualified. But the broader, 4 years ago when this committee considered the question of civilian control of the armed forces, the conversation was very much about the person of the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Defense position as an institution in of itself. Today, the conversation is more about the overall health of civilian-military relations within our society, as well as the overall health of our civilian institutions within our government. So in considering Mr. Austin, considering the broader team is arguably quite important if you take the view that civilian voices have been muted.
Senator, I don't know enough about Mr. Austin's personal history to be able to answer that question, but I have no reason to doubt his integrity.
We've reached the time limit, Senator Manchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Manchin. Now I'm going to call on Senator Blackburn on behalf of the chairman. There might be some technical difficulties, but let's see if we can recognize Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not going to turn my video on because I think part of the transmission problem is with the video, and I want to thank our witnesses for a very thoughtful discussion as we look at this and look at the civilian control of the military. And one question that I have is, how does it affect our international security advantages that we enjoy? You look around the globe and look at the Philippines, and where you've got a president who has essentially militarized his domestic police force. You look at Burma, where there's a democratic transition away from military rule, and the precarious situation there, or to Thailand, or to Sri Lanka, or to Indonesia. So my one question, and I will go ahead and mute myself, just a quick response on what you see is the effect that it has on our international security, if there is, and you may feel that there is none.
Thank you, Senator. I think this is a good question. I really think the only concern that we would have is that there are many states out there whose officials prefer to interact with military officers because they, in some cases, feel that that validates their own form of government. In some cases, feel that the military is where the power lies. I think, again, we might look at that and say, oh, this is a good reason to nominate someone who was recently retired as a 4-star, and that may be your view of the matter. My personal view is that the United States should lead by example in having civilians carry the political power and be the ones making the decisions. And again, of course, Mr. Austin is a civilian at this point. I am not arguing that he is going to go around wearing his uniform. But again, this is a more subtle issue of perception, tendency for officials of other countries to refer to him still as general. And Mr. Austin can mitigate these problems. But I think you are making a very good point that how other countries see us and see our form of government is one of the things at stake here. Thank you.
Senator, just to, again, dovetail onto Dr. Cohn's point, it is a reminder of the relative imbalance that we have seen build over the past, arguably, 20 years between the Department of Defense and the other agencies of national power.
Let it nullify and overturn the election results that has bring to the floor articles of impeachment relating to the president's efforts to pressure a foreign government to get involved in the 2020 presidential campaign here in the United States and to smear Vice President Joe Biden. Now, the final mechanism for removing a president who
Jamie, you need to unmute. There you go.
The final mechanism for removing a president who is failing to meet the most basic duties of his office and indeed actually harming the republic with his conduct is the 25th Amendment. Now, the whole purpose of the 25th Amendment, which was adopted in 1967, is to defend the stability of the republic and to guarantee the safe continuity of governmental operations at the very highest levels. It was adopted just several years after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, and in fact, his brother Robert F. Kennedy was one of the key legislative actors in pushing it, along with Senator Birch Bayh. But it was passed on an overwhelming bipartisan basis at the dawn of the nuclear age because questions of physical and mental fitness were prominent in the minds of Americans at that point. And as they often said, we have 535 members of Congress, and if something goes wrong for one of them or two of them or a dozen of them, the Congress will keep functioning. But we only have one president of the United States. And if that president is unable to successfully discharge the duties and the power of office, that becomes a crisis for the entire republic. Contrary to popular belief, the 25th Amendment has been activated and employed numerous times since it was adopted back in '67. Section 1, which establishes that the vice president becomes president in the event of a presidential vacancy, was used when President Nixon resigned and Gerald Ford became president. Before that point, it was unclear whether the vice president was actually becoming the president or just exercising the powers of the president. And it was the 25th Amendment which settled that question in Section 1. Section 2 established the way to fill a vacant vice presidency. And that took place when, for example, Spiro Agnew resigned as vice president, and then President Nixon followed the provisions of Section 2, nominated Gerald Ford, and he was ratified by majority vote in both houses of Congress. Now, Section 3, I like to think of as the section that deals with the famous presidential colon, because it has been used when Ronald Reagan underwent colorectal surgery, and he voluntarily and temporarily transferred the powers of his office to George Herbert Walker Bush. And then after that incapacity ended, he, by letter, resumed the powers of the office. President George W. Bush himself invoked Section 3 in transferring the powers of his office to then Vice President Dick Cheney when President Bush underwent a colonoscopy. And it's been used several times in the context of colonoscopy and other surgeries. But today we're looking at Section 4, which we are asking the Vice President to invoke by activating and mobilizing the cabinet to declare what is patently obvious to a horrified and anxious nation. The president is not even minimally discharging the basic duties of his office. Now, my friend, Mr. Cole, says that in drafting and adopting such a resolution, we would be operating outside of the proper legislative sphere under the 25th Amendment. On the contrary, if you go back and look at the legislative history of the 25th Amendment, it was deeply intended by Senator Bayh and Senator Kennedy and all of the members who were involved in it to promote collaboration among the different branches to guarantee the stability of government and the continuity in office. Now, Mr. Cole, of course, is right that it's up to the vice president, and we're not trying to usurp his authority in any way. We're trying to tell him that the time of 25th Amendment emergency has arrived. It has come to our doorstep. It has invaded our chamber. We just saw the unprecedented event of hundreds or even thousands of members of a mob entering the Congress of the United States without going through metal detectors or any kind of security screening, occupying the floors of the Senate and the House, occupying the offices of our leaders, chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," yelling, "Where's Nancy?" Many of them were brandishing weapons, guns, knives. Some of them had zip ties to handcuff people's hands. We were delayed in the counting of the Electoral College vote by more than 6 hours. Members, staff, families, citizens across the country were terrorized, terrified, and horrified by what took place. And no amount of euphemism or displacement on anyone's part across the country will ever let us forget what took place on that day. Now, the President of the United States on January 6th, and indeed in the several months leading up to it, violated his oath of office by doing everything in his power to thwart and defeat the proper counting of the Electoral College vote on January 6th. He did everything in his power to overturn the authentic popular results of the election in critical swing states, such as, take, for example, Georgia, which Joe Biden won by 11,779 votes, a number I remember because the president called Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and said, "All I need you to do is find me 11,780 votes, one vote more, and then I'll be able to win." So what took place with us on January 6th, dear colleagues, was the culmination of a process of an attack on the presidential election and the assemblage and then the counting of the Electoral College votes. And of course, President Trump called Secretary of State Raffensperger an enemy of the people for refusing to overturn the election results, even after a statewide recount reconfirmed the initial count. And as everyone knows, President Trump called Raffensperger on the phone saying that he was committing a criminal offense, that this was very risky for him. And all I want to do is I just want you to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won this state. I'm not going to go in excruciating detail at this point about everything that took place, but I don't think that there is a reasonable person in the country with his or her eyes open who don't understand that the president was hell-bent on trying to challenge, undermine, and overturn the results of the election in all of the events leading up to January 6th and on January 6th. That is a profound dereliction of the president's duties under the Constitution. Now, what are those duties? What are the duties that are referenced by the 25th Amendment that the president must live up to? And if the president is not successfully discharging them, the power can be transferred by the vice president and a majority of the cabinet, or as Mr. Cole tells us, the vice president and a majority of a body set up by Congress, which, alas, we have not done, although I have introduced legislation to that effect over the last several years. Well, the president swears an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. The Constitution includes the peaceful transfer of power, the counting of electoral college votes. The president has a duty to defend the American people, to defend the Congress. The president has a power to defend the country against armed insurrection, mob rule, invasion of public offices. And we will see, as you look through the very specific details of what happened, the president miserably failed in living up to all of those duties. And that is the very least that we can say. When the president was begged at various points by both Republican leaders and Democratic leaders to send more help and to call upon the mob to stand down, he was extremely reluctant to do so. He continued to send supportive tweets for periods in which we were under duress on Capitol Hill. He urged everybody during the day to fight like hell. And he sent out finally a tweet, I think, and this is the one that people are using to try to absolve the president, amazingly. This was probably his best or most exculpatory tweet. He sent out a tweet saying, these are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. And of course, much of the damage had already taken place. As everyone knows, 5 people were lost in the mob violence that was unleashed against the Congress of the United States, including a Capitol Hill police officer. And as the scale of the violence and the damage became clear, the president quickly deleted that tweet and then tweeted, I suppose this was his most forceful one, "Go home, we love you, you're very special." That was at the end of the day, basically when most of the devastating damage had already been wrought on the people of the Congress. My friends, when we talk about the 25th Amendment, we don't have to find that the president committed a high crime and misdemeanor in inciting this mob insurrection. And I think there's overwhelming proof that he did, but we don't have to prove that for the 25th Amendment. All we have to ask is whether the president lived up to the most basic and minimal expectations for his duties of office. Can you imagine any other president of the United States doing what this president did? Can you imagine President Bush doing that? Can you imagine President Obama doing that? Can you imagine President Lincoln doing that? Franklin Roosevelt, the Democrat, or Teddy Roosevelt, the Republican? Can you imagine any other president in our history encouraging and fomenting mob violence against the Congress of the United States, against our people? That's the question. And if you're with me and you can't imagine any other president doing that, and you think he failed the basic duties of office, then I think the vice president has a duty to act. And I'm with Mr. Cole in saluting the vice president for doing his duty on January the 6th. He came under enormous, phenomenal, unprecedented pressure by the president of the United States to step out of his role as the person simply presiding over the counting of the electoral votes and to try to nullify and overturn the election. That just deepens the complicity of the president with this horrific assault on the counting of the Electoral College. But the vice president stood up at that moment. We're asking the vice president to stand up again. For all of those people who voted, I think, foolishly with the president's wishes to deny the Electoral College votes that were cast by our states, by our state officials, despite the fact that the president brought 62 different cases in federal and state court and lost 61 of them soundly, decisively, and in many cases humiliatingly, as the judges castigated the president for bringing such nonsense before the courts. But for those who decided to go along with that and help to drive that wound into the country, and who are now calling for bringing the country together, those people who are now calling for reconciliation, this is the road to reconciliation. It is the vice president himself who is the key actor, and it is the president's own cabinet who make up the key actors, the principal officers of each of the departments of government. They can help to lead us out of the nightmare that we've been plunged into by this sequence of events. They can transfer peacefully the powers of the president to the vice president, Mike Pence, for the remainder of this term, so we can have a peaceful transition of power. My friends, on the extreme right-wing websites that help to build the president's rally, the Save America rally, they are calling for the mobs to come back to Washington and to continue.
Un gouvernement qui veut remettre à plat complètement l'ensemble de notre modèle social. Et il n'y a là aucune raison. Il n'y a aucune raison économique, logique, si ce n'est que de vouloir garantir encore un peu plus à quelques-uns qui en ont déjà beaucoup. De ce point de vue-là, on doit les arrêter. On doit les arrêter, et je le redis, ça passera par l'implication de chacun et de chacune, parce que nous avons en face de nous des gens qui sont missionnés par la finance internationale pour mettre le pays à plat, vider les caisses et nous endetter sur des décennies et des décennies.
En même temps, la crise sanitaire, là, on voit bien, il va pas y avoir beaucoup de est-ce que c'est le bon moment, ou est-ce qu'il fallait retarder, ou est-ce que justement,
on est sur, moi je sais pas, je peux pas me dire que c'est pas le bon moment de mobiliser. Après, la prise en compte parmi les travailleurs, parmi les populations, elle est du niveau où elle est, en tenant compte aussi de la situation, qu'on le veuille ou non. Le couvre-feu il pèse. Voilà, ça fait y compris dans les entreprises, les journées de travail, c'est plus les mêmes. C'est plus les mêmes. Donc moi, je ne suis pas là à chercher des excuses, il y a du monde, il n'y a pas du monde. De toute façon, on ne tombe jamais d'accord avec les autorités sur le chiffre. L'important pour nous, c'est d'être là, visible et audible. Il y a des solutions à mettre en œuvre pour sortir le pays de la crise par le haut, et encore une fois, dans le sens de l'intérêt général. La question du temps de travail à 32 heures, on doit la poser partout et expliquer pourquoi, dans des moments comme ça, le travail doit se partager. Il ne doit pas être que quelques heures se partager les richesses, on doit partager le travail. On doit assurer des salaires à la hauteur des besoins. Le SMIC à 1 800 €, c'est tout à fait pertinent et économiquement viable. Il suffit de faire le choix d'arrêter de gaver les tenants de la finance. Encore une fois, ce sont des choix politiques. Il faut que tout le monde l'ait en tête. Les choix politiques, ils vont dans un sens jusqu'à ce qu'à un moment donné, ils rencontrent la résistance qu'il faut et on peut inverser les choses. Et pour ça, il faut que, voilà, il y ait des mobilisations, qu'on les mette en convergence, qu'on les mette en cohérence, parce qu'aujourd'hui, quand on recule sur l'emploi industriel, on recule sur les services publics. Quand on recule sur les services publics, c'est toujours un peu plus de difficultés pour les populations, notamment les plus en difficulté. Il y a tout qui se
think are healthy for our nation. Rushing this resolution to the floor will do nothing to unify or heal the country. Under the plan Speaker Pelosi laid out on Sunday, the Democrats plan to impeach the president a second time just days before, as I said, he is set to leave. These actions will only again continue to divide the nation. Turning to the 25th Amendment into a political weapon by demanding that the vice president invoke it to remove the president from office, I think is just wrong. Let's be clear. Democrats have been wanting to remove President Trump from office since he won the election in 2016. They failed with the Russia investigation, they failed with the Mueller investigation, and they failed with their first impeachment investigation. So here we are again, considering another divisive effort to go after President Trump. We should use this time to bring the nation together, heal our partisan divisions. We should use this time to help the small business owners across the country who are struggling because of government's actions that close their businesses and close their stores. We should use this time to honor the men and women of law enforcement here at the Capitol and across the country who sacrifice themselves to keep our families safe. But it looks like we're not going to go down that path. We're here again to consider a Democrat resolution to attack the president, just 8 days before he has said he will leave office, just 8 days before we will have a peaceful transition of power, as we have had in this country every 4 or 8 years since our nation's founding. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution and would yield back.
Thank you very much. Let me just let me begin, if I could. Mr. Jordan, this isn't a both sides issue. Our Capitol was attacked. 5 people are dead. Countless people are wounded. We had a group of domestic terrorists, homegrown fascists, that came to the Capitol building to desecrate this symbol of democracy and freedom, and to do harm to people. And with all due respect, I'm glad that all it took for you to call for unity and healing was for our freedom and our democracy to be attacked. But for the last several months, the gentleman from Ohio and others have given oxygen to the president's conspiracy theories. And we all want healing, but in order to get to healing, we need truth and we need accountability. People came to the Capitol building to try to launch a coup to stop us from upholding our constitutional responsibilities. I was on the floor, at the House floor. I know you were and others, but I was one of the last people to walk off the House floor. And when I went into the Speaker's lobby, I saw this mob, trying to break glass doors to get access to the floor, and God knows what else. They defied the Capitol Police, who were bravely trying to protect us, and I saw in their eyes, hate and evil, and I'm just grateful that more people weren't harmed in this terrible attack. But they came here to destroy things, to desecrate things, and they did so because the President of the United States told them to go do it. At his urging, they came to the Capitol. Some of them, I'm listening to some of the commentary, thought he was here. But he incited that mob, and unfortunately, some of our colleagues joined in that effort to gin things up. And our job as elected officials is to tell the truth. So my question for you is, will you admit that Joe Biden won fair and square, and the election was not rigged or stolen?
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
I can.
Mr. Chairman, what I did over the past several months is follow the process that the Constitution prescribes. It wasn't me who said it, was Justice Ginsburg.
That's not the question I asked.
No, I'll get to the question, but I'm going to get to your comments too.
I don't need a filibuster. We just want to get.
I'm not going to filibuster, Mr. Chairman. The late Justice Ginsburg said January 6th is the date of ultimate significance. That's how Congress set this up in the statute they passed dealing with the 12th Amendment. So we followed that process, and at 4 a.m. on Thursday, January 7th, when we concluded our business on the floor, Vice President Biden became President-elect Biden. That's how the process plays out. Those of us who spoke against the unconstitutional way several states conducted their election, we're following the process, and we did nothing different than Democrats have done every time a Republican's been elected this century. In fact, our colleague who is sponsoring this resolution objected to on January 6, 2017.
So is that
we followed the process. Of course, it's a yes, and I've said that publicly on television on Sunday.
But I'm not asking about the process. I'm asking you to make a statement that the election was not stolen, that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won fair and square. That's the question.
The question you asked me was, is Joe Biden the vice president? Is Vice President Biden president? And I said yes. Of course he is.
You just repeated the question. So Joe Biden won fair and square.
He won the election because the way the process works is the last chance to object is January 6th, and
if we want to talk about
objection didn't prevail.
If we want to talk about healing, we have to talk about truth. And if we want to talk about healing, we also need to deal with the issue of accountability. And what this president incited last Wednesday is unforgivable and unconscionable. I'm used to the excesses of this president, the over-the-top statements, the pandering to some of the most intolerant groups in this country. But I never thought I would see what he said at that rally. And so the deal is, my question was very simple. I'm asking you to make a statement that the election was not stolen, that Joe Biden won fair and square. And, one of the ways to promote healing is for you to say yes and to put that on your Twitter account so that all these people who bought into a lie will start hearing from some of the people that were pushing this. The answer is, the American people.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Joe Biden is going to be sworn in as president. He is President-elect Joe Biden today.
That's not the question I asked. That is not the question I asked.
Yeah, our concern and why we raised objections was in several states, the rules were changed in unconstitutional fashion when the state legislature did not change election law. You had Secretary of States, you had governors, you had Supreme Courts. In some cases, you had county clerks changing the election law. That's what we're pointing out. That's all we were pointing out.
Yeah, well,
just like our colleague Mr. Raskin pointed out concerns he had on January 6, 2017, with the election of
the gentleman
Trump then.
You refuse to answer that question, and I think that's one of the. You want to talk
I
about?
did not refuse. He's going to be the president. I've said that on television. He's going to be the president. I know that. The country knows that.
That is not the question I asked. I asked you to lay bare the fact that this lie out there that somehow that Joe Biden did not win the election fair and square. He did. The president to this day continues to perpetrate that. And so does.
Are you saying there was no problems with, there was no concerns with this election? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Chairman? Of course, I understand Joe Biden won. But are you saying there's no concerns with this election?
I will yield to the gentleman from Maryland if he has any.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make one point about this somewhat abstruse Article 2, Section 1 argument that was made the day when all of us almost lost our lives, as Lindsey Graham put it. I was moved by something Lindsey Graham said. He said, these people came in to the buildings without the metal detectors. They could have been armed. They could have had a bomb, and all of us could have died. So I think we do have to try to step up our discussion from the normal level of just partisan rhetorical combat and point scoring. The point our colleague from Ohio makes about Article 2, Section 1 was raised by Trump's campaign team in numerous courts across the country where it faced the same massive decisive repudiation by Trump's own appointees, by Republican judges, by Democratic judges. It is ridiculous and empty. It's an empty void. There's basically nothing to respond to there. And the state legislatures that they are nominally advocating for are not taking that position. Those legislatures are not going to court to try to say our own Supreme Court violated our prerogatives. Our own governor violated our prerogatives. Nobody buys that. So Mr. Jordan is correct. They had an argument. It is a ridiculous and silly argument. And this is a point of common sense. And I want America here to follow the great Tom Paine. Use your common sense. That argument was made, and it helped to delay the proceedings. And then this mob comes in, and there's at least one call from the president during the mayhem and the chaos to a senator telling him to keep the objections going and to prolong the process. So I just disagree profoundly with the substance of that argument. Every court in the land that looked at it has rejected it. The state legislatures don't buy it. It's fine that Mr. Jordan wants to go back to it, but I think all of us should do some soul searching about 5 dead Americans, a Capitol police officer who's dead, dozens of people wounded, lots of our Capitol Hill cops in the hospitals, and a country on edge, and an inflamed right wing which thinks that we are on the verge of a civil war. Now, come on, guys. Can we get it together to act as a rules committee together as a Congress to tell the vice president simply to acknowledge what's obvious, which is this president is not up to the job for the next 8 days, and a lot of danger still faces us. That's my perspective on it.
Well, I don't want to belabor this point, but I will be honest with you, I am stunned that after all that has happened, that we can't get a definitive answer that
Mr. Chairman,
was not stolen.
Mr. Chairman, I said that Joe Biden won the election, but there were problems with how it was done, I think, in an unconstitutional fashion in the states we objected to. I would also point out,
people came here.
Do you guys, do you disagree with what Justice Ginsburg said?
People came here, Mr. Jordan, because they believed the lie that the president and many people in this chamber perpetrated, that this election was not run in a fair and square fashion. And to the president to this day continues to perpetrate the lie that somehow he won this election by a landslide. And so I think, we want to talk about healing. I mean, the people who came here thought the president was telling the truth. Not many of you who were backing him up were telling the truth. And it ended up in this terrible ordeal in which 5 people lost their life. So,
Mr. Chairman, did you object in 2017 on January 6th?
I didn't say the election was stolen. I said, in fact, I acknowledged that he was the president the day after the election. Hillary Clinton conceded the day after the election.
I think you said
I went to his inauguration.
I think you said the election was inauguration. And so the electors were not lawfully certified.
Mr. Jordan, excuse me. What I raised objections to was the fact that all of our intelligence agencies had raised concerns about Russian interference in our election, which apparently didn't matter to some of you. But that's what I did. I did not question. I did not try to overturn the election. And it went. The entire protestation was 8 minutes. All right. So. Anyway, I think you've answered my question, and I will now.
We have a double standard. You and Mr. Raskin are allowed to object in 2017. No Republicans are allowed to.
Mr. Chairman, could I respond to that?
Yes, I yield to the gentleman.
Okay. There's a terrible false moral equivalency going on here. Throughout American history, a lot of members have tried to point out technical or procedural problems in the Electoral College. The one that I pointed out was that there were elected officials who were also electors in violation of the state constitution. I think it was in Florida, and I think I simply raised that point for maybe it was 15 or 20 seconds. Nowhere did I ever incite mob insurrection against the government of the United States. There were millions of people, to take up the chairman's point, who were convinced that Vladimir Putin, with his cyber sabotage against the DNC and Hillary Clinton and so on, had profoundly influenced the outcome of the 2016 election. But what did the Democrats do? They put on, pink winter hats, marched peacefully with 1 million people, joined Planned Parenthood, worked with their churches to try to reform America. Nobody was out there agitating for a violent armed insurrection against the government of the United States. I yield back.
Yeah, I thank the gentleman, and I'll just conclude by saying I acknowledge that Donald Trump was the president-elect the day after the election. I didn't like it, but I acknowledged it. The trouble here is my friends have been spending the last few months saying that the election was stolen. In fact, the gentleman from Ohio even went to a rally called Stop the Steal. So, and we have a president now that continues to put out this big lie that he won the election by a landslide. So there's a big difference here. Well, with that, I yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, for any questioning and comments he may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go back to what I see as the central issue, which is the exercise of the 25th Amendment. And I want to ask you, Mr. Jordan, just a simple question. As I recall, you served with Vice President Pence when he was in the House. Certainly know him as Vice President. Do you think he's capable of exercising the 25th Amendment? Do you think he would do so if he felt that was the appropriate action for him to take?
Yeah, and he's actually answered the question. I appreciate the ranking member's question. The Vice President answered the question. He is, as a defender of the Constitution, he said he is not going to invoke the 25th Amendment, Section 4. He said that. My understanding is the Vice President and President were together yesterday talking about this issue and others as well. So Vice President Pence has been clear. As you know, we both had the opportunity to serve with him. He was a mentor to me. I think you and he came about the same time, but I came after the Vice President was here, and he has been very clear where he stands on this issue that the other side is bringing forward.
So you trust him to make the judgment?
Mike Pence, Mike Pence is a good guy. I trust him. I think the country trusts him. I think the president trusts him.
That's all the only question I have, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I yield to the gentlewoman from California, Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout our history, the Rules Committee has met to discuss many historic measures, and today is no exception. We are making history once again, and to discuss events that will forever stain this great institution in our democracy. I speak today in support of the Raskin resolution, a call for Vice President Pence to live up to the oath he swore upon taking office. An oath that says he will protect the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. And as we meet with wounded hearts in our wounded Capitol building, there is no debate that these hollow halls were violated last week. There is no debate that the mob that breached these walls and was energized by misinformation, bald-faced lies, and claims that are in direct odds with our Constitution. And there is no debate as to who misled those people, who sent them here to ravage our Capitol, who it was who undermined our American democracy. President Trump, that's who it was. He called for insurrection on social media, on a stage with television cameras capturing his every word. I'm saddened that my colleagues will dare to stand on that stage and do the same. 6 Americans are now dead. 2 of them were Capitol Police officers. More than 50 officers were injured, 15 hospitalized. Trump incited this attack, and there should be no question as to what Vice President Pence needs to do right now. Like many of you, some of you, I was caught up in that attack last week. I was one of 12 trapped in the House gallery. I heard the shot being fired. I saw the smoke from the tear gas having been deployed. And I watched one officer with no protective equipment face a raging mob just outside the chamber. We crawled across the entire length of that balcony. I was in the last group to be evacuated. We ran down the halls, stairs, near a mob that was being held on the ground at gunpoint. I sheltered for 4 to 5 hours in a room that was packed shoulder to shoulder with people. Adding more trauma to the riot we had just survived were several Republican colleagues refusing to wear a mask. As a result, many of my dear colleagues and friends have tested positive. I'm waiting my results. I know some of you had similar experiences. The horror didn't care what chamber you served in. But I do know that in the balcony, it was Democrats and members of the press. Ask yourselves, is gunfire in the speaker's lobby a new normal that you're willing to accept? Should ransacked offices be part of the job going forward? A relic from our time in service that future members will have to deal with? And if it's not, ask yourselves, what are you willing to do about it? Do you have the courage to stand up for basic American principles? The Raskin resolution is not a political document. It takes no partisan position. And anyone who says otherwise is being irresponsible and is continuing to advance the hateful agenda of Donald Trump. How dare you? How dare you incite a mob to stop the final step in certifying our election, simply because they want to pick and choose whose vote should count and whose votes should not count. It calls on one man with the power to protect all of us, our institution, from this increasingly authoritarian president, to do just that, invoke the 25th Amendment and live up to the oath that he swore. Given the news of impeding armed protests here and at every capital across our country this coming week, Vice President Pence's action cannot come soon enough. Consider the full gravity of the attack last week. Yes, it was an attack on Democrat lawmakers, on this beloved building, and on Vice President Pence. They wanted to hang him.
Defeated Nazism. Mo Brooks, you have.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Gordon, president of the Morgan County chapter of the NAACP, and I'm here to address Mo Brooks. You know, somebody said sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Well, that was a lie, because Mo Brooks' words hurt it killed, it destroyed, it encouraged, it incited. Mo Brooks, as a representative of Alabama, you represent me. And I'm totally disappointed in your actions. The words you said, now those words have been good for the game last night, but to do that, to confront the democracy of the United States of America, you made a shamble of the preamble. You made the proclamation. You made it a documentation of perpetration. It don't mean anything. The flag, when people kneel for the flag, you ought to lay down for the flag, because you don't believe nothing it stands for. It's a proven fact that you don't believe it. And what you did, it's time for you to go, Mo. Mo must go.
Morris Jackson Brooks Jr. The representative for the 5th District of the U.S. House of Congress of Alabama. Mr. Brooks, I'm Will Woodruff with the Limestone NAACP, and I stand with the Alabama State Conference NAACP and asking you to resign immediately because of your selfish disregard for your constituents, the 5th District, and the citizens of this country. We stand with the Alabama NAACP State Conference in calling on your resignation because you took it upon yourself on January 6, 2021, to stand before a violent mob and incite a riot by telling them it was time to go to the Capitol and kick donkey. Mr. Brooks, your time is past. You no longer cut the mustard. We ask you to do the right thing and step down. And if you don't do that, we will follow the suggestion of our governor, Kay Ivey, and vote you out. Thank you.
Where he
On va faire le descendre là, tranquillement. Voilà, toujours cadré par la sécurité de la CGT.
Interesting how every
tomorrow. I think that does set a dangerous precedent going forward. That is, are we going to have impeachment, all the time, in successive presidencies? So I'm nervous about that. And frankly, if I could, just the double standard is a problem. Mr. Raskin said on January 6, 2017, Mr. President, I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified because they violated Florida's prohibition against dual office holding. So Mr. Raskin had a problem with how Florida ran their election, and he's allowed to object, even though the state of Florida said it was okay. Last week, I had an objection to how Pennsylvania ran their election. I objected. Somehow I'm wrong and he's right. The chairman of the committee, Mr. President, January 6, 2017, Mr. President, I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama on the grounds that the electoral votes were not under all circumstances of regular giving and the electors were not lawfully certified. So the chairman of the government, and I support the right to do this. He objected to how Alabama ran their election. No one from Alabama, their General Assembly didn't say anything. He was allowed to object, but I'm not allowed to object to how Pennsylvania ran theirs. And I would argue we had a much stronger constitutional basis for our objection, in that the time, place, and manner of elections are clear in the Constitution. They are done by the state legislature, not secretaries of state, not governors, not partisan Supreme Court, and not county clerks. So look, we've been consistent throughout this process. And I would just ask my colleagues, do they object to what the late Justice Ginsburg said? Ruth Bader Ginsburg said, January 6th in the process the Constitution prescribes is the date of ultimate significance. We followed that process. At 4 a.m., when that was finished, Vice President Mike Pence conducting that as he's supposed to, Joe Biden became President-elect Biden. End of story. And that's exactly where we are as a country. Now, the question in front of us, as members of the United States Congress, is are we going to move forward in a positive fashion for the entire country, or are we going to continue to have these kind of things in front of us that I actually think further divide us? The process has been completed. Let's move forward.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, I just one other observation on the way in today. Speaking with some of the members of the Capitol Police, it's pretty clear that they're hurting and hurting significantly. So I encourage all of my colleagues to take a moment and on our way in and out of the building, let them know how much we appreciate them, appreciate their service. Not only do they keep us safe and our staff safe, when the doors are open to the Capitol again, the public is allowed in to keep the public safe. So they do a tremendous job for the country, and we don't thank them enough. And I'll yield back.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just say for the record, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Raskin, but nobody is saying that you cannot utilize the process that is before us. This is not about the objection. It is about, quite frankly, the lie that was told to the American people, leading up to the present day, which resulted in the terrible events that took place in the Capitol last Wednesday. I mean, I think you could do the country a great service if you just say the 5 words, "The election was not stolen." That would help in terms of healing. Tweet that instead of some of the other stuff that gets put on Twitter, because I think that was at the heart of what that angry mob was here for. Because they heard the president, they heard members of Congress appear at at rallies claiming that the election was stolen, and so I mean that's the difference here. And so let's be clear. I now yield to Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is one of the most solemn hearings I've could ever even imagine participating in. What happened last Wednesday is of a nightmare, one that I never even had that nightmare. And I just remember 4 years ago, I was sitting next to a couple Republican colleagues as President Trump was being inaugurated, and I turned to them and I said, was he your candidate? And in unison, the two of them turned to me and said, well, we had 16 candidates. Was he your choice? He said, we had 16 candidates and he was our 17th choice. Well, I think their assessment was pretty good, that he has damaged America, damaged the Republic, damaged the Constitution. And I know for me, pursuing this resolution asking Vice President Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment.
A U.S. congressperson that will abide by the Constitution and live up to his oath of office. That says, I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this oath freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office in which I am about to enter. So help me God. And that is the oath that Mo Brooks took, but he has not lived up to that oath. So seditionist Mo Brooks, it's time for you to go. It's time for you to come back to Alabama and go work on your farm or whatever you decide to do. You no longer represent the people in the 5th Congressional District of Alabama. And I would like to share with the media a resolution that the NAACP passed, and I won't read all of it, and I'd have a copy for you all. But it says, basically, a resolution calling for action against President Donald J. Trump, Senator Tommy Tuberville, Representatives Mo Brooks, Jerry Call, Mike Rogers, Barry Moore, Gary Palmer, and Robert Idaho. It says, where Article 2, Clause 2 of the U.S. Constitution states, each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which
the state may be entitled in the Congress. But no senator or representative or person holding the office of trust or profit under the United States Constitution shall appoint an elector, shall be appointed as an elector. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be president. In every case, after the choice of president, the person having the greatest number of votes of electors shall be the vice president. And ladies and gentlemen, that's what took place. And the resolutions, give me a minute here, let me continue. The resolution continues, says, now therefore be it resolved that the Alabama State Conference of the NAACP, in conjunction with our national office, call for the impeachment of President Donald J. Trump, his immediate resignation, or that he be removed under the provision of the 25th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. Further be it resolved that the Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville, Congressman Jerry Call, Mike Rogers, Barry Moore, Gary Palmer, Robert Idaho issue a statement acknowledging that they were wrong in calling for electors' votes in Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and Pennsylvania not to be certified during the congressional certification, and that they be censured. Finally, be it resolved that Congressman Mo Brooks resign from office immediately, and that every person in Alabama 5th Congressional District sign the petition calling for his removal from the office because of his failure to carry out his duty as a congressman of the 5th District of Alabama and cause embarrassment and harm he has caused to the state of Alabama. Respectfully resolved and submitted, Bernard Simonson, President, L. Ann Jones, Secretary, signed January 7, 2021. That ends our press conference. We will take any questions that you may have. Read this question again.
So the question is honestly inevitable. We're going to get a bunch of it. Why is the organization that's predominantly historically black calling out a congressman? You know, what's the importance of that? Being that, you know, not everyone in the 5th District is a white person.
Well, I mean, the significance is that he has committed a crime. He has committed acts of sedition, and he should be removed because he is supposed to represent all the people of Alabama. And as my presidents have said, in the Capitol, you saw a Confederate flag going through the state Capitol. And we fought against that flag many, many years ago. And our forefathers fought against that flag. And Mo Brooks caused that to happen. If he had not been out there cheering the people on, getting them all riled up, they may have marched to the Capitol, but they would not have gone in. Any other questions?
You know, people compare what took place Wednesday's protest for Black Lives Matter. What's your take on that?
Black Lives Matter protests have not shut down the federal government and has not caused the destruction in terms of our state government, federal government, that this caused. There's no comparison to Black Lives Matter and what took place in last Wednesday. And we still hold President Trump accountable for his action. Black Lives Matter is a protest against the killing of African Americans. And this was a protest, a mob, insurrection, a melee, an attempted coup to take over the government of these United States of America, because they did not like who won the election. And President Trump continues even today to promote the theory that he won the election. No evidence whatsoever that he won the election. but he's still promoting that theory. And it's not a this is not a black-white issue. I mean, this is a right and wrong issue. What he did was wrong. I mean, he represents us. Whatever his political party he's from, don't matter. He represents the 5th District. I am a member of the 5th District, and he represents me. And what he did violated me.
Any other questions? Okay, we want to thank you all for being here today, and we are hoping that some action is taken by Mo Brooks or his fellow congressmen in the United States Congress. And if you want a copy of the resolution, I have it for you. Thank you very much.
Good job, Mr. President. Good job, sir. Good job. Good job. Sure. I think I have 5.
that happened on January 6th that has never happened before in the history. And I think that everyone is upset, and rightfully so. But I would like to focus on the bill in front of us. And my Democratic colleagues have won the presidency. They have the majority in the House. With the tie-breaking vote of Kamala Harris in the Senate, you have the majority vote in the Senate. And so I call on you to chalk up the win. Instead, I'm very concerned about this bill and the pending impeachment bill. I really do believe that you pushing this is going to further divide our country, further the unrest, and possibly incite more violence. On this 25th Amendment bill particularly, I agree with Representative Cole. I mean, if you have faith enough in the vice president to become the acting president, as you call for in this 25th Amendment, why don't you have as much faith in him to do?
We're going to make sure.
Assistance to the Metropolitan Police Department. Governor Northam has said, I want to thank you. We know that being in the National Guard is not your full-time duty, that you have family and work commitments, but you've made sure that you're ready and prepared. What's going to happen in our nation's capital next week is the peaceful transition of power, and your presence here will ensure that our lawmakers feel safe at the Capitol, but also all of the beautiful, iconic buildings that make up our mall area in the nation's capital are also protected. I just want to share with you that the people of the District of Columbia are grateful for you being here, and I know that Americans across all of our states and our wonderful city are also grateful for your service. So I know you won't have a lot of time to enjoy our beautiful city this time, but when you come back, please be sure to do exactly that.
And also, I understand as a former Army officer the chain of command, and I wanted to take this opportunity to thank your general, General Williams, our Adjutant General, for his leadership. He's with you today. He knows how important this is. And also our Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Carlos is here, and he is partly responsible for all of the preparation that brought you here today. So this has been a team effort, and I just, again, on behalf of the Commonwealth of Virginia, you make us proud. So keep up the good work, stay safe, and stay healthy. And as the mayor said, we hope to see you back in your homes, back in your place of work as soon as we can do that safely. But thank you all very much, and have a great day. Thank you.
Comme le paquet de clopes, ils ont jeté au terre.
On ne l'avait pas engagé. Le prix du gaz a augmenté.
Voilà, on fait un.
Il va exploser. C'est pour ça qu'ils veulent la fusion, pour faire grimper les actions. Pendant ce temps, moins d'entretien sur les tuyaux, sur les conduites. Accident et mal, ça revient. Croisons les doigts pour qu'il va fuir. Le bien commun, jamais la paix. Les enfants forts, on se lève. Le transport dans le cœur, dans ce pays nous appartient. La chose qu'il faut oublier, on ne va pas engagé. criminalisation, licencié, délocalisé, en nous disant que c'est la vie. À force de nous dégoûter, de tout casser, privatiser, c'est sûr un jour ça va péter, auront prévenu l'énergie.
Le bien commun,
La belle affaire,
ils sont en bonne.
les actionnaires, et le nouveau sport, contre ceux qui
de Investigación Especializada, que está en Guanajuato, sin vida el diputado Antonio Acosta Cano. Ahorita está ya buscando más indicios, le da una segunda pasada a la escena del crimen, está acomodando los indicios de manera que les pueda tomar fotografías de frente para que los números se vean. Posteriormente a la toma de fotografías, supongo que va a efectuar la medición de dónde quedó un casquillo con relación, por ejemplo, a la pared o a la guarnición de la banqueta, y él tiene que medir la distancia entre cada casquillo con relación a ese punto o al cuerpo, aunque en este caso ya movió el cuerpo y va a tener que buscar un punto fijo para establecer esa especie de croquis que le entregará a la gente del Ministerio Público Especializado, que va a llevar este caso a partir de este momento. Están llegando aquí ya algunos otros agentes de investigación criminal. Les repito, llegó también un vehículo, una camioneta en la cual venía pues gente directamente al parecer de Guanajuato, ya en un vehículo pues que se observa sus características de inmediato, se aprecia que es gente de cierto nivel en la Fiscalía General del Estado. El perito ya encontró otros casquillos por ahí pegados al portón del autolavado Acosta, está buscando hacia el interior, se está agachando para buscar en el interior algún otro casquillo que esté ahí tirado. Usted lo pueden ver ahí tirado boca abajo, observando. El negocio obviamente estaba cerrado en el momento del suceso, quizá eran las 9:15 de la mañana y pues está ya le abrieron la puerta para que se pase y busque si es que ahí hay casquillos o algún indicio que él considere puede servir para el desarrollo de la investigación de este asesinato, y les pediría de verdad, les pediría mucha mesura en sus comentarios. Vamos a estar revisándolos. La persona que esté grosera o que esté fuera de lugar sus comentarios, pues tendremos que vernos en la necesidad de bloquearlos. Yo creo que no hay transmisiones en las que podemos hacer comentarios chuscos, en los que podemos incluso tal vez echar relajo, pero como Fernando Retis vuelves a hacer comentarios de ese tipo y créeme que te vamos a tener que bloquear, amigo. Hay que tener mesura y hay que echar a andar las dos neuronas que Dios nos dio para entender, ¿no? No es tanto que sea panista o que sea diputado, lo que ustedes quieran, es una vida humana simplemente, es una persona que ha fallecido y yo creo que debemos guardar respeto hacia la persona y su familia únicamente, ¿no? Olvídense de verdad que vaya a ser de panista o que sea diputado, que sea político, olvídense de eso. Yo les pediría pues simplemente eso, ¿no? Respeto en sus comentarios, vamos a estar revisándolos, les repito, y si hay comentarios fuera de lugar, pues los tendré que bloquear, no hay de otra, ahí sí los voy a bloquear yo sí les aviso cuando bloqueo gente que pues no tiene razón en sus comentarios, por favor. como Carlos Gang. Disculpa, mi amigo, ahí nos vemos, te bloqueo. Ya está, un comentario muy chafa, el de Carlos Gang, que ya lo hemos bloqueado otras ocasiones, creo que no entiende. En sus comentarios se ve Uriel Servín, disculpa mi amigo, también te voy a bloquear, no estamos llorando, ni relación tenemos con la persona asesinada, pero creo que hay que tener mesura en sus comentarios, ¿no? Uriel, muchas gracias por estar aquí, nos vemos posteriormente cuando te desbloqueemos. En fin, ya está, déjenme ver qué más hay por aquí. Dice por ahí, ya está bloqueado Carlos Gang, aunque a mí me aparecen sus comentarios. Dice, ¿con razón me bloqueas? Pues sí, con razón, amigo, por tus comentarios, porque yo creo que el Facebook, aunque yo lo considero el mingitorio, el excusado de todas nuestras carencias educativas, culturales y académicas y personales incluso, creo que debemos luchar porque el Facebook pase a ser un medio de comunicación serio, un medio de comunicación que nos sirva para crecer también, ¿no? En fin, eso es. Ya están llegando los agentes especializados de la Agencia de Investigación Criminal, tarde pero sin sueño, ya están aquí los Geri, ustedes los pueden ver llegando al lugar y pues ya están platicando con algunas otras personas, no sé si sean familiares de la persona de Juan Antonio Acosta Cano, la persona que perdió la vida, ahí está platicando con él y bueno, Peri Hernández, otro comentario y te vamos a tener que bloquear, amigo, te la paso porque tratas de hacerte gracioso, aunque es hacia mí el comentario, pero otro comentario de este tipo y te vamos a bloquear, Peri, sí, por favor, tengan ustedes un poquito de respeto hacia la situación que se está viviendo. No es quien haya sido, es simplemente la muerte de una persona que a la cual pues yo creo que hay que respetar, si no ya ahorita que está muerto, él no va a enterarse jamás de esto, pero sí a su familia, ¿no? Que seguramente hay familiares viendo la transmisión, entonces yo les pido eso, mucho respeto porque es la vida de una persona que se ha perdido, nada más por eso, en la forma que haya sido, yo se los he pedido cuando hay accidentes, cuando hay otro tipo de sucesos en que se pierde la vida de personas, les pido respeto cuando son situaciones de muerte, nada más. Esto es lo que les pido. Ya en las otras transmisiones que hacemos, pónganle lo que quieran, menos ofensas hacia los demás seguidores y créanme que no hay ningún problema por mi parte. Tapia Ricardo, pues Tapia Ricardo, llegaste tarde, amigo, que la canción que pasó luego te peleas informa, ya informamos, Tapia Ricardo, no tengo la culpa que llegues tarde a la transmisión, ya esto se ha informado, de hecho si gustas, hay una transmisión ya pegada en la página, ya está subida en la página del Llanero Solititito, la primera transmisión que hicimos en el otro extremo de la escena del crimen, puedes pasarte para allá si gustas, sin ningún problema. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué calle? No es Celaya, es Juventino Rosas, es la calle Obregón, casi esquina con Carranza, donde el diputado local Juan Antonio Acosta Cano ha sido asesinado a balazos por hombres no identificados cuando él salía a hacer ejercicio, a caminar por las calles de esta ciudad. Él estaba cerca de su casa, según lo que nos dice la gente, lo que nos refiere, y fue alcanzado por la espalda, le dispararon y por lo que estamos viendo fueron varios disparos los que le hicieron. Hay señalizados al menos 7, 8 casquillos y el cuerpo, así que pues bueno, le dieron muerte de inmediato. Aarón Pérez, llanero vendido, híjole amigo, para acusar a alguien debes tener pruebas, pero aparte de eso debes saber escribir, llanero es con doble L, amigo. Ahí nos vemos. No tiene caso ese comentario de Aarón Pérez, por eso lo bloqueé también, creo que son comentarios fuera de lugar, impertinentes, y que simplemente quieren jatear, quieren hate, como dicen, odiar. Eso a mí no, la verdad no me hace daño. Díganme, no hay ningún problema. Si de Jesucristo hablaron, de mí que no dirán. Pero va fuera del lugar en este caso y por eso es que se le está bloqueando, igual que a Rodolfo Trades Forex. Otro comentario, amigo, y creo que te vas también. Les pido respeto únicamente a la persona que ha fallecido y a su familia. Dice, disculpa Juan Solís, creo que encontré porque no se dice lo mismo de mucho respeto a la gente inocente que muere. Claro, amigo Juan Solís, creo que tú no estás pegado y pendiente de las páginas, de las transmisiones que hacemos nosotros. Siempre cuando hay transmisiones de personas muertas, de quien sea, si yo empiezo a ver comentarios fuera de lugar, les empiezo a advertir que los vamos a bloquear. Muchos ya lo saben y la gente que me apoya revisando comentarios allá en la redacción son quienes bloquean a esas personas que hacen los comentarios. Ya ahorita se los digo porque bueno, quise advertirles que yo directamente los iba a bloquear, pero de hecho esto están revisándose. Diana Calixto, y si mejor no da la nota, los comentarios tienen el peso que tú y la gente que lo lee. Pues no sé a qué te refieres, Diana Calixto, pero si quieres escuchar la nota, ahí está una transmisión ya subida en la página. Antes de iniciar esta ya estaba otra. Dice, pues a veces no hay chance de contarse pronto, por eso preguntamos qué pasó. Pues aguántame, Lili Baeza, aguántame un ratito en lo que retorno al tema. Ese es el asunto. Aarón Pérez, estás en tus días, ya está bloqueado ese cuate. Déjenme ver qué más hay por acá. Que como bueno, amigos, para la gente que se va conectando a la transmisión, estamos en la calle Obregón, casi esquina con Carranza, en Juventino Rosas, Guanajuato, a 30 minutos de la capital del estado, Guanajuato, y a unos 15 de Celaya, Guanajuato. En este lugar, a las 9:15 de la mañana, fue asesinado el diputado local en funciones, Juan Antonio Acosta Cano. Él también ha sido alcalde de este municipio en 2 ocasiones, fue director del DIF estatal con Juan Carlos Romero Kix, apoyó en la administración de Vicente Fox, no recuerdo en qué nivel, pero también en el DIF, y él aparte pues fue funcionario municipal aquí hace ya años en Juventino Rosas. Actualmente él era precandidato del Partido Acción Nacional a la presidencia municipal de este municipio por el Partido Acción Nacional. Fue asesinado por hombres, supuestamente un hombre que cuando él iba caminando, porque salía a hacer ejercicio diariamente, cuando iba caminando se le acercaron por la espalda, le dispararon en varias ocasiones y le quitaron la vida de inmediato. El asesino, el sicario, se retiró del lugar rápidamente sin que nadie pudiese hacer nada para evitarlo, y pues bueno, la persona, el diputado local, quedó muerto de inmediato en el lugar. Jaime Ayala, tú mismo generas que la gente se meta con tu persona por engancharte en sus comentarios. No, amigo Jaime Ayala, yo no me engancho con nadie, créemelo, para nada, yo no me enojo. Que a veces les fijo que estoy enojado por darles cuerda es otra cosa. Yo sé que esto es Facebook y se los he dicho toda la vida desde los 6 años que tenemos ya 5 y fracción con la página, es Facebook.
Spring and summer, and even historically, if you look at the ancestors in the civil rights movement, black people always have to be above reproach when making their demands and showing the oppression and systemic racism that they're facing, while our counterparts can do whatever they want with impunity. And we've seen people clearly with a violent agenda ushered in to a sacred federal building where dozens of lawmakers were in attendance. People were killed, and just the lackluster response from law enforcement was very disheartening. We had plans of having several dozen, maybe even hundreds more people, but the fear of black people and the way they could be treated after the shakeup that America seen last week, we would not ask any black person who was fearful for their life to come out and represent when we seen how we were met. In Chattanooga, Tennessee, we were met with rubber bullets, tear gas, pepper spray,
helicopters,
National Guard, state troopers, local sheriff, city police, in all militarized gear.
All that. All of that.
And we were just chanting and walking in the streets. So last week was very disheartening, and But we plan to do as our ancestors Martin and Malcolm and so many others did, keep ourselves above reproach, because we understand that if it was black people who wanted revenge, it would have been a very bloody long ago.
Right. Facts. Anything else? All right, thank you all so much. Appreciate you.
Test 1 2 1 2.
I gotta get a microphone. Test 1 2. Yo.
Would any of you guys like to Black Lives Matter? We got plenty of extras.
All right. If you want a free Black Lives Matter t-shirt, Tom, will you please put your hands in the air for him? He's right there. Go get you a free tee. Tell him what size you need and they'll give you a t-shirt. Secondly, if you are a smoker, real quick for my smokers, number one, be conscious of the areas of the rules of smoking, keeping your distance, those type of factors. Also, I ask that you do not smoke in the DJ sound space or the stage, because I personally don't like cigarette smoke. So I would ask that you please do not do that, but please respect the designated smoke spaces that are here present today. Other than that, we have water over on the side, t-shirts that are getting given out. We're setting up some of our last few pieces, and then we're going to rock and roll this thing. Like I said, we have some speakers, we got music. I got my girl back here who's going to do some poetic justice for us, and we are going to make sure our demands are well heard. Thanks to my boy Patrick with the sound. We're loud and clear. All right, so everybody just take a moment and pause. Also share on your Facebook platform. This will go out on Black Coffee Justice Facebook page. You can also go to blackcoffeejustice.com. It will be on our website. And you can go to Black Coffee Just on Twitter. And it will launch on all these live stream platforms. Because we did have many people reach out and said they wanted to see live stream. They couldn't be here. They would participate on the live. So, again, I hate that this got fear-based out. But, again, I hope America opens their eyes to the truth. Because it's not us to fear, it's the white people. Let's just be honest.
Par la force. Voilà le seul programme de Macron et de son gouvernement pour garantir à ses amis de la finance qui continueront à mettre bien du caviar sur les tartines. Camarades, il n'y a aucune raison, ni économique, ni politique, ni sociale, de nous laisser faire. Samedi, soyons des milliers et des milliers à 14 heures pour dire que personne ne nous empêchera de défendre les intérêts que nous avons en commun. Samedi, on est le 16. Le 19, les AED, mais je cherchais le terme. Les AED seront en action, c'est les auxiliaires d'éducation, ceux qui s'occupent d'encadrer nos minots à l'école, camarades. Là aussi, c'est pas des petites missions, et ils sont tous précaires. Hein. Voilà. Ça, c'est le 19. Le 21, journée nationale d'action à l'appel de la Fédération de la Santé. Nous avons décidé d'en faire une journée d'action départementale de grève et de manifestation. Le rendez-vous est à 10h30 à la porte d'Aix. Après le 21, donc, nous aurons, y compris le 26, journée d'action dans l'éducation. Il y a des journées d'action des camarades de l'énergie. Vous regarderez sur les sites, les tracts qui sont là avec les dates. Camarades, on a besoin de serrer les rangs, d'élargir le nombre de lutteurs et de lutteuses. Ce qui nous attend est bien pire que ce qui nous fait peur aujourd'hui. Mais ne perdons pas de vue qu'avec le rapport de force, en ayant conscience que les milliards existent pour répondre aux besoins des populations, pour répondre aux revendications du monde du travail, nous avons les moyens de les faire plier. Ce que nous aurons à payer le plus cher, c'est notre résignation. Et de ça, il n'en est pas question. Personne ici n'est formaté pour vivre dans la misère dans la 6e puissance mondiale. Donc, le travail que nous avons à faire, chacun et chacune, c'est de gagner du monde, convaincre, non pas mentir, non pas manipuler comme le font nos dirigeants gouvernementaux et nos médias, mais bien convaincre de la possibilité qu'il y a dans ce pays de gagner le progrès social et d'en finir avec leurs mesures et d'austérité et coercitive, parce qu'on n'a pas l'intention de vivre et pauvre et enfermé. À bientôt et bon courage à tout le monde.
Avant leur profit. Voilà. Ne va changer le monde, nous le sommes bien selon nous. C'est la vie finale, pour nous et la paix nationale sera le genre humain.
You're asking, I always speak after him. I find myself crossing out a lot of my notes because he articulates so much better than I would many of the same points. And it is so frustrating when there are lawsuits. I served in a state legislature for nearly 3 decades. And we often state legislatures delegate responsibilities to boards of elections and to secretaries of states, things that are part of the statutes that we pass at the state level. And then to make certain that those statutes are carried out appropriately, we turn to the courts to make judgments on whether the laws have been violated. There is clear, compelling evidence that this election was legitimate, was fair, and record numbers of voters throughout America participated. I find it odd to suggest that somehow the election would not be appropriate because the sitting president got more votes than any person in history, other than Joe Biden, who was elected president with a plurality of over 6 million American votes. And leadership matters. The fact that there are so many Americans now questioning the legitimacy of the election has nothing to do with their insights on the election. It has everything to do with people who continue to undermine it in the national media, on social media, repeatedly, over and over and over again. It is foundational to this democracy. I've been involved in a lot of elections in my life as a candidate and as many of you, as a person helping other candidates. On a personal level, I've won a lot more elections than I've lost, and I'm grateful and I'm blessed that that's the case. But I've been involved with a lot of campaigns on the losing end. And what I've always said to my friends, and I was the party chairman back home for a number of years, when the people speak, we are done. The campaign is over. If we don't believe in that, if we don't come together around that single fundamental issue, we have nothing. There is no democracy, there is no republic, there is no America. It relies on our ability to accept election. The election was not stolen. Those 5 words need to be said over and over and over again. Less important that it be said by Democrats, more important that it be said by Republicans. This election was not stolen. America will bend, but it will not break, and our democracy will not be undermined. With that, I do want to ask a question.
Voilà, c'est pas possible, on ne peut pas vivre dans un pays comme ils sont en train de nous faire là. Macron, avant la crise sanitaire, c'était déjà pas top. Là, ça commence à sentir vraiment mauvais.
Ah, mais ça arrivait ridicule. À bout d'un moment, après un an de cette connerie, là.
Trump aussi, c'est ridicule.
Mais tous les politiciens, à mon avis, c'est ridicule, mais ça, c'est à mon avis personnellement. Après, moi, je suis anti-politique, moi, je n'aime pas ce système, mais moi, je suis toujours là pour donner le rôle, encourager les autres qui aient pris l'action. C'est la raison que je demandais, que j'ai dit félicitations, parce que je crois que c'est important qu'on encourage le monde de mobiliser, parce que le moment, c'est super grave.
Il faut que les gens s'occupent de leurs affaires.
Voilà.
Sinon, c'est ceux d'en haut qui s'occupent de nous. Et ils ne le font jamais dans notre intérêt. Jamais dans notre intérêt. Il faut que ceux qui sont de notre condition, les travailleurs, les retraités, les privés d'emploi, les jeunes, les étudiants, tous ceux qui ne sont pas actionnaires du CAC 40, il faut qu'ils s'unissent et qu'on change les choix politiques dans ce pays, ça devient catastrophique. On a 1 million de pauvres en plus, ils sont prêts à faire crever des gens de faim pour garantir leur richesse. Donc ça c'est pas le pays dans lequel on vit. Donc rendez-vous samedi.
On va voir samedi?
À samedi.
Allez, bisous. C'est cool ça. Merci. Voilà, un petit interview avec le président Olivier Mathieu, je crois. Je ne connais pas trop son nom, mais je vois souvent, c'est le porte-parole, c'est le personne qui parle. Voilà. Voilà un petit feu tranquille, hein. Là ça chauffe toujours.
On attend que ça fasse des braises pour faire la barbecue.
Ok, ça roule. Voilà, c'est ça.
Son téléphone.
Ça c'est le fait. C'est la façon de dégager tout le flambeau.
Jette ton téléphone dans le feu.
Voilà.
Jonathan.
Voilà, c'est en train de disperser naturellement, tranquillement là. Et on veut faire un petit coup là. Je vois évidemment. Voilà, c'est la façon qu'ils ont disposé de le flambeau comme ça. Ils ont mis juste au terre comme ça. D'habitude, c'est pas terrible. Je sais, la dernière fois, ils ont un bidon avec le sable et ils ont mis tout dedans, mais voilà. Voilà, le CGT, toutes les personnes qui l'ont organisé, il est en train d'emballer tous ces matériels. Et voilà, ça c'est le fin là. Voilà, on laissez-vous avec cette image-là de Vieux-Port où ce soir on reçu on a reçu le flambeau, de descente de flambeau sous un feu, c'est déjà pas mal. C'était cool, hein, j'imagine. Et voilà, les choses que ça continue. Hein. Le sacré gilet jaune, toujours là, jusqu'au bout. Hein. Jusqu'au bout. Jusqu'au bout, là. Voilà, c'est l'éditeur de Marseille qui est toujours là. Voilà, en dernier flambeau. Après le monde, là, c'est... ah ouais, en bon 2 heures, c'est bien, c'est nickel, c'est efficace. Merci que tous sont là. Vraiment, c'était sympa que tu as bien partagé et distribué cette information, l'actualité sur le terrain aujourd'hui à Marseille. Voilà, on sait l'année dernière, 2019, en fait, là, ils ont démarré le flambeau ici à Marseille. Et voilà, ça arrivait bien à la mode. Tu as beaucoup d'autres syndicats qui fait la même chose après. Et voilà, ça arrivait à la mode. C'est la raison que je dis ça, parce que c'est trendy. Ça, c'est beau?
Ça va péter, ça va péter, ça va péter.
Après, je vais vous laisser là quelques minutes. Merci que vous êtes là. N'hésitez pas de partager un dernier coup. C'était quoi que cette information, c'était important de diffuser. J'imagine tu as quelques plus de paroles qui est signifiantes ou qui donnaient quelque chose. Mais à part de ça, voilà, on a pris les choses. Tu as toujours le monde qui va diffuser là. Après, j'imagine que le policier qui est arrivé dans le coin. Oui, oui, hein, ça brûle là. Voilà, un petit feu là.
Unifying for Congress to get all of us together, not to transfer power to Joe Morelli or Nancy Pelosi, but to transfer power to Vice President Pence under the 25th Amendment of the Constitution, Section 4.
Well, I appreciate very much the answer. I do find it ironic that it is not divisive in some people's mind to question the election, but it is to question the insurrection. And let me just finally, Mr. Chairman, on the question of the resolution itself and whether this is an overreach, we often articulate the sense of Congress on critical issues facing this country and this nation. There is nothing that we do today, and that hopefully we'll do on the floor later, that is inconsistent with our powers, Article 1 responsibilities. We're not directing anyone to do anything. We're simply expressing our belief that the 25th Amendment ought to be invoked, that is in the interest of the American public and the interest of world security, that this is in keeping with our Article 1 responsibilities, and that we believe that there are clear and present dangers to this country. And so I think the resolution is completely in order, and I will give it my full-throated support. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I now want to recognize our friend from California, Mr. Sonnier, and I want to join with Ms. Lesko in welcoming you back to the committee. You've been in our thoughts and prayers for the last several months, but you look great, and we're thrilled to have you back. And so welcome back, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your kind words. To the ranking member, thank you as well for your support to me individually in the last year. You're good people. You're good men, Although we often disagree, I have nothing but respect and affection for both Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. For my colleague, Jamie Raskin, the admiration I have for you in your presentation today, what you've been through, and most importantly, the grace and the responsibility that you have demonstrated in your job and in your personal life, in your wife and your family, having had behavioral health history in my family. I know how difficult this is, but I also know the road to recovery in this instance, which I'd like to talk about more in another instance, is honesty. And that what happened to you, as tragic as it is, as a tragedy that happened to my family, is part of life. And the way to recovery and healing is accepting that and helping other people to not go through the tragedy that you experienced. So thank you so much for being who you are. And today, you know, we both history buffs. America is filled with providential people and providential moments. And you and this, in my view, will go down in history as one of those moments. So thank you so much. To Ms. Lasko, thank you for your comments. And just briefly, I can't help but say with all affection, respect, and honesty, how incredulous I have been since Wednesday, and I am more now. I think I am someone who tries to listen, is even-handed and even-minded in my, and really attempts to understand and be empathetic towards my colleagues who have a different perspective on an issue or in life. Why we are here today, although there's lots that experts
that you get the losers out of your life if you want to live your dream.
Be here with this resolution in the Rules Committee today, if not for what happened Wednesday. And in my view, and very clearly and obviously, the president's role in what happened Wednesday, that he clearly, to me, uncontestedly, on Wednesday, incited a riot. And he organized and invited people, saying it'll be wild, you've got to be here. His comments incited what happened. He incited insurrection of the United States. And what he had in mind was to prohibit us from having the debate and the vote in the United States Congress to certify a presidential election that had been reinforced through the court actions, as Mr. Raskin has said, over and over and over again. That was his vehicle. That was your vehicle to contest the election. And prior to that, it was to compete. And all of us have competed. I have no doubt in my mind, and I know others don't have this perspective, but if this president is given another opportunity, he would avail himself to undo what happened in this election, to ignore the Constitution, and in my view, install himself, much like the president of Russia, for all intents and purposes, for the rest of his life. That's my view. I think in those circumstances, for myself at least, and for many of my colleagues, we have to take what measures we can under the Constitution to hold him accountable. Completely agree with the accountability for everyone involved, but first and foremost him. And this, unfortunately, as weak a tool as it is one of our remedies. And I think the Speaker is doing it in proportion, at least in proportion, given the tools we have. So let me just conclude by saying, I've learned this past year, having been on a ventilator for 4 weeks, having had doctors in ICU tell my 2 sons that I would not survive, that I had perhaps a 10% chance of surviving. And sitting here today, I think I know something about health and how you heal. and the fragility of life, and unfortunately today, the fragility of our democracy. We can learn from history. The only way to heal this country is with truth, as the chairman has said. It can be painful, it can be dangerous, but these actions we have to take. History will not forgive or forget us if we don't do what previous generations have done to give us this fragile democracy, and that's to defend it with truth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I thank him for his eloquence, and again, we are thrilled to have him back in the committee. I now want to yield to one of our newer members, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross. I think you need to unmute. No, we can't hear you.
Down at the bottom of your screen.
We still can't hear you.
It says she's unmuted, but there must be something else going on.
So we're just going to pause for a few minutes to see whether we can take care of this. So if everybody could just remain patient for a few minutes, we'll see if we can unmute Ms. Ross.
That only Leader McConnell is standing in the way. We've had some new discussion on that. First, on the no-fly, and we're going to try to be as quick as we can because you're all together. So we know that many stormed and breached the Capitol just days ago, and then they traveled afar. They were on airplanes, and some were arrested when they arrived at airports. One person was arrested as far away as Hawaii. And there are many examples of travel, and we have seen online, and the authorities have seen online, desires to come back to Washington and to go to other places to cause more trouble and more violence. And there are many examples of this kind of travel. There are many examples of this kind of travel. So, here we are today, and we are concerned about these people getting back on airplanes and doing more violence. And so he today, ahead of the concern for possible future attacks, and with the law on our side, we are to say that these insurrectionists, many of whom are known to be at large, should not be able to hop on a flight. We are here today because the folks, the people, the insurrectionists who breached the U.S. Capitol fall under the definition of threats to the homeland and should be immediately added to the TSA no-fly list. We are calling on the authorities, the FBI, the TSA, any of those who are inside the Capitol should be placed on the no-fly list and not be allowed to fly because of those, just wait till he goes. Any of those who are inside the Capitol should not be able to fly and should be placed on the no-fly list. We are calling on the authorities, FBI, TSA, Department of Homeland Security, to put them on the no-fly list immediately. Amidst the continued threat of future violence online, the federal government's own concerns, I spoke to Director Wray about this twice in the last few days. We cannot allow these same insurrectionists to get on a plane and cause more violence and more damage. These individuals are a threat to the homeland as defined by the law. The law allows this, and they should be placed on the no-fly list. Look, the attack on our Capitol remains under active investigation. The situation has many concerned about the possibility of another attack or attacks, and rightfully so. I'm continuing to be briefed on an almost daily basis, as recently as last night, by law enforcement. To one, ask them what their threat assessments are. To two, make sure they're going after every person who was inside that building. And three, to do everything they can to prevent any future attacks like the one that occurred in the Capitol. So, if these insurrectionists are not prosecuted to the full extent of the law, their pledges to disrupt and incite further violence could occur again. The law says that acts of terror, that like those perpetrated by the people who unlawfully and violently breached the Capitol, must be considered threats to the homeland. Once you're considered a threat to the homeland, you should and must be placed on the no-fly list. Plain and simple. The threats to violence cannot be allowed to fly, and neither can these individuals. Let me give you a little more background. Many of the individuals who were part of the attack last week, as I said, remain at large, are wanted for questioning, violent acts, and more. The founding member of the Proud Boys Hawaii was arrested last Thursday, accused of unlawful entry into the U.S. Capitol building, captured in an airport in Hawaii. According to the Times, the Justice Department and the FBI have embarked on a nationwide manhunt to track down scores of people, and now it's even larger, who've attacked the Capitol. With so many questions about safety and the worry about future possible threats, the least we can do is make the skies, the inauguration, the Capitol, and the country safer. And that's what I'm asking be done today. Now, I'm going to go to two other subjects. First, what President Trump said this morning, showing how despicable a president he is. He blamed the violence that he helped cause on others. He blamed the divisiveness that he regularly caused on others. He blamed so much on others. To this, what Trump did today, blaming others for what he caused, is a pathological technique used by the worst of dictators. Trump causes the anger. He causes the divisiveness. He foments the violence and blames others for it. That is despicable. The technique Trump is using is used by the worst dictators the globe has ever seen. Donald Trump should not hold office one day longer. And what we saw in his statements today is proof positive of that, if you needed any further proof, which I didn't. As I've said, if he won't resign, and Vice President Pence and the cabinet won't invoke the 25th Amendment, he will be impeached by the House, and as the law requires, tried by the Senate. Okay. Now about the Senate trial. So Leader McConnell is saying he can't call the Senate back after the House votes for impeachment because it requires unanimous consent, the consent of every senator. That's not true. There was legislation passed in 2004 that allows the Senate minority leader and majority leader to jointly reconvene the Senate in times of emergency. This is a time of emergency. McConnell claims he needs unanimous consent, the agreement of all 100 senators, but it's not so. I've asked him to call the Senate back. All he needs is my agreement. I'm still minority leader, and his agreement. He's majority leader. And we could come back ASAP and vote to convict Donald Trump and get him out of office now, before any further damage is done. The legislation that passed in 2004 puts a dagger through the heart of this idea that you need unanimous consent for every senator to call back the office.
You're nothing but a racist. I'm glad what the Trump protesters did. Take your hands off me. No, you don't need to talk to me. I'm talking to this racist anti-Semite. I am glad. I didn't think that the Trumpsters had it in them. I didn't think the conservatives did. But you know what? You racist socialists can dish it out, but you can't take it. And remember this, Adolf Hitler was a socialist, and that's exactly who you follow. You're nothing but a coward. See, you hide underneath your chest. I actually got sexually excited over it. That's how much I loathe you. That's how much I'm glad what they do. And like Nancy Pelosi said, people do what they do. After all, she doesn't care about monuments, and neither do I. And where in the First Amendment does it say that you have to protest peacefully and politely? As long as there's outrage and unrest in our hearts, there's going to be unrest in these streets. I don't give a shit whether you believe me. You're nothing but a cracker. That's all you are, is a racist cracker. You can get yourself, you got protection. Why don't you tell us to stand down? Did you tell the Capitol Police to stand down? Did you tell them to stand down? Answer the question. No, stand down. He told the police to stand down. In Kenosha, Seattle, Portland, Chicago, Boston, New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. And you know what? These Trump supporters are going to go to your house. They're going to go to Pelosi's house. They'll destroy her vineyards. And I will be right there to support them. Don't you say it's enough. No, shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. This is a racist. He's an anti-Semite. He said if you criticize Obama, you're a racist, but he criticized him against the Iranian deal. Not only are you a racist, Schumer, you're a hypocrite. Take your hands off me, 6 feet. 6 feet. There's no. 6 feet. Stand down. Stand down. Stand down. You can dish it out, but you can't take it. Now you found out you're not immune. Now it's not fun, is it? See, I'm just one voice here right now, but trust me, if you do this to 75 million Americans, try to put us in jail, you're going to have to hire 175 million to guard us. Move back. Move back. Move back. Take your hands off me. Take your hands off me. All right? I'm a transsexual. And I'm a gypsy, which makes me a minority of color. Do not do it. It's not going to look good for you, Schumer. It's not going to look good. You're nothing but a sellout to the Jews. Ma'am, please come this way. I'm going this way.
Okay,
We will be at your house. I don't care for you.
Okay, so the bottom line is The bottom line is that Leader McConnell has the ability to call us back into session, and we can then move to convict Donald Trump on the impeachment trial and try him. And that's what we hope McConnell will do. We're now ready for... I'm just going to wait a few more minutes till she leaves. Okay? Good. Wait. Questions on these subjects only from the press.
Senator Schumer, are you aware
This
of any
subject. Go ahead.
Are you aware of any specific intelligence to suggest that there was a plot to kidnap members of Congress last week? Also, 2 Capitol Police officers have been suspended.
I can't hear what you're saying. You got to speak
I'm
louder.
sorry. Are you aware of any specific intelligence that there was a plot to kidnap members of Congress last
Look, the
Wednesday?
authorities are doing a thorough investigation. They are briefing us regularly. I'm not going to comment on the specifics, but there was real danger to many members of the Senate, many members of the House, and their staffs.
Do you expect any more Capitol
Next
Police
question.
suspensions?
The Capitol Police officer has been suspended, and we look forward to a complete and thorough investigation. And if they violated the law or their oath of office in any way, they should be fully punished.
Do you expect any more
Next.
suspensions?
Pardon?
You've been speaking with the FBI
Yes.
director. So what's the likelihood they would put some of these people on this list?
I believe they have the legal ability and authority to put them on the list, and I hope he will, and do it ASAP.
And how would we know that? Because the list is typically private.
Yes, but the standards and criteria are public, and the people who entered the Capitol meet those criteria.
Can you please put some meat on the bones? I got a couple questions. How long would the ban last? What would the threshold be? Would this be indefinite? Is there some form of due process?
This would be up to the authorities under the basis of the law in terms of who creates a real danger to the security of the United States.
So, I mean, in terms of
It would be up to the authorities to make the
so
details
is there
on
any
it.
due process?
There is due process in the way they put people on the no-fly list.
Okay, and just last question for you. Is this a one-time thing, or do you envision this being used
It's up to the authorities in terms of the dangers to society.
So you're deferring...
Okay, next question, please. Next question, please.
Congressman Lamb of Pennsylvania was saying at the latest briefing he received on security, about 4,000 people were planning to potentially go to the Capitol armed. What's the latest briefing you received?
Look, again, I've received a whole lot of briefings. There are people plotting to do danger, at least online, and the bottom line is our authorities have to be completely on top of it. This afternoon, our senators are receiving, Democrat and Republican, a briefing about how the inauguration is going to be made safe by both the Secret Service and the DOD. And so we are making sure, staying on top of the authorities to make sure that any future plots are thwarted and that the people who were involved in the Capitol are punished. She's next. I got to give some, yeah. Well, if they find out that they meet the criteria of the law, they should be. I don't know what they have been suspended, but I don't know the exact charges yet.
So anyone who's in the Capitol...
No. Someone else, please. I feel, look, I have to do my job, and I have a great deal of faith in the safety procedures that are now being put in place.
All right, we're good.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Nice to see you.
Senator, should conservatives decide for free speech online, banning a parlor? Senator Schumer, should conservatives have a
Tennesseans now. Immediate and innovative funding for the unemployment budget now. With all the small businesses destroyed, with all the jobs lost due to COVID and this struggling economy, fund the unemployment budget now and give people the resources they need. And finally, our third demand, the immediate adoption of the Breonna Taylor Act and the BREATHE Act in Tennessee right now. No longer will we stand by while police move with impunity, murdering unarmed citizens for trumped up allegations for bullshit. Let me be frank, it's just bullshit. No longer will we sit by while police move with impunity and murder citizens on the street in broad daylight, on live TV, on camera. We must have the Breonna Taylor Act and the Breathe Act implemented immediately. Y'all better make some noise for that. We are demanding that our elected officials drop the status quo, stop protecting white supremacy, and begin real steps to race reconciliation. Make some noise for real steps to race reconciliation. And I personally have a special, monstrous, yet enduring challenge to the Black Caucus, those who black people tirelessly worked for to get in these seats of position to represent them in a country, in a state where we historically have been dismally underrepresented. I have a special challenge for them all. The time for middle-of-the-road politics is over. The time of gatekeeping is over. And the time for pure Uncle Tomish coonery is over. We must draw a line in the sand and have you all stand for us. Be our voice and use your vote to advocate and protect black lives. And to all those who are here today that are standing for social justice, I thank you so much. And I have one more challenge for you. Stay diligent, stay vigilant, stay dangerous. All power to the people, all of the time. Power to the people! Power to the people! Power to the people! Power to the people! Thank you so much.
Change their position, not Colin Powell, but others are changing their position since last Wednesday. I just think, look, I'm a bipartisan guy who wants to work across the aisle, but I'm a lifelong dedicated Republican. I was a chairman of Youth for Reagan. I believe that we should be returning to the party of Lincoln and Reagan, more traditional, big tent, positive message, hopeful. You know, I don't want to leave the party and let you know, these people that did a hostile takeover 4 years ago take over. I want to stay involved. There's other leaders that I'm talking with a lot in Washington and other state capitals who also agree. And I think it's important for us to try to fix the party and make sure we go in a direction where we can actually have a healthy and competitive two-party system in America, and that we can, you know, actually have a more positive, hopeful message that's going to attract more people, and that we can actually win elections again, rather than just giving up and walking out.
There are some people that are calling for Congressman Andy Harris to resign over his comments over the election. Have you talked to him? What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I answered that the other day. I don't. It's not up to me to tell Andy Harris what he should do. I you know, obviously don't agree with the comments he made, particularly after the insurrection, the attack on the Capitol, the threats to assassinate and murder the vice president, and after, you know, law enforcement officers and others died. You know, the first time since 1812 that the Capitol's been ransacked. I think it was in really bad taste. I don't know what prompted him to say and do the things that he did, but it's not up to me to decide what he does with his political future.
El Estado nos hemos congregado con un objetivo en común: defender la voluntad de miles de guerrerenses. Por eso estamos aquí, porque las mujeres guerrerenses también hablan. La democracia solo tiene sentido verdadero cuando la política se decide conjuntamente entre hombres y mujeres. La participación de las mujeres en espacios de decisión contribuye a la efectividad de las instituciones públicas, con los temas de desarrollo, como la educación, la salud, la seguridad ciudadana y principalmente en los cargos públicos de toma de decisiones. Los organismos internacionales, como la ONU Mujeres, la Organización de Estados Americanos, OEA, la Unión Interparlamentaria y la Unión Europea, así como nuestro país, priorizan la promoción de la igualdad de género y el empoderamiento de las mujeres como parte de la Agenda Internacional de los Derechos Humanos. Es muy necesario el empoderamiento de las mujeres, cuyo propósito es el de eliminar las barreras sistemáticas que impiden la participación igualitaria de las mujeres en todas las esferas de la vida. Por eso, el reconocimiento de la ONU Mujeres, que busca promover una mayor participación política de las mujeres a través de reformas legislativas que nos permitan ocupar cargos de liderazgos políticos para representar el desarrollo de la sociedad. En Guerrero, las mujeres reconocemos los avances de las reformas aprobadas por el Congreso de la Unión de esta actual legislatura de la paridad, ya que con esto se han sentado las bases jurídicas para definir y regular la violencia contra las mujeres. De igual forma, la reforma constitucional en materia de paridad de género. Con esto, el actual gobierno que encabeza nuestro presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador, México reafirma su compromiso con los derechos políticos y electorales de las mujeres y demuestra que se han logrado importantes avances en los puestos de toma de decisión. Con estas reformas aprobadas, las mujeres mexicanas podremos ejercer nuestros derechos políticos electorales en condiciones de paridad y libres de violencia. Estas reformas son el resultado de la lucha constante de legisladoras y legisladores, autoridades electorales, mujeres políticas, organizaciones de la sociedad civil, movimientos de mujeres, organismos internacionales. Consideramos importante mencionar todos estos avances de la participación política de las mujeres para tener en cuenta que se vienen tiempos electorales y que debemos estar informadas y preparadas para la toma de decisiones. Las mujeres que hoy estamos aquí reunidas venimos por nuestro propio pie. Nadie nos empujó, nadie nos movilizó, nadie nos obligó. Estamos aquí con la firme convicción de lucha y defender a nuestra entidad suriana, que por mucho tiempo ha sido marginada y saqueada por los gobiernos neoliberales y por extranjeros oportunistas que se han enriquecido a costa del sufrimiento y la pobreza de los guerrerenses. Nuestro estado es uno de los más pobres del país, pero no porque su gente no trabaje, sino porque sus gobiernos no han dado las condiciones a su gente para salir adelante. Solo se han dedicado a entregar sus recursos naturales, como el oro, la plata o el agua. Por eso estamos aquí, mujeres guerrerenses, para unificarnos en un solo proyecto que beneficie a las mayorías, a las mujeres y hombres que por mucho tiempo han sido olvidados. Tenemos que cerrarle el paso a los cacicazgos de una vez por todas. Es necesario que todas y todos luchemos con la fuerza de un toro para sacar adelante a nuestro querido estado de Guerrero. Las mujeres guerrerenses defenderemos la voluntad del pueblo y estamos seguras que ganaremos. ¡Que viva Guerrero! ¡Viva! ¡Que viva Félix! ¡Que viva Félix! ¡Arriba el toro! ¿Cuál es su nombre? ¿Cuál es su nombre? Gracias, compañeras, por sus participaciones en esta marcha. Concluimos esta marcha. Hoy les agradezco desde el fondo del corazón porque todas vinieron con sus propios recursos. A nadie nos dieron ni para un agua. Pero gracias, compañeras. La cuarta va a ser feminista o no será. Y aquí hay de todo. millonarias, mujeres abogadas que conocemos los derechos y que sabemos. La Costa Chica, la montaña, la zona centro, la zona norte, San Luis Acatlán, San Marcos,
en apoyo
Acapulco,
al gobernador por Morena, Félix Salgado Macedonio.
Coyuca de Benítez, Tasco, San Luis Acatlán, Florencio Villarreal, Chilapa, San Pedro, La Asociación de Abogadas, Aguacancico presente, Chultenango, Costa Chica, Aguacancico, arriba Aguacancico, Costa Grande, San Luis de la Loma, Olidala, San Marcos, Pula.
La circulación vehicular está regresando a la normalidad.
Compañeras, cerramos con la participación de nuestra compañera. Compañeras, con la compañera de Iguala nos dirigimos para firmar el documento que se acaba de leer para mandarlo a la dirigencia nacional de Morena.
esta precandidatura de Félix Salgado Macedonio para que él sea el que abandere al Movimiento de Regeneración Nacional Morena para poder contender por la gobernatura del estado de Guerrero. Cabe mencionar, amigos, que todas estas acusaciones también empiezan con el precandidato Félix Salgado Macedonio cuando se da a conocer a partir del 30 de diciembre, se da a conocer que él es el ganador de las encuestas que realizó la dirigencia nacional de Morena. A los días siguientes empiezan a relucir estas denuncias en contra de Félix Salgado Macedonio. Esos son los comentarios que empiezan a hacer en estos momentos las mujeres aquí en Chilpancingo, que puede ser un golpeteo político por parte de los diferentes precandidatos que no resultaron ganadores de las encuestas allá en la Ciudad de México. Pues aquí está la información, amigos, es la información que le estamos llevando con muchísimo gusto a través de esta plataforma digital informativa de Pueblo Guerrero, siempre manteniéndolos informados de lo que sucede aquí en la capital del estado y en los diferentes municipios del estado de Guerrero. Pues ahí está, con esto termina esta marcha, esta mega marcha estatal de mujeres aquí en Chilpancingo. Les reitero, mi nombre es Josué Miranda, que tengan una excelente tarde. Más adelante la información completa de esta mega marcha estatal realizada aquí en la capital del estado, en Chilpancingo.
(1873), but 1888 was the last time there was representation from our community in that chamber. It was not until 1964 before there was somebody else elected who looked like me, appointed, elected to that state legislature. It was an all-white body for all those years. People held unaccountable to maintain the status quo, the black codes, the Jim Crow laws. 1964, I'm not remiss to recognize 1964 was a significant year. Well, that was the year our prophet and messenger, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., received the Nobel Peace Prize. And in his acceptance speech, he affirmed that there is a hope, that there is more to go, but there is
hope that we can embrace. 1964, the other great prophet and messenger, Malcolm X, gave the infamous speech, the ballot or the bullet. And in that message, he affirmed that for the black community to truly be empowered, it's time to take ownership in our communities and in our economics. Rooted in the common thread in both messages is empowerment and unity of the black community, unapologetically. And if our nation is to progress the black people, this black community, our black nation, must be empowered, must be liberated. And fast forward to today, it's wild and phenomenal that what they were speaking to in 1964, we're dealing with the same issues. But I'm here to affirm we're going to be all right. Because I declare in the spirit of our ancestors in the plaza of the great Ida B. Wells, we come in that spirit. We come in that spirit of our great ancestors who come from that prophetic tradition, who spoke truth to power, who didn't wait for permission to stand up and to rise up and declare their claim to this country and what this country is supposed to offer us. They didn't wait for permission. We come in that spirit. We come in that prophetic tradition, affirming the biblical text that says that we are co-laborers in this justice mandate, that we are not to stand passive. We are not to stand on the sideline. If something is going to change, it demands we stand up and put ourselves on the front line. And we can understand and know we gonna be all right. We gonna be all right. We can stand confidently. We can stand with power. We can stand strong because love is on our side, because truth is on our side, because justice is on our side. We can stand because peace is on our side. We can stand with great confidence because, as that prophetic tradition affirms, it is that voice in the wilderness. That voice that folks say, what the hell are they talking about? What are the hell are they doing? But biblical scripture affirms that those very voices are the ones who are going to truly liberate the people. They're going to truly heal the land. They're going to truly bring justice. So let's struggle on. Let's press on. Let's vote on. Let's march on. Let's speak on. Let's stand strong because we're gonna be all right.
I just want to see my mama smile. Here we go. I went unconscious, I woke up to see my mama smile. She told me no more promethazine, that'll make her proud. Think about it, damn, I had to think about it. Give me a second, mama, let me think about it. I went unconscious, I woke up to see my mama smile. She told me no more promethazine, that'll make her proud. Think about it, damn, I had to think about it. Give me a second, mama.
That took us 5 hours last night on cabinet to run through everything.
And believe me, we had a pretty healthy debate on it. And we're making sure that when it comes to enforcement, we're allowing more police officers, more bylaw officers to implement fines for bad actors. And it's absolutely critical. The people that haven't been listening, we are looking at about 30%, that's where the spread's happening. And I'm just asking those 30%, if you love your grandparents, and I know you do, if you love your parents, love your neighbors, your co-workers, please follow the process, follow the guidelines that we put out there. I just can't stress it enough. And if we don't, we're going to see the numbers that we saw the modeling Dr. Brown showed us. And if that isn't scary enough, I don't know what is. We're seeing potentially cases going up to 15,000. Those are staggering numbers. Worst case scenario, if we don't do something, if we don't follow the guidelines and the procedures. Folks, please, 28 days, we've come so far all together. We need to stick together. We need to get through this. The vaccines are there. We will have mass vaccinations happening in April, May, and June. We need a little bit of a runway. That's all we need. We need a little bit of a runway to get there. And in the meantime, General Hillier, he's out there. He has a well-oiled machine. We have great infrastructure. All we need right now are the vaccines. That's what we need more than anything.
Follow-up?
But the forecast presented this morning suggests that more deaths will occur in Wave 2 in long-term care homes than in Wave 1. And you had promised to put an iron ring around the residents of these homes. Where exactly did we fail?
Well, I'll pass that over to the Minister of Health.
Well, we are building that iron ring around the long-term care homes by the vaccinations that we're doing. And we have centered our vaccination efforts on vaccinating the residents of long-term care homes, their essential caregivers, and the staff that are coming in. And I can tell you that in the 4 hotspots, Windsor, Essex, Toronto, Peel, and York, we are proceeding very well with that. Windsor, Essex has already completed the vaccinations of all of their long-term care residents. Toronto tells us they will be completed by the 18th of January, and both Peel and York are also on track. This is the best way that we can protect our residents of long-term care who are so very vulnerable, and that's why they have been chosen to be first to receive the vaccinations.
Next question.
Your next question comes from Christina Tenelia with CP24. Please go ahead.
Hi, Christina.
Hi, Premier. Hi, everyone. Want to know what the difference really is here between a stay-at-home order and a curfew, and in terms of enforcement. Because I mean, what are police in these jurisdictions across the province supposed to do if someone's out and about and says, "Oh, I'm going to exercise. Oh, I'm going to the grocery store." There's no way to prove that otherwise. Also, I want to point out these enforcement measures have been in place for months. New Year's Eve at Nathan Phillips Square here in Toronto, about 350 people gathered. Toronto police chose not to ticket anyone. So these measures have already been around. Why are you so confident that now enforcement is going to work, and how will it work?
Well, I'll start off before I send to the Solicitor General. I'll start off the differentiating between a curfew and a stay-at-home order. We're asking people, and we need help. Granted, I hear you. We have close to 15 million people, and we've never been strong on and ever applying a police state. A curfew is you aren't leaving your house. Simple as that. After 8 o'clock, you see what's happening in Quebec, the streets are empty. I've never been in favor of a curfew, and I'm going to tell you the reason why I've never been in favor of a curfew, and that's a hard lockdown. Cars aren't driving around, nothing at all, because I believe in the people of Ontario. And as soon as you tell the people of Ontario you've lost trust and we're going to have police chasing you down the street when you're driving, that's it, it's game over. You might as well throw in the white flag. Everyone's been working together for the last 10, 11 months, going through tremendous strain on everyone. But the last thing I've ever believed in, is having a curfew that when you pull out of your driveway after 8 o'clock, the police are chasing down the street. I just do not believe in that. I'll pass it over to the Solicitor General.
So one of the big changes with the stay-at-home order is actually allowing and empowering provincial offences officers, most commonly bylaw enforcement officers, to also issue tickets and to disperse crowds of larger than 5 if they're not in the same household. There are many things that we can do as a government, but at the end of the day, people have to understand how serious this is and how by staying home, it will in fact save lives. That's at the core of everything we're doing. If people comply with that, if people understand how that will ultimately save their loved ones, their family members, their grandparents, then we have achieved a goal that is going to allow us to beat COVID-19 until we can get sufficient vaccines to vaccinate all Ontarians who wish to do so. Thank you.
Follow-up?
Yeah,
I want to
Christina.
ask you about reduced hours for places like grocery stores and other similar stores. Are you concerned that will just result in more people heading out and shopping during condensed store hours? Because most of these stores, like Costco, for example, already closes at 8 p.m. Someone wrote to me saying, I often go to the grocery store late so I can avoid crowds and limit my exposure to others. And they're also concerned about limited hours is not helpful to essential workers who work shifts.
Well, all retail stores and big box stores, and I want to talk again for a second about big box stores. I'm going to come down on them like an 800-pound gorilla. If they aren't following the protocols, they aren't following the guidelines, if they don't have 50% only in the stores, there's going to be consequences for them. I'm not going to mess around with these big box stores. There's a purpose. People should go in, get their stuff, and come home. Going back to what you were saying about a curfew, we aren't telling people if they have to walk their dog around the block. As Dr. Williams said, walk your dog. If you need to stretch your legs, walk around the block. All we're asking is for cooperation for the people. Please stay home. That's what we're asking for. I'll pass it over to the Minister of Health.
Well, it is really important to reduce the transmission, to reduce mobility. And the less you're out, the less you can transmit the virus or receive the virus. So that's going to be really vital for us going forward. But with respect to your question about the stores, any of the essential stores that sell groceries, pharmacies, convenience stores, gas stations, and so on, they can stay open to their regular hours. It's only the purveyors of non-essential goods that will be held to the 8 p.m. guideline and will be required to be closed by that point.
Next question.
Your next question comes from Rob Ferguson with the Toronto Star. Please go ahead.
Hi, Rob.
Hi, Premier. I think probably a lot of people are watching at home right now and wondering what is essential.
I'm sorry, you broke up, Rob.
Rob, your phone's kind of cut out there.
Maybe we can come back.
We'll go to the next question.
Thank you. The next question comes from Travis Danraj with Global News. Please go ahead.
Hi, Travis.
Hi there, Premier. Good to talk to you. It's been
Good
a
to
little
talk
while.
to you, too.
Listen, I think most people in this province would agree that Ontario is not in a good place right now. But when asked if the government bears any responsibility for where we are right now, Dr. Yaffe said yesterday it's the virus's fault, and then she went on to talk about Ontario's actions. You just said as well that there's one thing to blame, it's the virus. But are you telling the people of Ontario that where we are right now is only the result of their behavior and not because of government inaction? I mean, there have been calls for further restrictions for some time now, for more enforcement. So does the government bear any responsibility here?
Travis, from day one, I take all responsibility. This lands on me. I take full responsibility. I think all the people of the province have worked well together. We've worked collaboratively with the federal government, with the municipal government, and obviously our provincial government. We've worked collaboratively with all other provinces. Everyone is working their back off nonstop. We need to secure our hospitals, secure our ICU. We have to make sure that people are following the guidelines. And that's what we're going to continue to do. So if there is any mishaps, I'll take the full responsibility. But I know one thing, Travis, We are doing everything in our power, everything, day in, day out, sleepless nights. This has been going on for 11 months without one day a break. And it's not about me. How about all the frontline healthcare workers that have been working around the clock, that are just stressed out to the max right now? Everyone is pitching in, and we're going to continue to work as a team, and we will get through this, and we will come out strong. We will create jobs. The economy will be booming, but we need that bridge. We need that bridge to get to April, May, and June. In the meantime, we're vaccinating the most vulnerable in our province, and we have a well-oiled machine when it comes to that. So we work as a team, and again, any mishaps, I'm wearing it.
Follow up?
And I know that you said you're doing everything possible, but Dr. Yaffe, if I can point to her remarks yesterday again, she came out in favor yesterday of paid sick leave. I know that you pointed to the federal COVID benefit, which is $450 a week. Do you think that's enough money for the minimum wage worker who has symptoms from stopping them from going to work?
To be alive for centuries on top of centuries led us into modern day slavery, where we are allowed to desire but never actually let close enough to acquire. Genocide was the first flex of this evil power. And here we are in 2020, 2021, still fighting for equality, still screaming Black Lives Matter too, only to be met with the empty promise that they do matter as long as the majority don't succeed. They do matter as long as they know they got the right to plead guilty for having the ancestry of slaves, left only with the victory of busting their asses to make minimum wage, to only be able to afford feeding our kids ramen noodle, to decalcify their third eye and teach them that the magic in their blood is voodoo, so that we may never awaken your majesty, Black man. It's time for your grand rising. Your queens await your presence, here to feed you spirit in her bed. Eat humbly of her love, and you shall be fed, Black woman. Your womb is a divine connection between life and death. It is where spirit is called to be conceived into flesh. Take this knowledge and adorn your crown. Adjust your posture in your throne, no more looking to the ground. The kingdom is crying out. Yahweh has a heart full of our pain, and he's calling out, Black Empire. It's time for the grand rising of your kings and queens. Conduct yourselves in a righteous royalty, and please claim your seats. Thank you.
Ryan Andrews with the poetic justice. Thank you, Ryan Andrews, with those powerful, magnificent, inspiring words. If you don't feel uplifted like that, hey, come here so I clean your orb. Let me get some sage out. Let's do it. Yo, you know, one of the things that Ryan touched on, I want to speak to, I like that last poem, because to me, when she speaks that poem, I always think about the slave mentality, the slave mindset, and the number that is done on our minds as Black people. You know, Black people, we have a negative connotation about ourselves. We believe that because I started in the projects, this is it for me. The only road for me is to get me a gun and a flag on my side to claim a gang set and to be a drug dealer now. Or, you know, they want to market sports life. Oh, your other options, you can be an athlete, you can be an entertainer. And we don't think about being the doctors and the lawyers and the nurses and the teachers. We don't think about being the politicians and the presidents. We don't think about being the ones in charge in our communities and being those voices, those nonprofit organizations, those entrepreneurs that give jobs to our own people. We don't think like that because you've been limited. You've been reduced. My boy Cameron talked about education. Yeah, it starts there. Malcolm X says, only a fool lets the enemy teach your child. Black people, we might have been a little bit foolish around here. See, we're missing a generation of people. You got to look at what they did. Between 1940s to the 1970s, they wiped out a generation of black leadership. Steve Biko, Patricia Lumbumba, Stokely Carmichael, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and Medgar Evers. I mean, the list is long. I could go through a whole little run through here. Many black leaders were purposely wiped out because why? Liberation was the agenda. See, you were free on the Emancipation Proclamation, but you were not liberated. And this generation that I'm speaking on was working on the goal of liberation. Because see, in order to be liberated as black people, we must return and claim our continent, Africa. Because what is important about Africa? Economics. That's the money plug. Y'all like fine jewelries? Y'all like all them pretty jewels and rubies and golds? Y'all like y'all cell phones? Y'all Bluetooth networks? Every piece of those systems come from Africa. Go to the museums. Whose stuff you see? Mine, our ancestors. They talk about looters. Boy, y'all looted us to death. Go to the museum. That's looting. So they reduced us. They made us think that our vision, our view is this big. But I'm here to tell you, brothers and sisters, your limit is literally just that. Unlimitless. Open up your mind. Don't be so distracted. Stop letting entertainers tell you what you should do. Where's Big Mama? Huh? Y'all remember Big Mama? Bernie Mac was right. The restoration of Big Mama is needed. Because see, when I was growing up, my first history lesson was my grandmother, who grew up in Jim Crow and Willie Lynch era. She talked about the color-only signs and the white-only signs. She talked about the strange fruit from the trees. She talked about how we had an understanding of the areas that we could and could not go into. But she also talked about Black Wall Street. They don't talk about that. Not at least how they should. She was the one to let me know that even though I cannot see it today, that there is greater need and vision of me down the road for not only myself, but for my people. And I must use my mind strategically because they can be violent all day. So they've mastered that. But what they haven't mastered is how to play with the mindset. And again, this is a chessboard we're playing on. And the war, this cycle that we're in now, is just that. It is the battle of the mindsets. Who controls the minds controls the game of the chessboard. And like I said, black people, we have a true opportunity. Because as I said before, America's been living with its eyes wide shut. But thank you, Washington, D.C., because at least what you did do was make them blink. They just blinked. Wait a minute, what is that? And so now, black people, we are in a strategic position. We have an opportunity to establish our own political party, and we have an opportunity to restart rewriting not only our state constitution, but our federal constitution. And some of us are local governments and have charters. We are in a true position to control our destiny and our future. But the key part is you have to unlock your mindset. Liberate your mind. That's the last key to your freedom. You are allowed to go where you want to. You can drive where you want to. You can shop where you want to. But again, you are limited because of lack of liberation. And you can only be liberated through economical and political power. We must have those things. Listen to MLK in the Burning House speech. He speaks directly to this. I made a mistake. Integration was not our answer. It was the establishment of our infrastructures in the economical and the political realm. Do not be so caught up on the latest fashion and music. Read a book. See, that's how they also got us. We won't read a book. And people died for you to let them read a book. You know what it used to be back in the day for you to get caught as a black person with a book in your hand? That was a death sentence. And now today, it's one of the things you can do freely, and you won't even do it. And our ancestors died just to do it. Come on, black people, you got to shake the shackles off your mind. It's not just in your physical existence, it is your mental, spiritual, and emotional existence. We must do better. Black church, step up. That's all I'm going to say to y'all. Get it together, black church. You must do better. Black organizations, particularly by Greeks, step up. Again, you are founded on ancestral blood. Do your due diligence. These organizations were founded in the 1900s. You know what's happened to black people in the 1900s? Yeah, again, do your due diligence. And as we have been coming here to charge, black politicians, do your due diligence. We are talking about the black people, what we need to do. This is a statewide effort of black leadership. And even though we're few in person and maybe many on live stream, the point is this, black people. When are we going to unite and focus on us? Us! We need our initiatives met. 600 years plus. Don't you think this is getting old? Why do we keep asking people to do things that they're not going to do? How about we take some initiative and we're going to do it now? Step up to the plate. Liberate your minds. Read a book and stop letting entertainers be your leaders. They're controlled by the white man just like the rest of us. Don't believe me? Ask Colin Kaepernick. I'm sure he can tell you a whole story about how that looks like. They do it constantly. They try to use our money to silence us. They try to use our political to silence us. They try to use our communities to silence us. And you damn sure better believe they use us against each other to silence us. Wake up, black people. Wake up. Now, my last speaker is special. Because, you know, as I said before, my agenda for 21 season is not only statewide work, but also continuing to let the racism be addressed and worked through by white people. And so I got to a point where I don't debate on social media white people about things no more. I don't waste my energy trying to explain to them or try to get them to understand. Because again, it is not my problem. It is a white people problem. So we started introducing a series last summer in our rally protest called Dear White People. And what this is, we let white allies who are true allies, not saviors, not capes and superheroes, real allies who understand their roles and their lanes and their due diligence to the movement. And we started letting them speak and address racism directly. Because it seems like when a white person tells another white person about racism, something goes off. The light bulb clicks for them for some reason. So I said, you know what? No more wasting black energy and black explaining. We will now let the white people do it for us, and we'll let white people speak to white people directly about the issues with racism and their due diligence of what they must do daily as well to destroy the system known as racism. So without further ado, I'm going to bring forward my girl from University of Tennessee studying for her PhD degree, my girl, Mackenzie Archer.
Crear más conflicto político y usar nuestra comunidad como un ploy político para él. Pero nosotros estamos aquí para decir que el muro fronterizo no nos define. Nos define, ¿verdad?, las historias de nuestra gente, nuestra batalla para un mejor futuro, ¿verdad? Nosotros queremos mejor educación, ¿verdad? Queremos cobertura de salud para todos. Queremos que nuestras colonias tengan la inversión que nos merecemos, ¿verdad? So Donald Trump chose to come here about a week away before his mandate ends, in a time where there's a lot of political division, a lot of political strife. Less than a week before the occurrences that we saw in the Capitol last week, he decides to come to the Rio Grande Valley, about a week before he ends, to celebrate the border wall, to celebrate his 450 miles. Well, we're here to say that is not a celebration, and we are not celebrating that today. He's trying to come here to define the border wall as the definition of this border community, right? But that doesn't define us. And that's really the conversation that we're going to have today. What defines us is so much more. So many more other issues, billions of dollars that were spent on that border wall, so many other issues that we are fighting for, like education, like healthcare, when more than 30% of the people in the Rio Grande Valley don't count with healthcare. When we have hundreds and hundreds of colonias that don't have basic infrastructure that we continue to fight for here at Lupen with our partners at the Eco Voice Network and other organizations. We continue to fight for the most basic infrastructure. So that's what this really is about, okay? So I'm also really, really, really happy to announce that, we're not alone just here in the Rio Grande Valley. Some folks from Laredo joined us, so un aplauso muy fuerte para los de Laredo. And I know there's actions and press statements being made in El Paso, A little bit later, Secretary Castro is going to be joining us as well, who's here in collaboration and solidarity with us as well. But before moving forward with Secretary Castro, we have a lineup of incredible speakers, activists, advocates that have been fighting against the border wall in Laredo. I'm going to give the space now to Tania Benavides and Melissa Cigarroa from Laredo, Texas, to come up here and share a few words about what's going on over there in Laredo. And we're continuing this fight. So un aplauso muy fuerte organizado para Melissa y Tania.
Buenas tardes a todos. Disculpen, estoy bien chaparrita. My name is Tania Benavides, and I am here from Laredo, Texas. I am representing the No Border Wall Coalition, y nosotros somos la frontera. The world watched in horror last week as outgoing President Donald Trump, unable to reconcile that he had fairly and squarely lost the election, incited his followers to disrupt our country's democratic process, to the point where they violently attacked the Capitol, resulting in 6 dead American lives. We need to be clear about the connection between the violence that we saw unleashed in D.C. last week and this border wall. The reason that Trump came here, out of all places that he could have gone, after fomenting an insurrection of violence in the nation's capital, is because he knows that the wall is a major source of inspiration for his base. It stokes racialized violence everywhere in the country. The wall is not us. The border is not the wall. The border wall is not just a problem here in the border. It is a national disaster. There have been incidents of racial assaults on people in states from Michigan to Pennsylvania, where the attacker screams, "Go back to your country, build that wall." As long as Trump's wall stands, these racist attacks will increase, and in order to stop that violence, we must stop the wall. We're calling upon President-elect Biden to help heal the division in our country and honor his promise to us here in La Frontera to not build another foot of wall. Ni un pie más. We expect President Biden, and if you're hearing this, Mr. President-elect Biden, we want you to issue an executive order on day 1 to stop the construction of the wall. Regrésenos la frontera, ni un pie más. Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes. Hello, my name is Melissa Cigarroa, and I'm here from Laredo, Texas. I live on the border, and I represent the No Border Wall Coalition. After years of hearing President Trump talking about how the wall would protect us from invasion, it turns out the threat is coming from inside the country, not outside of it. The wall has distracted us from the real threats to our democracy, which are being incited by Trump's dangerous rhetoric. Those of us who live on the border know there is no emergency here. Border communities are actually some of the safest in the country. Look it up. The image of the border as some sort of dangerous war zone that needs a wall is a racist caricature. We are, in fact, a thriving, dynamic part of this country, 2,000 miles long. And it is time that border communities were able to put our own needs first. Without politicians from D.C. here just to use us as a backdrop for their egos and self-serving pet projects, as we see President Trump doing today. The wall was never meant to divide our country from Mexico. That is impossible. Instead, it was meant to divide Americans from Americans. You can see on the streets right now how the wall is fomenting division between all of us. To stop this division, we must stop the wall. The wall has cost an astounding amount of money, $15 billion, and probably many times that if it were completed. If we cancel the wall, we will save billions of dollars. That money can be spent on what our communities really need: COVID vaccines, health care, housing, education, health care, in the middle of this god-awful pandemic that Trump continues to ignore. A single mile of wall could pay for over 350,000 patients' vaccines, almost the total amount of people who have tragically died from this COVID crisis in the entire United States, for the cost of just 1 mile of wall. It is critical to our country that we defund the wall and that we fund our future instead. The good news is that President-elect Biden already promised, and I quote, "There will not be another foot of wall constructed on my administration." But that is not good enough. We call upon President Biden to fulfill his promise on day one, as soon as he sits behind the Resolute desk. Trump may have left Americans hanging during this pandemic, but he's made sure that wall construction has continued moving at a high speed. So every single day counts. Every day will matter. The sooner that Biden stops the wall, the less work it will be for his administration to stop it completely, and the less damage it will do to our communities, to public lands, to sacred sites, and to our fragile ecosystems. Trump's senseless wall cannot become Biden's first broken promise. We call on Biden to act immediately to stop the wall, to stop the condemnation, to stop the construction. Not another foot of wall. 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 Thank you.
¡Sí se puede! ¡Sí se puede! ¡Se puede! Un aplauso muy fuerte para nuestros compañeros de Laredo. Thank you so much, Laredo, Texas, for being here, making the drive. From the No Border Wall Coalition in Laredo to, we also know that the No Border Wall Coalition is very strong here in El Aire, Rio Grande. And I'm going to introduce a young man who has been organizing for some years and has been doing some really incredible work here in the Valley, really fighting back against Trump's administration and Trump's policies, especially on the border wall and other immigrant policies. Un aplauso muy fuerte para nuestro amigo Roberto López. Un aplauso.
Hi, y'all. It's been a while since I've seen so many of you, so many friends and family and allies in this fight, and I'm sad that we have to do it under these circumstances, but I'm glad to see everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Roberto Lopez, and I'm a community outreach coordinator with the Texas Civil Rights Project. I also co-facilitate meetings with my good colleague and friend Norma Herrera with the Equal Voice Network. We facilitate meetings of the local No Border Wall Coalition. It's a collective of students of organizations here in the Valley, of people who are being sued for their homes, and communities like the Carrizo Come Crudo tribe, whose indigenous lands we are on today. For years now, the coalition has been leading actions against the wall, from the march in Santa Ana back in 2017 to a recent funeral procession condemning the city of FAR for being complicit in border wall construction. Today, we are only days away from a major change in the administration, but not yet the change that we need. The border wall as we know it, the concrete, the steel, the rebars, that is not the only barrier that is keeping us from a free and flowing Rio Grande community. Drones, military surveillance, horrendous policies like the Remain in Mexico program are all the things that make us less safe. That's right. So while Trump may be leaving now, Trumpism, the thing which tells us to hate our neighbors, to live in fear, is alive and well in local offices and state offices. Just down the street, there's a fabrication site where we are literally building the walls that are incarcerating us. Local electeds are not here today and did not condemn this visit. They did not do so much as write an additional sentence saying that this insurrectionist leader should not come. Mayor Darling and Judge Cortez had statements more in defense of local law enforcement than the people at large. So we have to lead. Nonprofits like Lupe are doing the work that our leaders refuse to do. Secretary Castro will be speaking soon. He traveled hours to speak on our behalf, and we didn't get that from local congressional representatives. All we're trying to do, and the thing that we're leading, is a decent thing, to shut the door on racism, to shut the door on fear. We deserve better than this. We deserve to dream up a community that welcomes immigrants and does not terrorize them. We deserve to dream up a community that cares for its people and does things like distributing a vaccine fairly and freely instead of sending its president all the way across the country to do a photo op. Yes. This fight is going to continue, and I want everyone here to join us. Tonight, the No Border Wall Coalition has an online meeting. We've been doing this on a weekly basis, so I hope that you reach out to me, my colleague Norma Herrera, another colleague of mine, Alexis Bay, Ramona Casas over here. Several of us are a part of this, and we need your help to stop this wall and the walls that will come, because the border wall is only the tip of the iceberg, the virtual wall. All the billions that we're giving to companies like Boeing, like Raytheon, like Lockheed Martin to keep us locked in and to keep us afraid, we need to stop that. We also have an action coming up on January 23rd. We're going to be doing a border-wide call to tell President Biden to keep up with his promise, not another foot. Our amazing and incredible colleagues from the Laredo No Border Wall Coalition, ourselves, all of us from Brownsville to San Diego are going to be doing a simultaneous action. And so I hope that you all can come out and support us while, of course, remaining safe. And the last thing that I want to say is these things are happening at a local level. I hope that y'all can look up our petition, FARMustStop.org, to get local cities and local electeds to hold them accountable, because they are also building the wall. It's not just Trump, but it's people in our neighborhoods who are contributing to this. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much to Lupe for leading this fight and for holding this protest where we're showing our love for our community and putting out the community, and not just, not just this man who's coming down here. Thank you.
No border wall. No border wall. No border wall. No border wall. Se puede. Se puede. Ánimo, ánimo. Sabemos que durante esta administración también tuvimos que este presidente Trump adoptó pólizas muy divisivas con nuestros hermanos y hermanas inmigrantes, muchos de Centroamérica que estaban pidiendo auxilio en Matamoros, ¿verdad? Y hubo personas aquí del Valle Río Grande que tomaron un paso muy fuerte en apoyar a esa gente, ¿verdad? En apoyar a que esa gente tenga un proceso un poco más facilitado, porque muchas personas obviamente están forzadas a esperar en Matamoros, en Nuevo Laredo, en Juárez, ¿verdad? Y hay un grupo de líderes que se comprometieron a estar ahí con esa gente, con la gente que está pasando por esa tormenta ahorita, lo que está pasando, que tienen que estar esperando en Matamoros, separados de sus familias, muchos de ellos, ¿verdad? Una persona, una líder que tomó ese paso muy fuerte, la quiero introducir ahorita, que trabaja con el Resource Center de Matamoros. Le voy a dar el espacio a nuestra compañera Gaby Zavala. ¿Andas aquí, Gaby? Un aplauso para Gaby.
Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, pues ya me introducieron, soy Gabriela Zavala y estoy aquí representando Resource Center Matamoros, pero no nomás estoy representando, pero también estoy representando la frontera, porque aunque les guste o no a la administración presente, nosotros somos la frontera, somos inmigrantes, somos gentes aquí, campesinos, somos personas que trabajamos difícil y como les digo, aunque les guste o no, aquí estamos. Y decimos nosotros los inmigrantes porque la mayoría de nosotros no estuviéramos aquí si no fueran por nuestros padres inmigrantes que lucharon, ¿verdad?, para tratar de darnos una mejor vida y venir a contribuir a este país. Los eventos de 6 de enero no se puede negar que fueron fue una de las más difíciles verdades que nosotros tenemos que enfrentar. Que en estas alturas nuestra nación todavía está bien dividida por el racismo y las políticas malas que no nos dejan ni poder ayudar a las personas que de veras necesitan nuestros apoyos, ¿verdad? Las personas que están pidiendo asilo, las personas que son la frontera, las personas que están viniendo a nuestro país porque están huyendo de una situación difícil. Ellos son los más afectados y ahorita por las políticas, por la división, no están en alto. Ellos no pueden ver una luz de esperanza para quebrar el ciclo que están viendo en sus países, en sus vidas. Y ahorita viene Trump y está en nuestra área, ¿verdad? Y sabemos por qué está aquí. Está aquí ¿por qué? Porque nos quiere meter miedo, nos quiere asustar, nos quiere terrorizar y él quiere hacer ver que este área representa a él y eso no es la cosa. Aquí representamos una fuerza unida. Pero en vez de yo platicar sobre lo que yo pienso, me gustaría yo compartir unas palabras de las personas que nosotros están afectadas directamente por las políticas de Donald Trump y de esta administración. Voy a comenzar con unas palabras de Estuardo Cifuentes. Muchos de ustedes ya lo conocen. Estuardo Cifuentes es un refugiado, un solicitante de asilo de Guatemala, que si no fuera por las restricciones de esta administración, él pudiera estar cambiando ya el mundo de este lado, pero sin embargo todavía lo está haciendo del otro lado. Fundó una organización que se llama Rainbow Bridge y ayuda a los migrantes de LGBT en Matamoros, Tamaulipas. El mensaje que él quiere que les diga es: la comunidad LGBTQ+ tiene un sentimiento general y unánime hacia la administración de Donald Trump. Nos ha puesto en un riesgo mayor de inseguridad al que enfrentábamos en nuestros países. Ha hecho que el tiempo en MPP sea uno de los tiempos más difíciles de nuestras vidas. Sabemos que Trump rompió y violó leyes y tratados internacionales al colocarnos en MPP y enviarnos a México a esperar un proceso injusto y sin esperanzas. Y esperamos que todo el daño ocasionado puede ser sanado algún día. Estas otras palabras de Giovanni, que todas estas personas están haciendo un gran esfuerzo del otro lado, fueron entrenados por la organización Resource Center Matamoros para proveer asistencias a sus compatriotas en Matamoros. Solicito apoyo al nuevo gobierno del señor Joe Biden. Mi nombre es Giovanni Hernández, soy un migrante de Honduras y fui procesado bajo el programa que el gobierno de Donald Trump nos impuso a todos los migrantes solicitantes de asilo político llamado MPP, Protocolo de Protección al Migrante. Un programa que ha sido demasiado duro porque nos envía a un país muy inseguro. Un programa con el objetivo de negar todo tipo de solicitud de asilo. Mi caso fue procesado y negado en mi tercera corte, sin ninguna oportunidad para ser aceptado, argumentado que todo lo expuesto en mi caso era falso. Aún sigo aquí en México, en Matamoros, esperando una nueva oportunidad con el nuevo gobierno de Joe Biden. Solicito una nueva revisión de mi caso. Mucha de la gente, esos son nomás 2 ejemplos, pero hay miles de personas que se encuentran en Matamoros que no han, ya han perdido la fe. No, como les digo, no ven ni una luz de esperanza para que revisen sus casos de asilo y aún se encuentran en Matamoros simplemente esperando hasta que nuestro gobierno o hasta que las políticas de inmigración, que haya una reforma comprensiva, para que puedan lograr sus metas. Bueno, los dejo y gracias, y sí se puede.
El otro paso organizado. Organize applause. Sí se puede, sí se puede, sí se puede. Next, I'm going to invite Victor from the Sidewalk School. Victor, you here? Un aplauso muy fuerte para Víctor, que nos va a hablar aquí ahorita, unas palabritas.
Okay. Hi, my name is Felicia Sampanaro. I am one of the directors of the Sidewalk School. The Sidewalk School started over a year ago, and it started because of the children asylum seekers that were stuck in Matamoros and who were living on a bridge. Our school since then, in this 1 year, has expanded to 6 other cities in Mexico. We serve exclusively children asylum seekers. We just took on 3 new shelters within the last 2 days. The need for education for these children is great. The help we have received from the U.S., we are both American citizens, has been zero. And our organization survives by GoFundMe. This is because of what Trump started and what he lets continue. I've watched my students turn a year older this year. I'm watching them grow up as they live outside in the woods 24/7. We have seen a lot out there over these past 2 years helping the asylum seekers. But with that being said, I'm very proud of the work that the school does. We will continue to expand to help more children asylum seekers who have been out of school for a year plus. Like the 3 shelters we just took on, those children haven't been in school for over a year. And I would also like to say all of our staff are also qualified asylum seekers. We hire the people who are in their community, since they are all going through the same thing. We are the only 2 Americans in our organization. Thank you.
My name is Victor Cavazos. Aside from being a director of the Sidewalk School, I'm also a founder of Team Bronzeville. I also represent Carnalismo Brown Berets for the RGV chapter. Above that, I am also a U.S. Coast Guard veteran. I served honorably for 8 years, and I took an oath. I took an oath to defend the Constitution, to make sure that our country was free, and I will continue to do so. And I'm glad that you all are here. Thank you.
Well, qué increíble trabajo. Amazing work, Sidewalk School. Thank you all for coming out here and sharing your story and what you all do out there. Super important. I want to introduce next, voy a introducir a la siguiente persona de la organización Arise, que son nuestros compañeros en la batalla por años aquí con Lupe, en las colonias, todo el alumbrado público, la educación. So, un aplauso muy fuerte para nuestra compañera Ramona Casas.
Sí se puede, compañeros. Sí se puede. Y aquí estamos. Y no nos vamos. Y si nos echan, nos regresamos. ¿Por qué no? Bueno, pues como somos nosotros los residentes del Valle del Río Grande, somos una cultura única. Y somos una cultura solidaria, unida. Eso es lo que somos nosotros. Somos un lugar de mucha historia. Y una historia muy valiosa para todo el país y para muchos otros países. Nosotros representamos unidad, solidaridad, trabajo, economía, desarrollo. Y tenemos muchos valores. Somos multiculturales, tenemos gente de muchos países, de muchos lugares. El comercio se ha abrido a eso y nos facilita como frontera. Somos comunidad unida. Se ha luchado por muchos años de tener esa paz y esa unidad entre nuestras familias. Y eso se ve y se siente. Nos sentimos seguros en nuestra comunidad. Tenemos muchos valores, valores culturales, somos gente de fe, gente luchona, gente trabajadora. Y esos valores es lo que hace la riqueza de nuestra área, de nuestro lugar y de nuestro origen y de ser quienes somos nosotros. Por eso es que tenemos el orgullo de ser del Río Grande Valley, de toda la región. ¡Que viva el Valle! Y siempre somos hospitalarios y dando bienvenida al necesitado, al extranjero, a nuestros países hermanos. Y eso ha sido lo que nos ha dado una solidaridad y una fuerza como seres humanos y un valor. Así es de que sigamos con esa unidad. Nosotros los del Valle rechazamos el racismo, rechazamos el muro que no nos representa, El muro no somos nosotros, es división y racismo. Y divide de una manera muy dañosa. Es una imagen que no queremos ver. Si otros países quitaron la muralla, ¿por qué tenemos que tenerla nosotros? No queremos muro, ni un pie más de muro. Ni un pie más, ni un pie más. Ni un pie más, ni un pie más. Por eso gracias, por eso es que vamos a seguir unidos. Les invito nuevamente, como dijo nuestro compañero Roberto, a que se unan con nosotros en la coalición de No Muro. Y tenemos juntas regulares. Por favor, acérquense con nosotros todos los que quieran ser parte de eso. La lucha no ha terminado. Ese muro no lo queremos. No queremos ni un pie más. Y para eso rechazamos el racismo y la división y seguiremos luchando. Seguiremos luchando por nuestros valores, nuestro respeto y daremos respeto mutuo a los demás. Gracias.
¡Viva Ramona! Se ve, se siente. Se ve, se siente. El pueblo está presente. Se ve, se siente. ¡Ánimo, ánimo! ¡Sí se puede! Bueno, a presentar a la que va a hablar siguiente, nos acompaña, es una persona que ha estado muy involucrada en la comunidad también por muchos años aquí en el Valle, joven líder que tiene un futuro muy, muy grande, y es Alexis Bay, un aplauso para Alexis Bay, y es una legal fellow. She's a legal fellow with the Texas Civil Rights Project. She said, don't call me a lawyer yet, call me a legal fellow. You know, she wants to be correct on that. So, un aplauso muy fuerte para Alexis Bay, que nos va a platicar un poco. Un aplauso fuerte.
Thank you, Donnie. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Alexis Bay. I'm a legal fellow with the Texas Civil Rights Project. I want to take a quick moment to give a shout out to the RGV No Border Wall Coalition. This is their banner right over here. Round of applause. It's amazing. The Texas Civil Rights Project is a legal and community advocacy organization that has been working alongside Lupe and Arise for many years. We have been fighting family separations under zero tolerance policy, a very racist and violent act against migrants by Donald Trump. We have also been fighting the mass criminalizations and prosecutions of migrants coming through the Valley. I want to make it clear that these are policies that come from DC and do not represent the Valley and our community and how we feel about migrants. We welcome migrants to this community. It's because of Donald Trump that they've had to face traumatizing just acts of dehumanization, and that's not what we're about. But one of our longest fights since 2008 has been the border wall. TCRP has been representing Valley residents in their fight against the federal government taking their land to build the wall, which is not just a symbol of hate, but it is also an act of violence. The wall tears through our land, in our backyard, it destroys our environment, it ruins people's homes, and also it creates a more dangerous situation for migrants. And it pushes them to take more dangerous routes to come to the United States. And it has literally killed people. And so I want to talk to you about what's been happening recently. Just this year, there have been over 200 lawsuits against South Texans to take their land to build the wall. That's more than the last 3 years. And just in December alone had the highest amount of cases. And there's even several cases that have been filed this month. Which is to say that Donald Trump is at the end of his presidency, after having lost, he lost, he is pushing his wall, and we suffer for it. I want to make that clear. There's over 200 cases this year, and the most were last month. They are shoving the wall down our throats because he's a sore loser. And a racist. But we knew that. And I want to share especially some stories of our clients. We have 2 elderly clients, unas señoras who have had land in Donna, Texas for 100 years in their family. And they have built the wall on that land without finalizing just compensation with us. So the wall is on their land without them receiving a penny for that. Also, the Cavazos family of Mission, Texas. They have been fighting the wall for a while now, and the wall is literally at their property line. The federal government had since August to file what we call an immediate possession, to take the land to start building. They waited till December 23rd of this year to do that. They did it right before Christmas. They told them
we want to build the wall through your land now. They ruined the holidays for this family. And not only that, but Mr. Cavazos has a disability. He uses his wheelchair to access his land, which the family uses to spend time together, but also they use the land to support themselves. And the federal government has made it clear that they will not even consider his disability when they construct the border wall on their land. And finally, one of our clients in Los Ebonos, Pam Rivas, is a nurse in this global pandemic. And she has had Border Patrol agents tear through her land. They actually destroyed the trees and everything on her land to get through. And she's also been fighting to keep the border wall off of her land for over a decade. And this is just a little examples of many people here in South Texas who have had this fight, who have had their family land torn through with a big, ugly wall. And so we've been monitoring wall construction, and unfortunately, Hidalgo County is almost done. They've almost walled all of Hidalgo County, and they are now starting to tear through Starr County. And so we are really serious about telling President-elect Joe Biden, it is on him. Trump's legacy is this wall, and Joe Biden has in his hands the opportunity to stop that legacy. Not another foot of wall. And it's on us to make sure that he keeps that promise. So I ask of you that even though today we're here to tell Donald Trump that he's not welcome here because we don't stand for anything that he's about, we need to look to the future and make sure that Joe Biden keeps his promise, not another foot of wall, and that he cancels the contracts and that the money that would have gone to the border wall goes to supporting our communities. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. If you go pick up a copy of the Monitor today, we took out a full-page ad just for Donald Trump and our local leaders. Fuera!
Sí, sí se puede. Sí se puede. Estoy buscando a Juanita. ¿Dónde está Juanita? Ah, acá está Juanita. Juanita ha sido la directora del UPA muchos años. Nuestra líder aquí del movimiento campesino. Nuestra directora, our executive director, Juanita Valdez Cox. Un aplauso.
Gracias. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon to all. Thank you for your patience and waiting for our next guest, our next speaker. As you know, and maybe they've been famous, los gemelos Castro. Julián nos acompaña esta tarde. Julián Castro, as we know, was the secretary, is the former secretary of HUD under President Obama. And he is here today. He traveled to be here. Now, the difference between having Julián here, who made the time to be here with us to announce the opposition that we have against this president's visit, not only because he's here today, but like many have said already, what he has done to this community, the hurt in the last 4 years have been disastrous, have been horrible for this community in the Valley. And it's amazing to have this group here, for you all to be here, because we can show that we are peaceful people here, that we care, like somebody also said, about our neighbors, that we are against this border wall. And something that really stands out about his visit is the fact that we didn't have the elected officials. There were over, 2,000 signatures? 3,000 signatures asking the public officials to come out and denounce this visit. this meaningless visit, this visit that is costing taxpayers money to have this president who has hurt this community to come in South Texas, to come into South Texas. So we are very, very happy and pleased that one elected official is here to set the example to those in the valley that were so worried and so concerned about speaking out, about telling the truth about what Trump has done to this country and this community. And so we asked the mayors, we asked the sheriff, for example, to denounce this visit, to say that the spending those resources was a waste of money and that it needed to go, for example, for the vaccines, for the COVID-19. And what did they do? They just said they didn't, they couldn't. They had their reasons that really don't make sense. And so we are very pleased that Julian, former mayor también of San Antonio, so that he made the time. He knows the importance of being here today with this community to tell the press, to tell this community and this country that there are some elected officials, former elected officials also, that stand up and are here to support the community in saying enough is enough, and that this racism that is being promoted, that has been promoted this last 4 years by Trump, it's always been there, but he has given them the permission to come out and let them show how much against immigrants and people of color this administration has been. So I know you're all waiting for this, and here it comes. I'm very, very pleased on behalf of all the different organizations that are here to present Julian Castro to come in and say a few words in supporting how he feels about this visit. And I was telling him when I saw him that he was here a few years ago. He was in Brownsville. He came when he was Secretary of HUD. He came down to look at some of the houses that were being built. So it's not his first time to the Valley, but even though maybe he doesn't visit often, but always been a friend to South Texas. So, pásele. Mucho gusto. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Juanita. Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están? Es un placer estar aquí con ustedes hoy. I'm Julian Castro. I want to just begin by thanking Juanita and thanking all of the organizers who have helped put this event together today, and to thank Lupe and the Texas Civil Rights Project and all of the organizations who have been a part of the organizing, the pushback, the calling to action that has culminated today, but I know is the work of many, many years and many hearts full of passion for the immigrants that we're here to try and protect and to speak up for. I also want to say thank you to each and every one of you for being here today. And I want to say thank you especially to Hidalgo County for, on November 3rd, helping to say adios to Donald Trump. Thank you for coming out to say adios to Donald Trump through the ballot box. You know, 5 years ago, this president came down an escalator at Trump Tower and began his campaign by calling immigrants from Mexico rapists and criminals. In the years since then, he has embraced and stoked racism and bigotry, hate and division, with often devastating consequences. 22 people who were murdered in an El Paso Walmart by a man who drove 10 hours, who said that he was inspired by the words of Donald Trump. Thousands of children who were separated from their parents, and dozens who still have not been reunited with their parents, who may suffer lifelong trauma. Thousands who remain in Mexico today, unlike generations of immigrants before who sought asylum in the United States, who have been subject to violence, to disease, and lack the opportunity that they may have had here in the United States. And just last week, all of us watched on January 6th as a mob of domestic terrorists stormed the United States Capitol to try and stop the legitimate transfer of power from one government to the next. This is what Donald Trump has wrought. Today, he's here to look at a few feet of wall that he's proud of building around us. But the most significant thing about the Trump presidency is not the wall that he's built around us. It's the wall that he has built between us, between neighbors, between Americans, between people that look differently from one another, between people that live in different parts. And what we're here to say today is that we've had enough of that division and hate and bigotry. We have had enough. Ya basta! We're here to say that we're not afraid of his hate and his racism, of his bigotry or his incitement. We're not afraid of the evil that he has unleashed. It was important to be here today to stand with you to show that. And I hope that in the years to come, through organizing, through voting, through speaking out, and through succeeding in school, in our jobs, in our churches, in our neighborhoods, by showing compassion, by embracing the best values of humanity, that we will continue to stand up and reject everything that Donald Trump has stood for. Donald Trump and what he stands for have failed. And now we need to make sure that we turn the page and we embrace everything the opposite of that. Yes. We have an opportunity in the coming years with President-elect Biden to embrace compassion and love and healing and unity. We have an opportunity to recognize the humanity in the immigrants that Donald Trump has demonized, to understand that they are good people, to recognize that so many of them during this pandemic have stepped up as essential workers and kept this country going, kept food on the table, kept our economy functioning. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have a vision for immigration of common sense and compassion that will embrace our dreamers so that they can achieve their dreams, that will put folks on a pathway to citizenship, that will stop the cruel Remain in Mexico initiative, and that will build not one more foot of wall on this border. But the thing is that in 9 days, we're going to be rid of Donald Trump. But unfortunately, we won't be rid of Trumpism. In 9 days, we won't be rid of the hate and the bigotry and the division that he has caused over these last 4 years.
Arkansas, the information we have, and we have a long history because mine goes back into the 80s in which we had neo-Nazi groups and we had a white supremacist group in Arkansas. We had Posse Comitatus here, and so I don't want to diminish the fact that there's work to be done here in this state. But in terms of challenging state authority or coming in and protesting what's happening in Washington, I did not see that as you've seen in many other capitals, so I'm hopeful that it's less likely to happen here. I have more confidence both in our law enforcement capacity but also in our citizens. So I'm hopeful of that being the case, and of course everybody has the right to protest. You don't want to diminish that, but in terms of violent acts or other destruction of property, I expect that to be less likely here, and I hope that's the case. But we will be prepared in the event those circumstances change. Next question.
Hey, Governor, this is Josh White with KEIT. I want to ask a quick question off of COVID. In your State of the State address this morning, you had mentioned the hate bill crime, the hate crime bill that you were hoping to pass. It didn't seem like you got lukewarm response from applause. What is your gut feeling on that and how the General Assembly will tackle that this year?
Well, I thought it was well received as important information, as something that they are thoughtfully considering, and I expect that to proceed in the normal fashion of debate and listening to constituents and our community. So I was encouraged and not discouraged by it. We'll see where it goes.
Yes, good afternoon. One last question, sorry, on the State of the State. Any nostalgia on this is your last one? Anything looking back that stands out?
Just optimism. And as I said, we started aggressively and strong, and we're going to continue that way. And I was referencing this being my last regular session, but it's not my last session of the legislature, not my last State of the State address. And so it's sort of hard to be nostalgic whenever you got a lot of work to do, particularly during a pandemic. So I switched from the State of the State address very quickly to vaccinations, and that'll be on my focus simultaneously with the upcoming legislative session. Just one. Did I hear one more remotely? Then we'll come back to the table.
Yes, good afternoon. It's Brett Rains with 4029 News. Back to the rollout for the first group of Phase 1B. For our larger school districts, a little more specificity. What are we advising, like teachers with these school districts? Should they contact their pharmacies, or should the school districts wait for a little more information from the state to try and organize like a mass flu clinic, for lack of a better term?
A great question. And first of all, the teachers should first contact their principals and superintendents and say, what's our options, what's our plan? And the superintendent, the leadership of the school should be contacting their healthcare providers and trying to determine what's the time frame that particular provider, whether it's a hospital or a pharmacy, will have sufficient doses to go into the school and do a clinic and vaccinate them. And so this is a ground up from the grassroots up initiative where it starts with the school district contacting the provider and managing it when we have the doses that they can schedule that clinic. And so that is what they need to do. I'm sure that there will be other options that will be considered, but that's the most logical one and where we see it being able to proceed the quickest. Back to the table. With any other questions?
I want to go back to the question, this is maybe for Dr. Romero as well too, on the percentage of population that's been vaccinated. You know, 2.7% versus what the CDC had. I guess it was, I don't know, it was 1.4%. Is that number that much better?
Nobody's business. I don't know who you calling. Ooh, grandfather rock. These are all grandfather rocks. That's not my rock though. I could go up and down all the way this way, all the way back. I can take the tree line. I just can't be there. I don't know who he's calling an idiot. Patrick, where's my rock you promised that I could come get? Do I have to sift through all this dirt? Because there are a lot of grandfather rocks out here. A lot of grandfather rocks out here. A lot. There goes our planes that love to circle us all the time. I don't know who this guy is calling an idiot. That's called culture and sensitivity. Don't call me an idiot. 550-01-221. Does that mean that's when you're going to finish? 550 feet. Yards of my dirt? What? They're almost done here. They are almost done here, people. They are almost done. Now this person wants to come and probably take a picture of me. Should I give him the hands up or should I give him one of these? That's just a finger. That don't mean anything. That's just a finger. You see it? Just a finger. I'm not breaking any laws right now. Some people might call me an idiot and say I'm being very insensitive. Indians will play on dirt all the time. Look at all these beautiful grandfather rocks. Hey Patrick, I could be on the culture crew right now, separating all these sacred rocks. But somehow I keep getting denied to even get into Five Skies training. Which means you might be breaking my right-of-way contract. You might be. As you can see, man, it's beautiful. Look how beautiful it is. Look at it. Look how beautiful it is. Yes, sir? Says who? I don't care if my police are coming or not. No, there's no trespassing signs here. No, sir. You are on your right of way. You're designated corridor. And I am in my designated spot. You stay where you stay. I stay where I stay. It's not dangerous. I'm an Indian. We live on hills. We build mounds even when we bury our people. This isn't dangerous. What you're doing is dangerous. Anyway, you go back to minding your corridor, and I'll come back to minding my area. You're not prevented from doing work. There's nothing here that says I'm trespassing. You're in your designated area, and I'm in my designated area. Looking at all the grandfather rocks, the thing... Nah, come get me. Then come get me. You want to play King of the Hill with me? Do you want to play King of the Hill with me? Unless you want to play King of the Hill with me, you go mind your own business. He says the police are coming. You mean one of my cousins? I don't intimidate by my own police. Let them come get me. I'm not breaking a law up here. There's nothing saying I am. Anyway, back to business. Right over there is where we have that fire pit. It's right there. Right there by that tree is where that fire pit has always been and always has been. I have done right where I'm standing right now, full moon ceremonies, everything. There's nothing here that says I cannot be here. You're on your designated corridor and I'm on mine. I don't care. That's the way it is. I don't make up the rules. I don't make... Oh, now they brought flaggers out here because our police are coming. I'm not breaking anything. Nothing. And the next time one of you guys give one like this. Give one with my fist up. I can give you one like this. I can bend over too and show you that too. Until then, I'm here. Well, anyways, as you can see, there's that nice gully down there, too, which sometimes in the wintertime, I would go down in that gully because it's shelter and all that. I just didn't have to move my camp around. Well, it's not a camp. Well, technically, it is a camp. Whenever we do these things, so we can't really avoid the word camp. Because we have ricing camps, we have deer camps, we have camps for everything. But we don't have a camp for Line 3 because then we would be non-compliant. I may be just, I don't know, a bad Indian or something, and I don't know, I followed all the signs. Nothing here says that I cannot. Look at that huge grandfather rock. It's awesome. I mean, what are you guys going to do if I fall anyways? Probably nothing. Just bury dirt on top of me. Again, but look how beautiful it is. Look at it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. As I told people, I used to come way up here and enjoy the sunrise and the sunsets. My usual camping hill is just right up there because it is about this high, so I would enjoy it. And this is what gave me the idea of, look at it. You see my zip line? Do you see it? Nope, officer, I wasn't trespassing. It's beautiful. See, then we used to be able to use this corridor and go down there and everything. And what happened to the beaver down there? I don't know. They tell me, you better come down now. The police are coming. Oh, I'm scared. I'm not stopping you guys from working because I'm not on the right of way. You guys did not apply for the air. You guys did not apply for the air. And right now, I'm in the air. Anybody want to play King of the Mountain with me? Anybody? I guarantee that you will be the one going down and not me. I guarantee that. We can get those big Q-tip things out here that I love to, we could just ta-ta-ta. But you can see how beautiful it is. This is Grandma's stable. We could go down in that gully in the wintertime and be okay. I have lit fires here. I have done darkroom ceremonies here. I have done many things here before Line 3 even started out here. And so has other Fond du Lacers. We didn't come out here and talk about it for hype. I don't come out here and cry about these grounds because it was all a hype Line 3. I'm not the type of person just to let it chew out because I can. Somebody's been going that way, so that means...
Question, please press star, then 2. Please note this event is being recorded. I would now like to turn the conference over to Mark Raimondi. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you everybody for joining us today. Sorry we're a few minutes late. We're going to get started in just about 1 minute. We're going to have 2 speakers today who will make brief remarks, and then they'll be followed by a Q&A period. As the operator said, please queue up ahead of time, so when we get to the Q&A period, we can go right into it. The speakers today will be first Assistant Director in Charge of the Washington Field Office of the FBI, Stephen D'Antuono. He'll be followed by Acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Washington, Michael Sherwin. Be right back. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen D'Antuono, Assistant Director in Charge of the Washington Field Office of the FBI, and I'm here to provide a quick update on the FBI's activities since the violence and destruction at the Capitol last week. The FBI is quite familiar with large-scale, complex, and fast-moving investigations. We are up to the challenge. As Director Wray says, the FBI does not do easy. To be clear, the brutality the American people watched with shock and disbelief on the 6th will not be tolerated by the FBI. The men and women of the FBI will leave no stone unturned in this investigation. Since these events, the FBI has worked hand in hand with the United States Attorney's Office and our law enforcement partners here in D.C. and across the country to arrest and charge multiple individuals who took part in the destruction. In 6 days, we have opened over 160 case files, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. The significance of this investigation is not lost on us. This is a 24/7, full-bore, extensive operation into what happened that day. We cannot do our job without the help of the American people. Since our call for tips, videos, and pictures, we have received more than 100,000 pieces of digital media, which is absolutely fantastic. And we are scouring every one for investigative and intelligence leads. We continue to ask for more. If you have information, contact 1-800-CALL-FBI or submit photos and videos to fbi.gov/US Capitol, and that's Capitol with an O. I want to stress that the FBI has a long memory and a broad reach. Agents and our partners are on the streets investigating leads not only here in the D.C. area, but also across the country through the FBI's 56 field offices. So even, like I've said before, so even if you've left D.C., agents from our local field offices will be knocking on your door if we find out that you were part of the criminal activity at the Capitol. But before we do this, this is your opportunity to come forward, as several individuals who were involved in Wednesday's riots have done, to volunteer about their participation. In the weeks leading up to the January 6th rally, the FBI worked internally with every FBI field office to ensure that we were looking for any intelligence that may have developed about potential violence during the rally on January 6th. We developed some intelligence that a number of individuals were planning to travel to the D.C. area with intentions to cause violence. We immediately shared that information, and action was taken, as demonstrated by the arrest of Enrique Tarrio by the Metropolitan Police Department the night before the rally. Other individuals were identified in other parts of the country, and the travel subsequently disrupted. The FBI receives enormous amounts of information and intelligence, and our job is to determine the credibility and viability of it under the laws and policies that govern FBI investigations. We have to separate the aspirational from the intentional and determine which of the individuals saying despicable things on the internet are just practicing keyboard bravado or they actually have the intent to do harm. In the latter, we work diligently to identify them and prevent them from doing so. As offensive as a statement can be, the FBI cannot open an investigation without a threat of violence or alleged criminal activity. However, when that language does turn to a call of violence or criminal activity, the FBI is able to undertake investigative action. And in this case, we had no indication information was linked to any specific person, but this is a matter of an online discussion. This information was immediately disseminated through a written product and briefed through our command post operations to all levels of law enforcement. Part and parcel of our investigation into violent actors is the fact that we continue to gather intelligence that will aid in our ability to disrupt possible future violent activity. Suffice it to say, we are leveraging our relationships with federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, using our tools at our disposal to find and bring everyone involved in last week's criminal activity to justice. I'm now going to turn over to Acting U.S. Attorney Michael Sherman.
All right, thank you, Steve. I think I mentioned this before a few days ago that, just to begin, I think the scope and scale of this investigation in these cases are really unprecedented, not only in FBI history, but probably DOJ history, in which essentially the Capitol grounds outside and inside are essentially a crime scene. And a scale in which we have literally thousands of potential witnesses, and a scenario in which we're going to have I believe, hundreds of criminal cases, both filed with our local courts, the Superior Court, and through the federal court system. So just to frame things, the enormity of this investigation is going to take a lot of work and a lot of effort, and this is not going to be solved overnight. It's not going to be solved within the coming weeks. It's not going to be solved within the coming months. This is going to be a long-term investigation, and rest assured, the Bureau, the Department of Justice, all the U.S. attorneys across the United States that are assisting in these investigations, everyone is in for the long haul. So that being said, let's turn to the numbers that Steve referenced. And the numbers are going to geometrically increase. So as we sit here now, literally days after this event happened, we have already opened more than 170 subject files, meaning these individuals have been identified as potential persons that committed crimes on the Capitol grounds, inside and outside. So of those 170 cases that have already been opened, and I anticipate that's going to grow to the hundreds in the next coming weeks, we've already charged over 70 cases. And again, that number I suspect is going to grow into the hundreds. So what are the types of cases we initially charged? And I think there's some misconceptions, and I want to clarify some of those misconceptions, because given the enormity of the actors we saw both inside and outside the Capitol, the range of criminal conduct is really, I think, again, unmatched in any type of scenario that we've seen, the FBI or the DOJ. We're looking at everything from simple trespass to theft of mail, to theft of digital devices inside the Capitol, to assault on local officers, federal officers both outside and inside the Capitol, to the theft of potential national security information or national defense information, to felony murder, and even civil rights excessive force investigations. So just the gamut of cases and criminal conduct we're looking at is really mind-blowing. And that has really put an enormous amount of work on the plate of the FBI and field office throughout the entire United States. So let's look at those initial cases. And again, I want to clarify some misconceptions. When criminal conduct occurs, we try to obviously charge people as soon as possible. So the way, looking just at the federal system, we'll try to do that via criminal complaint. So when these actors left the Capitol, these individuals, these defendants, obviously the impetus, the marching orders by federal law enforcement was to find, fix, and charge these individuals as fast as possible. So the prosecutors from the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office, we looked for the most simple charge we could file as quick as possible. So therefore, the initial charges filed in these cases, a lot of them were misdemeanors. They were trespass cases. However, those cases were opened on those initial charges. We also had several firearms charges. We also had several felony charges that were opened with assault and battery, illegal felonious possession of weapons. However, I want to clarify a misconception. This is only the beginning. So after these criminal charges are filed via criminal complaints, that allows law enforcement across the United States to arrest people from Dallas to Arkansas to Nashville to Cleveland to Jacksonville. That's what's happened over the past several days. It's really quite incredible. Now, after those charges are filed, then we have the ability to then indict these individuals on more significant charges, and that's exactly what has happened. For example, yesterday, again, only days after this event happened, we had the grand jury in the District of Columbia up. It was booked throughout the entire day, and for several hour upon hour, prosecutors in our office presented felony cases, significant felony cases related to civil disorder, related to the possession of destructive devices, related to the possession of semi-automatic weapons that are illegal to possess in the district. So again, I just want to clarify that the initial charges we're filing, some of these misdemeanors, these are only the beginning. This is not the end. So what are we looking at downstream here? So in terms of what we're looking at is the initial charges everyone's familiar with, the zip tie guys, the Munchels, and the Brocks that were arrested on the House floor with zip ties rifling through the House floor. People are familiar with online. They see the Barnetts and Johnsons who were literally rifling through Pelosi's office and stealing items, stealing materials, mail, and sometimes even personal mementos. So those are the cases the public's familiar with. They're familiar with those cases because of social media. But what the public isn't familiar with is that the FBI, working with the U.S. Attorney's offices across the country, and the crux of those being in D.C., we're looking at significant felony cases tied to sedition and conspiracy. Just yesterday, our office organized a strike force of very senior national security prosecutors and public corruption prosecutors. Their only marching orders from me are to build seditious and conspiracy charges related to the most heinous acts that occurred in the Capitol. And these are significant charges that have felonies with prison terms of up to 20 years. In addition to that, we're looking and taking a priority with cases in which weapons were involved and cases in which destructive devices were involved. As people know through news reports, there were pipe bombs found outside the Capitol. The ATF is working on that. Metro Police is working on that. FBI is working on that to find that individual or individuals who planted those devices. So in addition to just those rogue cases we're looking at, we're going to focus on the most significant charges as a deterrent, because regardless of if it was just a trespass in the Capitol or if someone planted a pipe bomb, you will be charged and you will be found. In addition to that, we've also focused on an emphasis on assaults and batteries on police officers, both federal officers and local MPD officers that were assaulted. And as the days go on, there's going to be more social media, and people will recognize that in some instances, MPD and Capitol Police were in open-handed combat with some of these persons inside the Capitol, where tear gas was used on the Capitol Police and federal officers, and they were also used against some of these rioters. So the picture is going to build. I think there's a lot of misconceptions about what happened within the Capitol, and it's going to come into laser focus, I think, over the next weeks and days. And I think people are going to be shocked with some of the egregious conduct that happened within the Capitol. The third area of emphasis that our office is also focusing on is we set up a strike force to focus on assaults on the media. Some people aren't familiar that some of those rioters specifically targeted members of the media and assaulted them. So we have assigned specific prosecutors in our office to focus on those cases as well. And I'm naming all these different strike forces to just emphasize, regardless of who the victim was, regardless of who the perpetrator was, we're treating all of these cases equally. Thank you very much.
We will now begin the question and answer session. To ask a question, you may press star, then 1 on your touch-tone phone. If you're using a speakerphone, please pick up your handset before pressing the keys. To withdraw your question, please press star, then 2. The first question is from Pete Williams from NBC News. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you clarify for us what intelligence did the FBI gather before the assault on the Capitol about the potential for violence, and how did it share it, and did it share it to the Capitol Police?
We received a lot of intelligence, like I said in my statement, a lot of intelligence information through all different means, be it through social media or through CHSs, sources, and then we have a sharing mechanism with JTTFs. Across the country, we have Joint Terrorism Task Forces, and in this city, in D.C., we have a very robust JTTF. And in that, we have Capitol Police, Park Police, MPD, and all the other federal law enforcement partners. We shared intelligence through the JTTF model, and we also shared it through our command post structure, and then also through other means of they have access to our information readily available because they have access to our systems. So all that information was shared with our partners, and then we went from there.
The next question is from Evan Perez from CNN. Please go ahead.
Wondering if you could tell us perhaps if you found any indication so far to indicate that there was some level of planning and coordination for these people to go into the Capitol and carry out this attack rather than just a spontaneous mob that got out of control. And then secondly, if you could, at least Senator Schumer has talked about the possibility that some people might be put on the no-fly list. Of these 170 case subject files that you've already opened, can you tell us whether you've added any of those people to a no-fly list as a result of what happened?
So we're looking at all different avenues here. So my agents and analysts and all the other FBI personnel in my office and across the country are scrubbing video. We're talking to witnesses. We're talking to individuals that we arrest, and we're gathering that picture, that intelligence, if you will, to understand what happened on the 6th, that day, in the Capitol, outside the Capitol. We talked to all law enforcement partners, and it's not just the FBI doing this, it's all of our law enforcement partners as well that are working in conjunction with Acting U.S. Attorney Mike Sherwin's office and our local office here too as well. So we're sharing that intelligence amongst each other. We're putting into the intelligence cycle that the FBI has to try to ascertain the true picture of what happened that day. As for the no-fly list, we look at all tools and techniques that we possibly can use within the FBI, and that's something that we are actively looking at.
The next question is from Catherine Herridge from CBS News. Please go ahead.
Thank you for holding this event. The 2 pipe bombs that were found at the RNC and the DNC, does this cross the threshold to domestic terrorism because they are political targets? And do you think this was designed to either pull first responders away from the scene as the Capitol was breached, or an effort to maim lawmakers as they evacuated?
So I'll try to address that question for you the best I can. So yes, those 2 pipe bombs that were found both outside the RNC and the DNC offices near the Capitol grounds. And look, to begin, they were real devices. They had explosive igniters. They had timers. We don't know, obviously, exactly why they did not go off. That's being investigated. They were destroyed, disabled by Capitol Police with the assistance of the ATF, and that is all obviously being vetted and investigated. What was the purpose of those devices being planted? Was it a diversionary type of a tactic used by some of these rioters? Was it something, or did it have some other type of nefarious purpose? So that is what the ATF, the FBI, MPD are looking at as we speak right now, and looking for those persons that planted those devices. In terms of the conduct related to planning those, pipe bombs, the mention of domestic terrorism. I've mentioned this before. I don't like this tyranny of labels saying an act is domestic terrorism. We have plenty of federal resources at our disposal, plenty of federal charges to address all of this conduct, from felony murder related to the possession and use of destructive devices to seditious conspiracy, under the federal code that has significant penalties. And as mentioned, with this strike force that was established to focus strictly on sedition charges, we're looking at and treating this just like a significant international counterterrorism or counterintelligence operation. We're looking at everything: money, travel records, looking at disposition, movement, communication records. So no resource related to the FBI or the U.S. Attorney's Office will be unchecked in terms of trying to determine exactly if there was a command and control, how it operated, and how they executed these activities.
The next question is from Pierre Thomas from ABC News. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Are you looking at the possibility that some of these suspects were attempting or planning to take members of Congress hostage?
So I want to talk about Mike's the prior question first, just because I want to emphasize that we have a $50,000 reward out for the information, any information and identification of the individual or individuals that left the pipe bomb. So I just want to make that perfectly clear, and that we're looking at all angles in that. Every tool, every rock is being unturned because we have to bring that person to justice or people to justice. So the can you repeat the question, please? No. Okay.
Are you looking at the possibility that some of these suspects who breached the Capitol, who had zip ties and other things, were looking at the possibility of taking members of Congress or others hostage?
So, like I answered the last couple of questions before, we are looking at all angles here. We're interviewing everyone, interviewing witnesses, and interviewing subjects as they get arrested around the country and within the district as well, to ascertain the true purpose of some of these individuals in the Capitol that day.
The next question is from Jake Gibson from Fox News. Please go ahead.
Thank you, first of all. I have two, actually. Number one, Senator Cassidy
has tweeted out a photo that he said was of an individual that authorities wanted to get in contact with in connection possibly with the killing of Capitol Police Officer Sicknick. Number one, can you give us any type of update on that situation? Number two, I know you talked about intelligence leading up to the day before, or leading up to the day of the riots, but there are some specific reports out that there was at least one report out of FBI in Norfolk that painted a pretty grim picture. Can you confirm that? And were authorities on the Hill, really ready for what was coming at them?
So the investigation into Officer Sicknick's passing is an ongoing investigation. We are looking at everything that we possibly can. It cuts us to a core that one of our law enforcement brethren passed away. It's an ongoing investigation. There's a lot of tools and interviews that we're still conducting. There's a whole host of video that's out there. We're reviewing all that information. As for the information that's being presented out there right now about Norfolk, that was a thread on a message board that was not attributable, was being attributable to an individual person. Like I said in my statement, we deal in specifics and facts. That information, when my office and Washington Field office received that information, we briefed that within 40 minutes to our law enforcement partners, our federal, state, and law enforcement partners that we had on our command post. It got ingested into the JTTF system and was, again, shared with all our law enforcement partners through that process that we have. And that's the action that we took on that, and that's it.
This concludes our question and answer session, as well as the conference. Thank you for attending today's presentation. You may now disconnect.
Around the world, a businessman with an extraordinary ability to communicate directly with the American people, a leader who grew tired of politicians, leading our country down a road to ruin. He didn't do it for money or power or fame. He had all that.
You offer there, because you are on my hill. But then I suppose they would probably get me for, I don't know, endangering a police officer's life. But Neo can drive off of the police officer on his car and he doesn't get nothing. I wonder why that is. Is that because you're Reggie Defoe's son and Reggie loves all this? That's why we got our alleged culture museum. Nobody went even to our other culture museum. And who would want to come to a culture museum anyways when we bent over for a pipeline and raised no questions? Is that my rock? Nope. Mine was flat. And it was right over there. And the next time these workers call me dumb and an idiot, you better watch your culture crew sensitivity. Oh no, I'm gonna ride this dirt all the way out. You're lucky I'm throwing you guys a bone today. Ooh, Arkansas. Oh, Black Sea, XZ. Ain't nothing macadamias about you. Nothing impeding a driver's license plate. But they say they can't do anything about that because it comes from Michigan. They can't do anything, they say. These police of mine are more bent over than I am, for real. Oop, I better go this way to make sure I'm not breaking the right of way. Because if I go this way a little bit, I'll be breaking it. Like my finger right now is breaking it. See that? My finger is breaking the right-of-way. Arrest me, officer. Look at it. It's breaking the right-of-way. Don't you feel stupid? I would. Don't forget to wash your hands. These workers are very dirty. See? They just brought flaggers out again when we came here. How come you guys never do anything about that? Hey, Kevin!
And you said they weren't here when you got here?
Nope. Check the video. Check the video. Again, they weren't even out here when we got out here. This could be my single mothers out here making a living. Instead, Pennsylvania's out here, and they're breaking our safety all the time. All the time. Get away from my grandma's car. I don't trust you by it. Get him away from my grandma's car. No!
Okay.
Oh, now you're going to stop talking. Where's you guys a 6 feet distance? Don't trust these dirty workers. You don't know what's going on. Get away from my grandma's car. You're impeding on it.
What? We are on a town thing. We need to get this access opened up.
Hey, no you don't. You have a road access right there.
This is a permitted
I don't
access.
care what it is.
That's not.
Access right there.
Over there, you're impeding on my culture grounds. Get Patrick out here. He'll tell you that.
So, Deb, I got Sherry back over here.
Okay.
For now.
You said that...
I threw you a bone right now. That doesn't mean later on I'm not. I can get a tent and I can actually camp up there. I can sleep up there.
Complaints about...
Yep.
Okay, so this is the man I'm talking to right here.
You guys
came here without wearing a mask. He came walking here.
I never got to the tires and turned around.
I have a video of exactly every single move you made, so you don't lie.
Yep. Don't lie.
Don't be a liar.
We need to open this access up.
That's
you guys' trucks have been coming through here easily, and when we came out here, you had no flaggers out here again, sir, impeding on our safety, breaking your own OSHA standards. Because a truck was hauling anything over 6,000 pounds, you were supposed to have flaggers out here all the time that you guys are hauling trucks and using your access road. So stop cheating us. When you guys do your job and comply, I'll stop coming out here. You guys know the OSHA standards? I know them. You guys are supposed to have flaggers out here all the time.
They're all here waiting on.
Impeding, breaking OSHA standards, public safety. Once again, Enbridge is doing that again.
So, when we got here, there was no flaggers at all. I have video, no flaggers. And when Mr. Inspector Gadget came here, I have video of him coming here, walking with no mask. And so I need Mr. Inspector Gadget's name.
They love her out here.
Report you to the attorney.
I have taken the Fond du Lac Transit before to come and shut down a pipeline. It only cost me $1 and $1 to get back.
What's your name?
$2.
And
what's your name, sir?
Videos of me.
What's his name?
Is that against the law? Yeah.
He don't want to answer.
What's your name? You don't have a name, huh?
Why don't you ask him what his name is?
I don't have to ask him what his name is.
But you want to know what my name is?
I know.
But you didn't. He did not. He had to ask it.
I've been working a while.
And I gave it to him honestly. So ask him his name.
All right, Deb. I did what you asked.
So what do I need? I want to write written down an official complaint. They're not wearing their masks.
We want another official complaint that they also broke OSHA standards and that there are no flaggers out here. When you guys cross these access roads, like you're complaining that we are impeding on right now, you're supposed to have flaggers out here all the time. The beautiful thing is, oh, there's that arrogant guy of mine. And which one of you guys called me stupid? That's called culture and sensitivity.
But I'm telling you that these Chibokimans are on our lands, and this is our rules. These are our rules.
Yep.
So I would like to make an official complaint.
Again, we're going to make another complaint against you guys. Again. And you should be doing your job a little better since you work for us. Wearing that mask.
An official complaint.
You do your job.
What do I need?
You're not doing it, and you are not living up to being a good Fond du Lac band member.
No.
You do your job, too.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to do anything. It's not.
He's not going to do anything.
That's an internal policy with them. That's their own work policy.
No, that's our right of way. That's our right of way, and you have to uphold that right of way just as much as they're supposed to.
Policy. As soon as I get an official complaint, yes, I most certainly will be more than happy to.
I don't know what you're referring to as an official complaint form. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so I'm talking about. Wait. Listen.
You called the police out here, and we're telling you guys didn't have no flaggers? You guys broke OSHA standards again. That's all you guys do out here is break standards. That's all you guys do out here is break your own OSHA standards. Like I keep telling everybody, I could have my Fond du Lac women out here, my single moms out here making money. And they would be out here like they're supposed to be out here all the time. Whenever you keep going back and forth on the access road and trucks are hauling, flaggers are supposed to be out here all the time. It's called OSHA standards. See, now this tells me that I cannot trespass this way, and that's why I didn't take this way. Even though I walk this way all the time when Enbridge isn't here. I do my 4-day ceremonies out here. I come out here every season, not once a year. Every season I come out here for 4 days. No food, no water. I make that sacrifice for the Nibby. It says it there, it doesn't say it over there, because over there, even on top of that hill, then they want to tell me safety. Where's you guys' safety with your flaggers being out here all the time? Where's our safety? Where's that? Where is it? Hey, did you guys ever notice that even our new garbage people got new trucks from Sanju Harbors, Dodge Rams? Your RBC doesn't even give a shit if your ponies and your vehicles are broken down and busted up. They don't give a shit. Hey, Mr. Kevin Dupass, where are you? Where are you, Mr. Kevin Dupass? Where's our chairman of the Reservation Business Committee? You used to work a pipeline. Actually, you ran Camp Truth complaining about a pipeline. You ran it complaining. That stick tells me right there that I am trespassing if I go beyond that orange stick this way. There's not one that way because I'm not. I only came down just to throw you guys a bone. Do your job. Really, OSHA standards are being broken and you wear that mask? It's shameful. I hope you go home and pray. Really, you do. You need to go home and pray really hard. Wearing my Fond du Lac mask, not even doing your job. You should be fired too. Fired! You can't even make sure there's flaggers out here. You don't even have our single moms out here flagging right now. You have Pennsylvania here. That's right. Now turn your back, you coward. And you guys are welcome once again.
So, we already got background on it. I'm just going to give y'all my opinion. I have to write it down here. I just got to look for it.
Yeah.
Get it. atrocious that Governor Cuomo takes the majority of the money that's supposed to go to the education system to manage all systems throughout the state. Why only tax the poor out the money they need when we could tax the rich out the money they don't need? Yes. This is a very dysfunctional way to support the state throughout all systems and only gives the rich more ways to get richer. The rich should be taxed way more. The poor should barely even have to do with taxes. It's based off the simple fact that there are billionaires in this state, also in this building, that could chip in to make sure that all aspects of the state is at its best capacity. This way, we can tax the rich, public schools can finally get the materials and the resources that they need to be at its best. That's right. We should not be taken away from the education system, the most important system out of all systems. Come on, girl, say it. The education system is a very important part to making sure that the future get the knowledge and the resources that they need to be the best next generation that they can be. Why take away from the next generation? And I'm going to pass it over to my mom now. That's all I have. Hi, everyone. My name is Tanisha Grant. Along with being an education warrior for AQE, I also am CEO of Parents Supporting Parents New York, which is a grassroots, non-profit organization that unapologetically caters to Black and brown parents. As I stand here, I hold back tears because the people in this building are so evil that they would use their generational wealth that they have built off of the Black and brown bodies to hurt children. Children in this country have been denied resources, opportunities, and just the right to live and thrive for as long as this country's been here. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment uptown with my 3 children and my grandson. But we don't care about that. We don't care about having toilets that are built out of gold. We care that our children get a decent education. We care that the so-called leaders do not get in bed with the billionaires and help them to keep us down. It is very upsetting to me that we have to come here from the comfort of our communities, because our communities are just as good as the rich people's car gas. Don't let nobody tell you that they're not. Nobody wants to come here and see all the resources that you take from our babies. I am not considered well off or any of that. But let me tell you what I do to combat the evil that this country gives us. They don't want to give our kids laptops. They want to buy inadequate devices for our children that our children cannot use. They want to tell our children, even if this works, it does not belong to you. That is not right. They try to teach our children that they are less than. So this Black mother, during a pandemic, started a fundraiser, and we have raised $50,000, and we have
taught in schools in Washington Heights, Dyckman for 15 years. And let me tell you a little story. In March, I remember that all of our schools were suddenly shut down in the middle of a pandemic, and I was trying to figure out what we were going to do with all my babies, all my 140 students who I was teaching in the Heights. While the billionaires and millionaires didn't worry about where their kids were going to go, I knew that my students had parents who were working in the supermarkets, who were the essential workers, and how so many of them passed away due to COVID. And so here, we're not just asking these billionaires to pay for just our schools. We are asking for billionaires and millionaires to put their money and their mouth exactly where we're asking them as far as their monies are concerned, so we can have better health care, we can have better security, we can make sure that everybody feels like they belong in our schools and their parents don't have to worry. That's the point. We want them to be fully human beings in the places where they are. Because cuando yo hablo con los padres que yo tengo en mi escuela, ellos saben cuánto tiempo yo me quedo con ellos, con sus estudiantes, ¿verdad? Pero esos impuestos no solamente van para los maestros, pero también va a la ciudad entera. Va a los padres que están hablando aquí, por ejemplo. Van a los padres especialmente que trabajan en los supermercados, en los hospitales, donde sea. Porque yo he tenido muchos alumnos que los padres se han muerto porque el COVID. Y mientras tanto, estos millonarios no le cambian los impuestos y no se preocupan si no se tiene que ir a salir a la calle. Mientras tanto, nosotros tenemos que ir a la calle, ¿verdad? Y eso porque estamos aquí. Yo quiero hacer un poquito de clase porque yo también enseño matemática y aquí tengo, I have a poster right here for everybody because I teach math. So, here, a little something. This is how much money the top 0.01% makes compared to the rest of us. This is how, look at this big block. Este bloque entero, este cuánto dinero ellos hacen si nosotros no subimos nuestros impuestos a ellos. Mientras tanto, todos nosotros que estamos aquí, hacemos este chiquitito, este punto que tenemos aquí, esos somos nosotros. Y todavía nos suben nuestros impuestos aquí y no nos suben los impuestos a ellos. ¿Eso es justo? No. Is that just? No. Is that right? No. That's not right. No. That's not right. And so, what we're asking today is for all our millions and billionaires up there to fund not just my kids in Dyckman, not just my kids in Washington Heights, not just my kids in Harlem, but for every kid who needs it, not just for our schools, not just for our students, but for all the parents who have passed away from COVID, who are still struggling with COVID, who are still going through healthcare issues, who are still trying to demand more money from a governor who decides that he's just a friend to all of them, the big block right here, and not the friends that are this small right here. Is that fair? How is he a Democrat? How is that a Democrat? It isn't. All right? Now, we have some really good things to do here, too. So I do want to shout out, by the way, gran saludos a Citizen Action of New York. A mi familia, Make the Road NY, yo te veo. Saludos a ustedes. Thank you for coming. Oh, yes. I want to shout out the New York Communities for Change. Yes. And I want to shout out the NYC LGBTQS Chamber of Commerce Incorporated. Shout outs to the South Asian Fund for Education, Scholarship, and Training Incorporated. Stay fit. Shout outs to my people in Moore. I see you. Parents supporting parents. Thank you for your work. Shout outs to the Coalition of Asian American Children and Families, CACF, the Democratic Socialists of America, y gran saludos también al New York Immigration Coalition. What do we want? Tax the rich. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Tax the rich. When do we want it? Now. want to introduce a neighbor of mine. I miss her neighborhood, so I'm not. She's my neighbor. Please give a strong shout out to my neighbor, mi amiga, Joanna Garcia.
Yeah! ¿Qué queremos? ¿Cuándo? Ahora. La justicia para nosotros se ha negado demasiado tiempo y demasiado veces. Injusticia encima de injusticia es un crimen. Lo que están haciendo con nuestros niños es un crimen. Tener que rogar por lo básico para nuestros niños es un crimen. Esperar que nuestros niños reciban educación adecuada, como es un derecho humano, es un crimen. Ahora mismo está en una pandemia y se supone que las armas negras, por lo menos, se alumbran para hacer lo que es bien. Y aún los millonarios, los billonarios, el gobernador le sigue dando la espalda al futuro de nuestras almas, que son nuestros niños. ¿Merecemos mejor? ¿Merecemos mejor? Sí. Do we deserve better than what we've been getting from the governor? Yes. It is a crime. It is a crime when we have been dealing with generations of injustices. And still in the pandemic, the dark souls, the dark hearts that have denied us the justice of funding our schools still deny us. Still ask us to pay. Still ask us to pay for a basic education for our children. Our schools are the heart of our society. Our schools are the heart of a good democracy. When you don't have a strong school, it means that someone has disinvested and turned their back on the community. And we deserve better. Don't tell me that while you've gotten richer in this pandemic, that we can't shake you upside down and you give us that pocket change, because they'll pay for this laptop. Don't tell me that you can't bother and not take that jet to wherever you go, or die with your rich friends so that you can give a child a basic, sound, quality education. And don't tell me that when I walked 150 miles with my sister Sophia, the Ed Walkers of the month, that it was for naught. It wasn't a PR stunt. It's because what do we have to do to get our children the education? What do we have to do? Tax the rich. What do we have to do? Tax the rich. It's so simple. They have it. They can do it. It won't hurt them, but it will help us so much more. A la justicia vamos. Gracias. I would like to bring up Flaviana Linares from McMurrow, New York, parent.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Flaviana Linares, soy miembro de Make the Road New York. Tengo 3 hijos y uno de ellos asiste a la escuela pública 329 en Queens.
Good afternoon, my name is Felice. I'm going to be translating for Fabiana today to make sure, because language access is super important. Language justice. So I'll be translating for Fabiana. Hello, my name is Flaviana Linares. I'm a member of Make the Road New York. I have 3 children, and one of them attends the public school 329 in Queens.
Hoy estoy aquí apoyando esta acción para proteger a nuestros estudiantes, no a los millonarios, porque necesitamos invertir en la educación de nuestros estudiantes. Y al invertir en la educación de nuestros estudiantes, estamos invirtiendo en el futuro de nuestro estado de Nueva York.
To today I'm here supporting this action to protect our students, not billionaires, because we need to invest in our students' education. And by investing in our students' education, we are investing in our New York State's future. Our children can continue to learn in public schools that are being defunded year by year by our Governor Cuomo, who cares more about his billionaire friends instead of our children's education.
Nuestros hijos no pueden seguir aprendiendo en las escuelas públicas que están siendo desfinanciadas año tras año por nuestro gobernador Cuomo, quien se preocupa más por sus amigos multimillonarios que por la educación de nuestros hijos. Ayer el Estado dijo que aumentar los impuestos a los ricos solo traerá 1.500 millones al Estado, y eso no es cierto. Tenemos un plan que traerá más de 50.000 millones al Estado en ingresos. Se llama el Acta de Inversión en nuestro Nueva York.
Yesterday at the State of the State, we had our Governor Cuomo saying that raising taxes will bring only $1.5 billion to the state. We know that's not true. We have a plan that will bring over $50 billion plus to the state in revenue. It's called Investing on New York Act. Woo!
Es muy triste que nuestros niños no tengan una educación de calidad porque tenemos legisladores en Albany, incluyendo al gobernador, que no quieren invertir en educación pública. Es inaudito que en la mitad de una pandemia y en siglo XXI tengamos que salir y luchar para traer el dinero de nuestra escuela que debe recibir por ley para brindar la educación de calidad que todos merecemos en el Estado.
It's very sad to be out here because our children are not receiving quality education, because we have legislators in Albany, including our governor, who don't really want to invest in public education. This is ridiculous that in the middle of a pandemic, in the 21st century, we are here fighting to bring more money to our schools so that our children can have good quality education.
Necesitamos abordar la desigualdad de riqueza de una manera significativa. Necesitamos un impuesto directo sobre las grandes sumas de riqueza. La educación debería ser un derecho y no un privilegio. Gobernador Cuomo, no somos sus amigos millonarios, multimillonarios, pero somos los que hemos mantenido esta ciudad funcionando las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana. Sin nosotros no tendría un Estado que gobernar. Para invertir en nuestros niños es necesario imponer los impuestos necesarios a los ricos para financiar nuestras escuelas. Hoy no estamos aquí para pedir un favor. Hoy estamos aquí para luchar por nuestros derechos y por lo que nos pertenece.
We need to address wealth inequality in a meaningful way. We need direct tax on our source of wealth. Education should be a right, not a privilege. Governor Cuomo, we are not your millionaires, billionaire friends, but we are the ones who kept this city running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Without us, you will not have a state to govern. Invest in our children. Tax the rich to fund our schools. 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 Tax the rich to fund our schools.
All right, so we got a dynamic speaker who we weren't expecting to have, and then we have a few more, so folks hold on, because we also have this lesson in equity I just want to share with you after the one and only Mr. CFB,
Senator Robert Jackson. Give it up.
Thank you, Senor. Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes a todos. I just drove back from Albany. Took about 3.5 to 4 hours. The George Washington Bridge is closed, and one thing I said is it's not going to stop me from getting down here to be with you, because I know how important education is, and I know we're not being funded correct, and I know that it takes us out in the street to communicate to our leaders, our legislators, and all of the individuals that support education that we need money. We need money in order to educate our kids. If you don't believe it, tell the rich, let them switch with us. And let me tell you, they won't do it. And they're willing to spend $30, $40, $50, $60,000 a year to send their kids to elementary school. And I'm not saying they shouldn't do that. I'm not saying they shouldn't do that. I'm saying they need to help us, the people of New York City, to help them to get the income that they have to send their kids to school, to make sure our children, black and brown and poor people in New York City and New York State, get the money so they can get a sound basic education that is guaranteed by the New York State Constitution. That's what this fight is about. And I tell you, in 2003, in the campaign for fiscal equity, I walked 150 miles from New York to Albany, from a court that says that our children are only entitled to an 8th grade education, and 6th grade in reading and 8th grade in math. And we said, no way will we accept that. Just like we're not going to accept the fact that New York does not have the type of money that we need. And so there are 6 bills in Albany, 6, 5 and 1 is 6. And I have a bill with a progressive income tax, a progressive tax that will tax those individuals, and that's all of you here, that earn $300,000 or more, right? Isn't that all of you? You mean that's not all of you here? Well, maybe it's those in here. You agree? And so all we asking to do is everybody do our fair share to make sure that all of the children, not some of the children, all of them in New York State have the opportunity to get an adequate education. That's all we're asking. And so, I thank you for allowing me to speak. I had to be here to be with you because I know how important education is. I had the opportunity to go to public schools here and had the opportunity to go to college. I had the opportunity to make sure and fight for my children to get a good education. And I fight for all of you and your children every time I'm up in Albany. Every time there's a rally that AQE calls or any other grassroots organization to fight for our children, I will stand with you. Thank you.
I'm going to keep it moving. I want to bring Steve Moore because I just want to give a little lesson in equity. Maria, can you pass that board too? So we're here because we need to protect students, not billionaires, that's been clear, and a lesson in equity. So right now, 1 in 10 students are homeless. Is that right? No. Is that equity? No. 77,000 students don't have laptops. Is that right? No. Is that equity? No. 118 billionaires in New York State, and guess what? Their wealth increased by $77 billion during the pandemic. Is that right? No. Is that equity? No. Absolutely not. So let's look and see some of the folks who live here. Who are some of the people here? Guess what? Their collective wealth of the 118 billionaires here, and guess what? $600 billion. So it's time to invest in our New York, which is our schools. So here's some of the... That's what we just said, $77 billion. That's That's right. That's how much it went through.
I must be on audio, Safi.
So here we go. We got some millionaire names in here. We got Ron Lauder. I'm going to start with him. You know why? Because he was one. Let me get my notes out here because I want to make sure I get it right. He's getting $400,000 to Cuomo's electoral campaign. Did you hear what I said? $400,000. He's a heavy, guess what? He has spent his vote to maintain the specialized high school exam, which many of us know, many of us here have been fighting against that exam. Because it keeps black, brown, and poor children out of that school, and the decline, I think we're up to 5 black kids in here, maybe, or less than that, right? And he spent $6 million on a racist Safe Together Path New York to support Republican majority in New York State. But guess what? He lost, because we got the majority now. Bad actors in this building. Is that equity? No! Is that right? No! All right, so we got another one here. We got Steven Schwarzman. Well, guess what? Just in case you don't know what he looks like, here's a great picture of him right next to Donald Trump. Another big Trump supporter, top donor, right? Funnels money to the Republican National Convention. Blackstone, CEO of the Blackstone Group. Google Blackstone. Some of y'all know already. Look at them. Somebody like, oh. And I'm going to give one more, and then we're going to move on, because I want to hear more of the impact of when we don't support and move with equity and what it will take for us to tax the rich. We're going to talk about Elizabeth and Ken Swig. They live in this building, too. Real estate investors. I mean, you know, probably good people, but we also know what the real estate industry has done to everything. Early support. Here you go. Early supporters and donors to Andrew Cuomo. So what is the through line here? Is that what we know is that when you put up big money, it don't matter who you're hurting in the process, right? To Governor Cuomo, when you give big money to Governor Cuomo, he'll crush anything you want him to crush. And in this instance, he's been crushing the futures of our children for his whole 10 years that he's been governor. So we stand here today again with a lesson in equity, saying this is not equity. This is hoarding of wealth, right? And we need to make sure that the folks in this building know that we see them, and we know they're trying to snatch our democracy. So I want to bring up next speaker, running for New York City, another candidate. This young man who I'm bringing up, I knew since he was maybe the same time. You'll see what I mean when I see him. You see him now. When he was a youth organizer with the Urban Youth Collaborative. And now I'm so proud of this young man who is running for city council in the 14th district, Adolfo Abreu. Give it up.
We're still almost the same height, right? Mi gente, estamos presentes. Estamos aquí. En la lucha. Mira, me llamo Adolfo Abreu y vengo desde el Bronx. Como digo, hasta aquí ya yo tengo casi 16 años en la lucha para mejorar nuestras escuelas públicas. Yo comencé cuando tuvimos un millonario postulándose como un alcalde. Y ese fue el alcalde Michael Bloomberg. Y ese alcalde cerró varias escuelas en nuestras comunidades, privatizó nuestra educación pública y también aumentó el número, la cantidad de policías en nuestras escuelas. Y en ese tiempo, como líder, como varias organizaciones, nosotros estamos ahí peleando y luchando contra él para poder mejorar nuestras escuelas. Y ahora tenemos un alcalde, un gobernador, digo, que ha durado su término entero protegiendo a las personas que viven aquí en este edificio en vez de invertir recursos necesarios para nuestras escuelas públicas. Esto no es justo. Y ahora ese mismo gobernador está hablando de austeridad en vez de hablar sobre la prosperidad y la manera que nosotros podemos tener un sistema de educación que pueda invertir y valora las experiencias y la existencia de nuestros jóvenes. Tenemos que aumentar los impuestos a las personas que viven aquí, en este edificio y en el estado entero. No vamos a esperar que Washington actúe. Este estado tiene que actuar y pasar todas las leyes para que nuestro sistema de educación sea el mejor del país entero. So I'll say that now in English. Like Z said, my name is Adolfo Abreu, and I'm running for New York City Council in District 14 in the Bronx. I started organizing when I was 11 years old. Went to Urban Youth Collaborative with some other organizations here. Back when then State Senator Robert Jackson was in the City Council as the chair of the Education Committee. And we went against Mayor Bloomer, who was a billionaire, who closed several schools throughout the city, who privatized and pushed to privatize our education system, who added more policing to our schools, something that the prior mayor, Rudy Giuliani, I think some of you know who that person is, did that. All of that was at the backs of black and brown youth all over the city. But we rose up because we knew that another education system was possible, an education system that will invest in our humanity and our existence. And like I said in Spanish, the last 10 to 11 years, we've had a governor who has coddled the millionaires and the billionaires instead of going to bat for us, for in our communities. So that's why I'm here with you, because we need to make sure that we are taxing the rich to investing in our public school system, investing in our hospitals, investing in our public housing, investing in our communities, because that's everything that we need to do. And I know we're going to win it. I know we've been here for a while, but I'm hopeful, because the people power that's here shows me that we will win. So what are we going to do? Tax the rich. What are we going to do? Tax the rich. There we go.
All right, we got to keep it going. We have a representative from Public Advocate Jumaane Williams' office, Elizabeth Kennedy. Then we're going to bring up a parent, Sophia Martinez from New York Communities for Change. And we're going to close it out with an educator, of course, because we got to have the trifecta. Parent, student, and educator. So right now, Elizabeth Kennedy.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Kennedy, and I'm here as a community organizer with the Office of the Public Advocate of Jumaane D. Williams. I'm here with my fellow community organizer, Sammy Disu, and we are so grateful for each and every one of you. There are students, there are parents, there are families, there are educators, there are community organizers out here today, and we're here to be brief. Everyone's already laid it out. It is unconscionable to continue to cut and divest from our education, from our schools, and from our families. We are saying enough. We are saying enough. We are saying enough. We are saying enough. It is time to tax the rich and fund our schools. We cannot continue to have a budget that is not aligned with our priorities. Our budget is a moral document, and it has never been moral. We need to make it whole. We need to invest in our families. We need to invest in our children. We need to invest in black students, in black teachers, in Latinx students, in Latinx teachers, in immigrant students, and immigrant teachers. It is time. We need to make our budget whole. We need to tax the rich. We know where the money is. We know where it is because it's right in front of us. We need to tax the rich and fund our schools. We need to tax the rich. Tax the rich. Fund our schools. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sophia? All right, give it up to Sophia.
Buenas tardes con todos. Mi nombre es Sofía Martínez. Soy madre soltera. El día por el que estoy aquí es porque tengo hijos que estudian en escuelas públicas. No tienen todos los recursos, pero si los billonarios pagan los impuestos, los tendríamos. Por favor, cancelemos, al igual que todos cancelamos impuestos. Habría más computadoras, habría más fondos para las escuelas. Gracias. Por favor, para cobrar los impuestos.
Good afternoon. I'll be campaigning for Sophia Martinez. My name is Guadalupe, organized for NC for Change. We're here today because we want to get schools, our schools to be funded.
The only way to be funded is for these billionaires at 740 Park Avenue pay their taxes. We need systems available for our students. We don't want loans. We don't want them to say, I'm lending you this. You have to return it to me in good condition. We want laptops. We want systems that these students are be able to say, I can be in class. I have internet access. I have the software. We also are asking for them to invest in our New York. This is the only way New York City and other states, especially New York City, will be able to have funds for our schools in New York. Thank you.
All right, we got it. Last but not least, John Mermelstein. Yes.
Despite it being cold, I will show them more.
Hey, John!
So we've heard from a lot of amazing folks tonight. If we make some noise for Tanisha Grant one more time. 62 kids, including 3 from PS 161. Also, we got a shout out to Adolfo, Abreu, and Johanna going to bring this fight to City Hall. Thank you, Adolfo. So I love that we use this word invertir, so gracias a mi company. I use la palabra invertir, invest, I think is the right framing. I just want to paint the picture of what my school PS 161 looks like at its best when we do receive adequate funding. So, you walk out of the hallway around 2:20, the bell rings, and in the cafeteria there are 2 after-school programs. We have Aspira, which offers poetry, art, public speaking, and soccer. And then there's New York Edge, which offers robotics, a different arts and crafts program, and dance. Then if you go down to the auditorium, in the basement, we have a debate program, where we have 25 debaters that compete all across New York State, all of them Grafton Brown Youth from Harlem. Then in the next to the auditorium, we have the dance studio, where Miss Rojas runs her dance studio elective once a week during the school day, and then those kids can stay once a week after school. And lastly, if you go to the other corner of the basement, there's the art room, where Miss Tyson has roughly 10 kids on a given day staying after to do art. Every single one of these programs that makes not just school worth going to, but makes life worth living, every single thing I just mentioned is subject to getting cut for this upcoming school year after Corona.
That ain't right! That ain't right!
So, I don't want it to think of that we're spending money and then it just goes away, right? This is money that gets invested for a purpose that makes our community healthier and stronger. Unlike when they hoard their money and it goes nowhere, does nothing, and serves literally no purpose. So the choice is clear, Andrew Cuomo. Do you want to allow my kids to do art, dance, debate, or do you want to allow these jerks to hoard their money? Thank you very much.
All right, so here we are. We're coming to the end. Jose, come over here, my partner in crime. I mean, in justice, revolutionary goals, all that good stuff. We're out here again. I hate to say, I wish I could say this will be the last time. One thing is very clear, that we need to tax the rich. And even if we tax the rich, guess what? They will still be billionaires. This will not hurt them. And I don't subscribe to the paying their fair share, because I think that legitimizes that we need billionaires and millionaires in this country when we don't. We've been brainwashed to think that that's normal, to have more wealth than you can ever spend. While half the nation, half of the world or less, has less wealth than you. That is not normal. Right? So it's not paying their fair share. Right? We pay more taxes than they do. That ain't right. Period. Our children are currently in the midst of a pandemic, and many of them, as Lisa said, as she's been pushing forth, don't have laptops. That's not right. That's not right. Many of our children and our educators, even if they're in school, are in conditions that are not fully healthy for them to be in. That's not right. And we can do something about it, New York State. We can do something about it, Governor Cuomo.
Yeah.
We need the political will. So here's your charge. Everyone that's here and anybody that's listening. If you believe that all those things are not right, if you believe that every child deserves the right to have a high-quality education, no matter what their zip code is, if you believe that, you have someone who represents you right now on every level of government. In New York State, that's your assembly, your senator, and I need you to go home and make a phone call. January to March. So if you got to do it every day, mobilize your people. Have a phone bank, a phone tree. I'm doing that call this week. What you doing next week? Because that's the only way we're going to move these folks. That's the only way we're going to move these folks. Especially since we can't be in Albany like we usually are. Please, I beg you, make the phone calls, hold your state assembly and senators accountable. Get on social media. If you're on there, you taking selfies, use that selfie to tell somebody that they need to fully fund our schools. Because our babies deserve it. Right? And we stand here again lastly in front of this building because it holds the largest amount of millionaires and billionaires. It is symbolic. So I'm also having some bad actors. I will subscribe to say that maybe some folks are here, probably many of them are good people. But what I need them to do is listen to what we just said here. Their wealth is killing our children. Their hoarding of wealth is killing our children. And if they care about kids, they won't even push and stop giving money to Governor Cuomo because he don't care about black and brown kids. That's right, I had a Kanye moment. Governor Cuomo don't care about black and brown kids. But we do. And so we are going to call our legislators and tell them to do what? Tax the rich. To do what? Tax the rich. And what do we want them to invest in? Fund our schools. Tax the rich and 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 fund our schools. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Please be safe out there. Tag us in your social media posts. You want to take a quick pic so everybody can get over here. Can we get the orange signs to come to the front so that we can, if you can get everybody to this wall here, can we get everybody to that wall so we can take a quick pic? Right, line up behind the orange. Yeah, we want to.
Okay, guys, they're wrapping up this. This event is the kickoff of their campaign, which is going to be going on, and I'm pretty sure it's related to the 5 or 6 bills that are in the state assembly right now, or that are being pushed. I'm pretty sure some for sponsors of the bill as well, but I'll check through that later. Like they said, yeah, utilize social media to push out, fund our schools. It's something that needs to happen.
All right, we want to, that's right, show them signs. Signs up. Signs in the middle over here.
And it definitely was a good turnout. I'd say in terms of following along, tax the rich, because there are a number of actions that are coming up between now and up through the 20th, 21st that I'm aware of. So you might want to, if you're looking on Twitter, use that hashtag to at least come up with some of the stuff and some ideas of what you can do. But definitely utilize the phone banking, social media, since, like I said, it's like you can't be as active as you would normally be in Albany. So.
Ready? Tax the rich. Tax the rich. Tax the rich. Fund our schools. Tax the rich. Fund our schools. Tax the rich. And 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 fund our schools. Tax the rich. Fund our schools. Protect students, not billionaires. 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 Tax the rich, fund our schools. Tax the rich, and fund our schools. Tax the rich, and fund our schools. Tax the rich, fund our schools. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for showing up. Please be safe going home.
Gracias a ustedes.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Proud Boys are now here. They're out here like trying to threaten us and scare us.
Yeah, apparently there's some Proud Boys out here trying to scare this group.
Go to his Twitter page later.
I haven't seen them yet, but...
that stuff going on. And then this weekend, I am going to D.C. Ideally, I'm going to be back there from the 17th up through the 20th of the inauguration, and then coming back on the 21st. And this time I am prepping ahead of time and making sure I have backup power supply, yada, 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 etc. I'm still in a weird place right now after Wednesday, but I am going to be down in D.C. So solidarity forever. See you guys on the front lines. Between now and the 17th, I'll be covering some stuff here in New York as I would normally do. Anyway, thanks.
Contratación, utilizar liderazgo para cambiar los programas de equidad internos, así como para ayudar a las personas a tener acceso equitativo a todos los diferentes programas que se tienen en los sistemas de salud. Creemos que esto es lo correcto y también creemos que es lo que nos va a llevar a ser una mejor sociedad y una sociedad más saludable.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Jarrett, we have a question from the Tribune. How do you see this coalition effort factoring into the vaccine rollout in Utah?
Well, I can say that the vaccine has been considered a scarce resource, and there's a Department of Health in coalition with the Utah Hospital Association has developed a scarce resource committee and task force, and I've just been very impressed with how that group takes into the issue of racial disparity as well as many other discriminatory factors in our healthcare. And one thing that I've noticed is that people of color here in the state have fared much worse with the COVID pandemic. And this has translated into various types of weighting as a risk factor for people of color who may be in consideration for certain treatments, vaccinations included. I would like to see us reach out into our neighborhoods of diversity and of color even a little more aggressively than we've been doing. And I think there's some opportunity for us to work there. But clearly, that's an area that we need to target specifically because we've seen how it's been devastated by the pandemic, and they need to be hit first with the vaccine as much as possible.
Greg, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Greg Angle. Thank you very much. No, I think Dr. Jarrett spoke to the issue very well. I think our chief medical officers and the University Hospital Association and our deputy director have been working very, very closely to collaborate, make certain that we can bring these vaccine to our essential healthcare workers first and then to the community second. And we know that the more efficient we become together, then the greater we'll be able to replenish that scarce resource and get it out as effectively and as efficiently as possible. And so I think the collaboration between the institutions has been very, very positive, and that's going to benefit all our demographics and the larger community as a whole.
Thank you. We have a question.
If I might, would it be possible to briefly comment?
Sure.
So
reaching these communities is difficult. And what I hear all my colleagues saying, and I completely agree, is it's really about equity. It's about getting the right outcomes and getting the same good outcomes for all people, regardless of what they look like and what languages they speak and where in town they live. We actually believe that a tactic that's extraordinarily effective is the use of community health workers. Often people are recruited directly from the communities that are underserved and are not receiving equitable outcomes. And Intermountain has made significant investments in community health workers. We've also tried to be helpful to the state to help them fund additional positions to get out into these communities and begin to address this in a really ground up sort of way. So again, super practical. It's really all about the results. It's about public health, not politics.
Thank you, Dr. Harrison. We have a question here. What are some examples of racial disparities in healthcare, and what prompted this group to get together to discuss this? And the biggest challenges, what are the biggest challenges to address this issue? Dr. Good, do you want to take that? And as a reminder, the first question is, what are some specific examples of racial disparities in healthcare?
Sure. Building on some of the comments that Dr. Harrison made, during this pandemic, if we have our healthcare teams in the emergency rooms or in our hospitals or doctor clinics and just taking care of patients as they come to us with COVID-19, the disease caused by a coronavirus infection, we are unable to fully understand the best way in our community to slow down the spread and eventually eliminate this disease or greatly reduce this disease from impacting our community. In other words, we can't just be in the hospital. We need to be in the community, understanding how our patients, individuals who come to us, how they live, the environments that they live in, the environments that they work in, the education systems that they participate in, and so on and so forth. The term is short, if you will, social determinants of health, but it encompasses an extremely broad array of perspectives, of life experiences, some of the things that I've just mentioned. And so the pandemic really highlighted racial inequities that existed for the pandemic, and then also the murders and the tragic taking of life that we saw highlighted over the last year, or if we look more closely, really quite honestly, having been present for many years. So it is a coming together of things that have been perhaps right in front of our face and we haven't seen clearly, and then also the challenges associated with coronavirus and COVID-19. Both of those cause us to engage with our communities, listen and look carefully, similarly do the same in our organizations, and it is challenging. It takes, as I mentioned, it takes time and sustained effort, conversations with one another and with our partners, such as what you're hearing about today with the institutions, the health partners that are represented here.
Thanks, Dr. Good. And then the second part of this question, Mikkel, I'm wondering if you could answer this. What prompted this group to get together to discuss this topic?
Thank you, Kathy. I'd say two things. One, the murders and the racial injustice that we were experiencing in our community across this country prompted us to be introspective about what we can do, and recognizing that these health disparities exist for each of our health systems, but also in the community more broadly. prompted us to be thinking about how do we work together. And very related to that, watching the disparities, the actual disparities that we're living as we experience this pandemic, created I think the prompt for us to think about the actions that we could take. So when you look at the disparity in the prevalence of COVID among people of color versus white populations, and then the rate of hospitalization, and even death rate, we can kind of drill down into the things that we can be doing as health systems to try to overcome those disparities. Even uptake of...
What I can say is that I have information that many of the employees of the Stratford Inn, including those who cleaned this gentleman's room, and including other staff, were never interviewed by the police department. And so we will find that information out using the civil process, in some ways because we have to. But those people, I mean, that should all be known to Andrea at this time, and it isn't.
Question. How did you get knowledge of his history of violence?
It took me about 3 minutes. Actually, it took me less time than that. So, and that was disappointing about the original reporting. If you have a OGIN, the court computing system for the Oregon courts is available and public. Type in this gentleman's name, and this murderer's name, I should say, and his history comes up and is available for free to any person. And if you did that, you would be able to see that he had multiple restraining orders against him that were founded. He also violated the court's restraining orders. He was ordered to undergo a batterer's intervention program, a special program for abating consistent domestic abuse. And he was given a Brady notice banning him from owning firearms. And that information is accessible. I mean, it would take a minute and a half essentially to pull up that history in its free public record. And I can get those records to anyone that wants to email me later. Another thing I think that we all wanted to say that we have not said yet, and I just want to put it out there, is that we want to know this will be an ongoing process, and to that end, there are some events that are coming up. So, Kaylee, can you speak to that?
So, as Justin said, this is an ongoing process. Grieving as a community is an ongoing process, and particularly making sure that we're prioritizing the right things in the right person, and that person is Aiden Ellison, is something that we are absolutely trying to do in every step of this process. So this Saturday, we will be holding a celebration of life events that is open to the community. Information is on our website at www.soequity.org. If you want to drive in at a location that'll be streamed through KSKQ, and we want to encourage anyone who isn't able to physically make it to the event to tune in and to play music and to honor Aiden on Saturday at 2 p.m.
I'm a mother also. I just want to say that I admire your boys. She was a wonderful mother. I can imagine being with boys. And thank you for being here and helping us through this movie.
I also want to let everybody, obviously next week, Dr. Barton will be doing a day. There's some pretty substantial events that will be streaming. I believe they start at 2 p.m. I know that information can be found on a number of local community organizations' websites, including BASE. So I really believe this is a moment to vote.
Shot or? I'm ready when you are. Just stick my get. I'll join you just in time.
It's me. At least I've asked to check. Not that I've had a call or anything.
Hey Nick, is your camera hot? Can you?
Hey, I imagine I'm live.
Can you transmit or no?
Yeah, no. All right, do I have any elements? Or is it straight? Okay. All right. Cool. All right, I'll go down. Right up top. They have this photo.
Shouldn't have gone.
I have you. Do you have me? You good? Can you hear me now? Check, 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 check. Hello, hello. The input's up too high.
Well, that's because I have to record something. I really wish they would fix the inputs.
Check 1 2, check 1 2, mic check 1 2 3 4. Check, 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 check. Give me another one. Check, check, check 1 2, check 1 2, 1 2 3 4. Mic check, mic check. 1 2 3 4. Now they can't hear.
Yeah, I can't hear.
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. How's that?
It was just fine until I had to touch it.
That's off. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 3, 4. Can you hear me now? Check, check, check. Okay.
All day long. Guys, can I leave both mics on? Can you split the channels? Can't split mixed audio?
I'm not saying anything. Here we go. Charles Luan, we just got out of the courtroom moments ago, as you mentioned, where the Sanford firefighter counts, one of lawful entry and the second count, disorderly conduct. Both are misdemeanors. Of course, this is in the Capitol riot last Wednesday. You can see we're right outside the doors right now, waiting presumably for him and his attorney to step out because on conditions, and one of the conditions was a $25,000 bond. However, he won't be paying any cash. It's a signature bond of $25,000. Does not appear, or if he violates any of the conditions of his release, he will then owe the federal court that $25,000. One other condition is that with any law enforcement officer, he must report that to the courthouse. Now, again, we are waiting outside for him, presumably, to walk out with his attorney. We have lots of questions for him. One thing that did to appear before the Sanford Fire Department at some point in the near future to answer questions. Again, it's still unsure whether hired in his role. We're waiting to hear details on that. But again, he is being released on a list of conditions, and we'll keep you updated as soon as we learn more details outside the federal courthouse in Orlando. I'm Robert Guadarrama, Fox 35 News. Okay. That one word I was looking for. Didn't quite get it. Yeah, I'm good. I was trying to get one word out and I couldn't think of the word. No, it didn't happen. Right, of course. 5:30. Sounds good. Okay, perfect. Yeah, you got it. All right, I'll keep you updated. Thanks, bye.
$5:30?
5:30. Same thing unless there's an update.
Check 1, 2.
Because of just simply existing from the wrong skin color. I never thought I would have to live to see that day. So I want to thank the three of you for your courage and for bringing us together. And I renew whatever commitments I can make. And I hope that anybody in this crowd who has made other commitments is inspired by this to renew the commitment to fight against racism, particularly white racism, to do it on a daily basis and to call it out. Thank you again.
Thank you, Emily. Emily Simon is definitely one of my biggest heroes in this world. Thank you guys for coming. We appreciate it. Thank you. Take a walk real quick.
Is there information on the website yet about the event Saturday?
Yep. All right, guys. I live in Brooklyn. I'm like, oh, railroad parking? I know what I
You guys can check the website. I believe there's information going up on there about the event on Saturday. You need to register, and the location will be sent to you via email. Thanks for attending. Feel free to give us a message if you have any other questions.
you the crowd surrounding Joyner Lucas's vehicle. I don't know what else he was going to say, tank, outside of City Hall. He was just on top of it, standing on it, speaking to the crowd here that's gathered outside City Hall to celebrate his receiving of the key to the city. He received it probably 20 minutes ago, and now he's in, as I said, his vehicle/tank, about to leave City Hall. But we're here on City Hall Plaza. As you can see, we're basically on the sidewalk. There's a pretty good police presence here to kind of escort him out. We got 1, 2, 3 cruisers, and then the video screen across Main Street playing his music videos as well. The Worcester Pirates mascot is also here. So Joyner Lucas is in that vehicle where the crowd is, signing some autographs. Most people out here are wearing masks. I'd say at least 99% are wearing masks. This obviously breaks the crowd gathering of 25 people. So Joyner Lucas, about 20 minutes ago, received the key to the city of Worcester, where he grew up. He thanks the city of Worcester for inspiration. He said he wanted to inspire others because as a kid, no one told him that, he could be a rapper, that was the smart thing to do. And so he wants to inspire others and be that voice that he never had, is what he described. So we're going to kind of get a look at Again, we're outside of Worcester City Hall, where rapper Joyner Lucas has just received the key to the city. He's waiting outside of his vehicle/tank and signing autographs. You can see kind of going through the window as he continues to sign. Someone's handing their shoe for him to sign. I'm going to back away to show you just kind of the size of the crowd. Someone just ran by me saying he signed his shoe. You can see the police lights flashing behind me. He'll probably be escorted from here. So Joyner Lucas was one of 4 people to get the key to the city tonight, and they were all cultural influencers, whether it be one was a designer, one was a photographer, and Joyner Lucas was obviously a musician, an artist. So that was kind of the theme of today's Key to the City. It was something the city had been planning for a while, but obviously COVID delayed that, and they just finally decided to go through with it today. So again, we're outside of City Hall here in Worcester, as Joyner Lucas is getting the key, received past tense, the key to the city. I'm going to turn around this way so you can see what's happening behind me here on Main Street. There's a couple of police cruisers, a video board that Joyner Lucas brought here. It's unfortunately you can't see, but it's playing his music videos. Yes, about, I would say 99% of the people here are wearing masks inside. Everyone was wearing masks for the ceremonies. This is actually a smaller version of the crowd. Once Joyner Lucas gave his speech atop the vehicle there, I would maybe 20% of the people left, but a lot of people lingered here. So Lucas is now inside of his vehicle, and people are sending him things to sign. I know inside he took a picture with a lot of people, and said whoever wants to to have a picture taken, can get a picture taken. Whoever wanted an interview got an interview one-on-one. So this crowd may be here a while because it seems like Joyner Lucas makes time for pretty much everyone here. At least he did inside. So again, we're outside City Hall, as you can kind of see. Mike Bonner from Mass Live here. As Joyner Lucas received the key to the city, was one of 4 people to receive the key to the city. They were all cultural influences, artists, photographers, designers. During the ceremony for receiving the key to the city, Joyner Lucas described, growing up in Worcester and being told his dreams of becoming a rapper, a hip-hop artist, weren't possible, and it wasn't smart of him to do that. He said he wants to be an inspiration to those people, be kind of a spark to their flame, their passion, to follow their dreams. So people are still outside here. They were calmly waiting outside City Hall for him to exit, and then when he exited, he signed some autographs, got on top of that tank-like vehicle, and gave a speech. And then once he gave a speech, a lot of people actually left here, but there's a few kind of lingering around. He's signing a ton of autographs. Behind me here on Main Street, you can see a couple of cruisers, some people dancing. People of all ages here. Lucas's family, his grandparents were all in attendance for the receiving the key to the city. Still a very large crowd here, but it almost seems to be dying down a little bit because, as I said, when he first exited the City Hall, there were a lot more people here. I'd say probably 99% are wearing masks, but obviously are not social distancing. We'll have more coverage of this on masslive.com. I was in City Hall when he received the key to the city. Got a bunch of pictures. And we'll have a story as well.
And they let you have your phone there? Which place you're at? What is it called? Huh? You're in the CSU?
Joyner Lucas is in the driver's seat of that vehicle, signing autographs. I think they're attempting to leave, but that's just not quite possible right now because all the people surrounding the vehicle. But it does look like they're trying to make some room for him to back out, so we'll stick here. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be leaving. He signed autographs for probably 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and now he's going to be leaving. We'll stay here to watch the vehicle. We've heard people get shoes signed. Apparently that person had a student ID sign. As Joyner Lucas prepares to leave here in front of City Hall. Councilor Christian King, you can see in front of me. He was in the mayor's office when hip-hop artist Joyner Lucas received the key to the city. He was one of 4 people to receive the key. Police are now trying to make some room for him to conceivably back out of there or go forward. Security is kind of surrounding it and trying to make a path for him to leave, but as you can see, there are just a lot of people in the way.
He's on. back up or drive out, one of them.
They've made some progress. There's at least some room now between his vehicle and people, the crowd. But it does look like it's going to be a difficult process to get out of there. Again, we're outside of City Hall here in Worcester, where rapper Joyner Lucas received the key to the city, his hometown. Lucas received the key probably about 40 minutes ago, maybe half hour ago, in that range. He came outside and was surrounded by a large crowd of people, signed drafts, they asked for a speech. He hopped on that large vehicle, I have to call it kind of a tank-like vehicle. Wait till you see the tires. They're quite big, at least 4 feet high.
Then all of a sudden you go, where did 2 hours go?
Yeah, next thing, and I've subscribed to 17 more people. What's the name of your channel, if I can ask?
Malcontent News.
Say again?
Malcontent News.
Malcontent News.
Yep.
I gotta write that down. I love to ask people because do you remember the Seattle is Dying documentary?
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
The Travis from the trash can scene. You remember?
No.
Remember the guy?
No.
The guy that said he's talking about being arrested a whole bunch of times.
Oh well, I mean there were several in there that were. Is he the? I don't know who. So, I mean, because there were like 10 people they interviewed.
So he was one of the focuses of the first one.
Is he the one that was? I don't want to. He died.
Yeah. So in the second one, they talk about.
Is he the one who died? He didn't die up at Cal Anderson.
Yeah.
Oh, he is the. He's the one that died in the
whatever that pump house.
The pump house.
Yeah.
The pump. So okay.
Travis. So I actually met Travis. And when I met Travis, I like asking people, hey, do you have a YouTube? I asked Travis that, and Travis actually does have a YouTube channel. And I watched those videos. He's actually a pretty talented musician. It was amazing. Yeah. Like everybody's got their story. Travis did, and it's tragic what happened. But watching his YouTube channel is like he kind of puts the human into what you don't see. We see him when he's at his worst. Then you watch that go, that's somebody's kid. That's a musician. I play music too, and like, wow, he's skating around on Heelys. You see all the shoes with the wheels in it, playing accordion while he's on Heelys, skating around and singing.
Yep.
It was amazing. So I always ask people now what their channels are. It's a long story to ask that, but
he was a tortured soul.
Yeah.
I mean, he definitely was a tortured soul. It is possible that I interacted with Travis during the CHOP eras, but we interviewed and talked to so many people that it's hard for me to go, this person, right? I mean, there was it just, drugs are terrible at the end of the day, and it's...
All right, David, so...
We're in the middle of a he said, right?
Yep. A big one. It kind of sounds like, have you talked to him at all other than...
We talked about nothing related to this. We were talking about Seattle Dying and YouTube channels and...
Okay, gotcha.
Usual.
So what he's telling me is very different from what you told me.
Not surprised.
So now I'm kind of stuck with, if you've got something on video for me to see, I'd love to see it. Because that would, right? Because other than that, I don't have a... fingers crossed, sometimes we get like that random driver that will pull over and say, hey,
yeah.
And that's what we hope for with 100 plus drivers in an intersection, but unfortunately nobody stopped today.
Yep.
So now I'm kind of lacking in physical evidence, right? The other thing too is, right, I'll try and be appropriate because you're live streaming, but like, if you've got a large mark or something like that and you want to, I don't know, step inside there or something like that and show me, right? Or something like that.
I can show you my ass. I mean, it's not like it's down. It's not like it's down at the crack of the ass. Yeah. I mean, I know where I'm hurting. So.
I'll leave you to it. Okay.
Right.
He's gonna hang out. My partner's gonna hang out. So we'll get it figured out.
We're gonna go see if we got a bruise on my ass or a mark, which I doubt.
He's got a large bruise.
Barb. I've never even been in here.
I have.
Oh,
Yeah, we gotta.
Oh, okay.
I say that, but.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's like a.
As you can tell, I've never been here.
They do the same thing to me. I can't just walk in here.
Oh, is it a COVID thing or?
It's that, and then the security.
Oh,
thing,
totally.
Because of. Unfortunate, there's a lot of theft with cannabis and stuff like that. So. They usually have like a security guy here, but that might be.
Y'all are not going to see my ass. Don't worry about it.
So that's for your phone number.
Wait, what?
So that's for your phone number. We can put in the order for you.
Oh, is it only by order?
No. You can put it online and read it?
No.
Perfect. I can just meet you right over at that door.
Okay, thank you.
काले कानून
रद्द करो
काले कानून
रद्द करो
काले कानून
रद्द करो
काले कानून
ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਛੋਟੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਦਾ। ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਅਗਲੇ ਬੁਲਾਰੇ ਅਮਰੀਕ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਫੌਜੀ ਉਹ ਆ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਰੱਖਣ। ਬੁਲਾਰੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਮੇਂ ਦਾ ਥੋੜਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਰੱਖਣ।
ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਵੀਰ ਭੈਣ ਤੇ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਵੀਰਾਂ ਨੇ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਲੀਡਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਜੋ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀਰ ਨੇ, ਜੋ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਮੰਨਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। ਕਈ ਮੇਰੇ ਵੀਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਗਲਤ ਵੀ ਬੋਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਪਿੱਛੇ ਹੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਜੋਸ਼ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਦਾਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਜੋਸ਼ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਸਾਹਮਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਭਾਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀਆਂ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਸੰਘੂ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੇਰਨਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, ਪਰ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵਰਤਣ ਯੋਗ ਸੀ ਆਥਾਂ ਵਰਤੀ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਆਥਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਥੋਂ ਵਰਤ ਕੇ ਸੰਘੂ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਤੱਕ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ। ਭਾਈ ਜੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡੇ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀਆਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਿਤਨਾ ਵੀ ਪ੍ਰੇਰਨਾ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਉਤਨਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਹੈ। ਜੇ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਂਤਮਈ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੋਟ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਵੀ ਜੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣਗੇ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਾਂਤਮਈ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਦਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਜਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੋਹਰੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਚੱਲੋ। ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੰਘੂ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਦੇ ਮੋਰਚੇ ਟੁੱਟੇ ਸੀ ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹੀ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਵੀ ਮੋਰਚੇ ਟੁੱਟੇ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਜੋ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਬੰਦੀਆਂ ਕਹਿਣਗੀਆਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੂਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਮੈਂ ਬਲਾਕ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਡੇਰਾ ਬਾਬਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਤੋਂ ਹਾਂ, ਕਿਸਾਨ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਲੱਖੋਵਾਲ ਦਾ, ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਣ ਡਿਆ ਭਈ ਸਾਡੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੌਂਚਮੈਂਟਾਂ ਕਰਵਾ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕਮ ਸੇ ਕਮ 5-5 6-6 ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਨਿਕਲਣ। ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਤੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 40-40 50 ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਵੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਆਉਣੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਜਨਤਾ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਆਉਣੀ ਆ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਡੇਲੀ ਫੋਨ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਸੀ 25 ਨਵੰਬਰ ਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹਾਂ, ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਜੇ ਜਾਈਦਾ ਹੈ 5-7 ਦਿਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਈਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਫੇਰ ਆ ਜਾਈਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਭਰਾਓ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਮਾਰਨਾ 26 ਜਨਵਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਆਗੂ ਕਹਿਣਗੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਆਗੂਆਂ ਤੇ ਫੁੱਲ ਚਾੜਨੇ ਹੈ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਫੌਜੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਮੇਂ 'ਚ ਰਹਿ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਲ ਆਖੀ। ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਬਾਬਾ ਸੁਲੱਖਣ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਦਮਦਮੀ ਟਕਸਾਲ, ਉਹ ਆ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜੋ ਹੱਕ 'ਚ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਰੱਖਣੇ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਰੱਖਣ।
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਲੜ ਰਹੀ ਸਮੁੱਚੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਕੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀਓ, ਤਿੰਨ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਭਾਈ, ਧਰਮ, ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਅਤੇ ਸਮਾਜ। ਧਰਮ ਦੀ ਦੁਰਦਸ਼ਾ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਜੱਗ ਜ਼ਾਹਰ ਹੈ ਭਾਈ। ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਕਾਲੇ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਲੜ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਤੇ ਸਮਾਜ ਉਹ ਸੜਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਰੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ 6 ਮਹੀਨਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ। ਇੱਥੇ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੁੜ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ, 2 ਦਾਤੇ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਉਹ ਦਾਤਾ ਜੋ ਅਡਿੱਠ ਹੈ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੇਖਿਆ, ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਆਹ ਦਾਤਾ ਹੈ ਭਾਈ ਜਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਨਦਾਤਾ ਆਖਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਸਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਸੜਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਰੋਲ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਦਾਤੇ ਨੂੰ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਅੰਨਦਾਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੇ, ਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਭਾਈ ਇੱਥੇ ਜੇ ਕਹਿ ਦਈਏ ਸਾਡੀ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਬੈਠੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਅਣਖ ਬੈਠੀ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਦੀ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਤੇ ਅਣਖ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਦਾਤੇ ਨੂੰ ਭਾਈ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਏ ਆ ਇੱਥੇ। ਤੇ ਇਹ ਭਾਈ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਕਾਲੇ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੱਕਾਂ ਲਈ ਆਏ ਆ, ਤੇ ਹੱਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭਾਈ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਥਾਲੀ 'ਚ ਪਰੋਸ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਹੱਕ ਲੈਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਲੜਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਹੱਕ ਨੂੰ ਭੀਖ ਮੰਗੂ ਮੰਗਣਾ, ਇਹ ਹੱਕ ਦੀ ਤੋਹੀਨ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੋਹੀਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਵਾਸੀ
¿no? Un hecho lamentable. Bueno, vamos a esperar un cachito hasta que venga alguien del hospital de Sonosi, ¿no? Del municipal, para que venga a buscarlo y así lo lleva. Lamentable hecho que pasó, no fue intencional, obviamente, no lo pudieron ver, pero este hecho lamentablemente pasó, ¿no? Bien, ahí viene el móvil de Sonosi, mencionan para que vengan a buscarlo al perrito, ¿no? Que reitero, no fue intencional, fue algo que sucedió, digamos, el chofer no lo vio al animalito, ¿no? También se escuchaban muchos fuegos artificiales, lo que por ahí también desorienta, ¿no? A los animales, especialmente a los perritos, y acá había muchos perritos. Bien, vamos a esperar al móvil Sonosis, así para que los mismos vengan y obviamente lo retiren, ¿no? Al perrito y lo lleven al hospital de mascota. Bueno, en este caso va a ser trasladado por la camioneta de la policía. Lo van a llevar a la mascota, al animal, al perrito, para que sea atendido en el hospital municipal, que reitero nuevamente, no fue intencional la cuestión, solamente el vehículo circulaba y por los estallidos de los cohetes el animal se desorienta, y al desorientarse trata de esconderse por algún lugar, y en este caso se encontraba por debajo de la camioneta. Bien, de esta manera Hora Cero Online ha transmitido en vivo y en directo www.horacerosalta.com.ar en lo que es en el Estadio Polideportivo Club Juventud Antoniana. 105 años de la institución. Tienen que llevarlo, no, espero que se muera, ¿Qué hace la policía? Bueno, la misma policía cargó la camioneta al animal y lo llevó al hospital municipal en Sonosis, donde he de considerar que va a ser atendido, ¿no? Vamos a reiterar que esto es lamentable en el sentido de que no fue intencional, sino que la camioneta al arrancar y al circular no vio al animalito y que lamentablemente, bueno, pasó esta cuestión. No es un club. Bien, bien, gracias. Y bueno, la calle de esta intersección de Juventud Antoniana de la institución quedó de esta manera. Botellas de plástico, así también hay muchos papeles. ¿Quién limpia esto, no?
Yeah. Right, I'm going to do it with you. Right, if you want, I can take a photograph. If you want, we can go back over there and we can do that.
Yeah, we can take a picture of my ass.
Okay. It doesn't happen every day legally, right? So, right, and then after we're done, I'll go check in with them and stuff like that. And then what we'll do is I'll send it to the prosecutor. He or she will review, right? They will probably contact both of you at some point in time, and this is probably going to be, unfortunately, going to be one of those ones where you guys are going to have to go to court over it. That's just the reality, because right now, unless like something pops up in that, I don't think Wendy's has any cameras. So barring we get some new evidence that we haven't found yet, I don't have enough to take anybody to jail right now.
Well, at the end of the day, I don't want anybody going to jail.
Well,
so.
and I appreciate that, but at the end of the day, I can't let people just run around getting in fights right on the street corner.
Yep.
So that's the way we're doing it for right now. And again, right, obviously if something changes, right, like we look at that video and right, he's bludgeoning with a stick, right, then we change things up.
Yep.
Right, because it's easy at that point. Then we just go back, we change a few things in paperwork, we recontact him and say, hey, look, we did get video. This is what happened. Right, and then we go from there.
You were chasing him with the stick.
Right, and then we go from there. So that kind of first part of that is taking what you already told me and just putting it into statement form. Right.
Yep.
So this is you giving your testimony is just recorded. So that way when I go back and write all this up, I'm not trying to say like, oh, what did he tell me? I can just listen to it 10 times in a row if I need to and say, nope, this is exactly what he said. Got it. Okay. All right. So real quick.
Malcontents, I'm going to kill audio here.
Oh, yeah, you can leave that on. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't change anything.
I don't know, like, if you're going to, like, ask for all my personal needs.
Oh, yes, I will.
Yeah.
So, sorry, after I ask if you understand it's being audio recorded, you'll say yes.
Yep.
Then I'll ask you for pretty much your identification.
Name, rank, and social security.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
That's just going to be your full name and date of birth. I don't need your address and all that.
Yeah, I don't need to broadcast, especially the DOB, so let me go ahead and
ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਸੁਖੀ ਬਸੈ ਮੋਰੋ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਸੇਵਕ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਭੈ ਕਰਤਾਰਾ ਇਹ ਮੇਰਾ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਸੁਖੀ ਬਸੇ ਸੁਖੀ ਸੁਖੀ ਜਿੱਤਾਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਵੇ। ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਭਾਈ ਗੁਰਦਾਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਲਿਖਿਆ, ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਕਾਰਨਾਮੇ ਨੇ, ਭਾਈ ਗੁਰਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਈ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਐਸੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਜਨਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਉਹ ਅੰਸ਼ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ, ਤੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਹਰਕਤਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੁੱਤਾ ਰਾਜ ਬਹਾਲੀ ਹੈ ਫਿਰ ਚੱਕੀ ਚੱਟਾ, ਕੁੱਤੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਰਾਜ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਬਿਠਾ ਦੋ, ਉਹ ਕੁਰਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਕੀ ਚੱਟਣ ਦੀ ਆਦਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਛੱਡਦਾ। ਇਹ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਜਦੋਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਕਤਾਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਕੁੱਤੇ ਰਾਜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਰਾਗੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਰਖਾਸਤ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਕਿਉਂ? ਉਹਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਸਬੂਤ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਹਾਂ ਇਸ ਕਤਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੁੱਤਾ ਰਾਜ ਬਹਾਲੀਆ ਫਿਰ ਚੱਕੀ ਚੱਟਾ, ਸੱਪੈ ਦੁੱਧ ਪਿਆਲੀਆ ਵਿਹ ਮੁਖੋਂ ਸੱਟੈ। ਸੱਪ ਨੂੰ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਮਰਜੀ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੁੱਧ ਪਿਲਾਓ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਹਿਰ ਹੀ ਸੱਟਦਾ। ਪੱਥਰ ਪਾਣੀ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਮਨ ਹੱਠ ਨਾ ਘਟੈ। ਪੱਥਰ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖ ਦੋ, ਉਹਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਠੋਰਪਣਾ ਨਰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਚੋਆ ਚੰਦਨ ਪਰਹਰੈ ਖਰ ਖੇ ਪਲਟੈ। ਚੋਆ ਚੰਦਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਧੇ ਨੂੰ ਨਲਾ ਦੋ, ਉਹਨੇ ਫਿਰ ਮਿੱਟੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਤੇ ਪਲਟ ਪਾਣ ਲਈ ਹੈ। ਕਿਉਂ ਨਿੰਦਕ ਪਰ ਨਿੰਦੋ ਹੱਥ ਮੂਲ ਨਾ ਹਟੈ। ਆਪਣ ਹੱਥੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਜੜ ਆਪ ਉਪਟੈ। ਉਹ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਲੋਕ ਆਪਣੀ ਜੜ ਆਪ ਪੱਟ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ। ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੋਦੀ ਆ ਇਹ ਇਸ ਲਾਈਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਂਦਾ, ਇਹਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਜੜ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਜੜ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਪੱਟ ਲੈਣੀ ਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਨੁਮਾਇੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀਓ। ਬੜਾ ਹੌਸਲਾ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ, ਇੱਕ ਏਕਾ ਰੱਖਣਾ, ਇਤਫਾਕ ਰੱਖਣਾ, ਕੋਈ ਗਲਤੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਚਾਂਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਣਾ। ਇੰਨਾ ਹੀ ਸਮਾਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਖਿਮਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਜਾਚਕ ਹੋਵਾਂਗਾ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਕਿਸਾਨ ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰ ਏਕਤਾ, ਕਿਸਾਨ ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰ ਏਕਤਾ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
ਇੱਕ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਸਾਡਾ ਜੋ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਹੈ, ਸੰਯੁਕਤ ਮੋਰਚਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜੋ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਸਾਡਾ ਜੋ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਬਣਿਆ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਸਿਆਸੀ ਲੀਡਰ ਵੀ ਸਟੇਜ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਆਵੇ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਸਿਆਸੀ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਬੋਲਣ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਮਾਫੀ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੇ ਕੋਈ ਗਲਤੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਟੇਜ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਆਵੇ। ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ 'ਚ ਬੈਠਣ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੀਆਂ ਆਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਇਹ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੰਚਾਲਨ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਜੋ ਮੋਰਚਾ ਸੰਯੁਕਤ ਮੋਰਚੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਸਾਨੀ ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਇੱਕ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ, ਭੈਣ ਨਿਖੜ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਹੋਵੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਭੈਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੇ, ਕੋਮਲ ਦੀ ਭੈਣ ਸਟੇਜ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਜਾਵੇ, ਉਹ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਇੰਤਜ਼ਾਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਇਹ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ। ਅਗਲੇ ਬੁਲਾਰੇ ਜਸਵਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਪਿੰਡ ਖੂਨ ਕਲਾਂ, ਉਹ ਆ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਰੱਖਣ ਜੀ।
ਪਰਮ ਸਤਿਕਾਰਯੋਗ ਗੁਰੂ ਰੂਪ ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਬਾਰਕਬਾਦ ਦੇਣੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਮਾਂ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਇਹ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦਾ, ਪਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਮੁਬਾਰਕਬਾਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਲੀਡਰ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਟੀਮਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਹੋਣ ਦੇ ਨਾਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ 15 ਸਾਲ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਂਦਿਆਂ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਲਾਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੁਝ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਕਾਲਜਾਂ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਸਿਖਾ ਸਕੇ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਚਿੰਤਾਤ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਚਿੰਤਾ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿਰਸੇ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਏ। ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੇ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ। ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਮੋਰਚਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ, ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਮੋਰਚੇ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਐਪੀਸੋਡ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਚਿੰਤਾ ਮੁਕਤ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੰਮ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਇੱਕ ਅਧਿਆਪਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਿਆ, ਉਹ ਕੰਮ ਨਾ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੱਸ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇ ਵਾਰਿਸ ਬਣੇ, ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਬੱਚੀਆਂ ਮਲਕ ਭਾਗੋ ਦੀਆਂ, ਬੀਬੀ ਭਾਗੋ ਦੀਆਂ ਵਾਰਿਸ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਮਾਤਾਵਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ। ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਖਤਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। ਉਹ ਮੋਦੀ ਹੋਵੇ, ਉਹ ਰੰਗਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਉਹ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਹੋਵੇ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਕੋਈ ਖਤਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੇ ਇਕੱਲੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਆ। ਕਿਰਤੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵੱਲ ਦੇਖਦਾ, ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵੱਲ ਦੇਖਦਾ, ਦੁਕਾਨਦਾਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵੱਲ ਦੇਖਦਾ, ਸਾਰੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਵੱਲ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਓਗੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਤ ਕੇ ਮੁੜੋਗੇ ਤੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਰੋਜੀ ਰੋਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਜਾਓਗੇ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਕੱਲੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਾਰੀ ਉਸ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਸਾਂ ਨੌਆਂ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਆ। ਇਹ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਣਾਏ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਭਿਖਾਰੀ ਬਣ ਜਾਈਏ, ਅਸੀਂ ਘਸਿਆਰੇ ਬਣ ਜਾਈਏ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਹੱਥ ਅੱਡੀਏ। ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਨੂੰ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਿਆ, ਦਿੱਲੀ ਚੇਤਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਈ ਆ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਿਆ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਔਰੰਗਜ਼ੇਬ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਿਆ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵਜ਼ੀਰ ਖਾਨ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਿਆ। ਜਦੋਂ ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਰਾਜਾ ਪੋਰਸ ਉਹਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਅੜਿਆ, ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਔਰੰਗਾ ਆਇਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨੇ ਉੱਥਾ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ, ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਿਪਟ ਕੇ ਦੇਖ। ਜਿੱਤਣਾ ਇਕੱਲਾ ਸਿੰਘਾਸਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਜਿੱਤਣਾ ਜ਼ਮੀਰ ਦਾ ਜਿੱਤਣਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਸਾਡੀ ਜ਼ਮੀਰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਤੋਂ ਜਿੱਤ ਕੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਵਾਰੀ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਮੀਰ ਵੀ ਜਿੱਤੇਗੀ, ਅਸੀਂ ਅੰਦੋਲਨ ਵੀ ਜਿੱਤਾਂਗੇ ਤੇ ਜਿੱਤ ਕੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਚੱਲੇ ਪਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਤੇ 26 ਤਰੀਕ ਦਾ ਦਿਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਵੇਗਾ, ਇਹ 47 ਦੀ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਦਿਨ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਮਾਲਕ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਸੜਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ, ਜਦੋਂ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੇ ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਸੜਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ। ਉਸ ਦਿਨ ਜਵਾਨ ਵੀ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ, ਕਿਸਾਨ ਵੀ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਚੰਡੀਗੜ੍ਹ ਟੀਚਰ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੀ ਮਦਦ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਸਪੋਰਟ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਇੰਨੀਆਂ ਕੁ ਬੇਨਤੀਆਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਖਿਮਾ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਅਖੀਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰ ਏਕਤਾ, ਕਿਸਾਨ ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰ ਏਕਤਾ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ। ਹੁਣ ਅਗਲੇ ਬੁਲਾਰੇ ਨੇ ਗੁਰਮੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਪੁੰਨੀਆ, ਮੁੱਖ ਬੁਲਾਰਾ ਹਲਕਾ ਗੁਲਾ, ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਕੈਥਲ BKU ਝੜੂਨੀ ਹਰਿਆਣਾ ਤੋਂ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਮੈਂ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਸਟੇਟ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਰਣਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਆਕੜ, ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਫਾਰਮ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਬਹਿਰੂ, ਉਹ ਸਟੇਜ ਦੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਚਲਾਉਣਗੇ। ਰਣਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਆਕੜ।
ਪਰਮ ਸਤਿਕਾਰਯੋਗ ਸੰਯੁਕਤ ਮੋਰਚਾ ਦੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਵੀਰੋ, ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗੋ, ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਸਾਥੀਓ, ਮੇਰੀ ਭੈਣੋ ਅਤੇ ਜੋ ਭੁੱਖ ਹੜਤਾਲ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਵੀਰ, ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਤਿਕਾਰਯੋਗ ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰ ਏਕਤਾ ਜੋ ਮੋਰਚਾ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦਾ, ਭਾਰਤ ਦਾ ਬਣ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਹੈ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਿਰਫ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੋਂ ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਨੇ ਬੜੇ ਆਪ ਦੀ ਅਗਵਾਨੀ ਕੀਤੀ। ਅਸੀਂ ਬੜੇ ਖੁਸ਼ਕਿਸਮਤ ਹਾਂ, ਸਾਡੇ ਬੜੇ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆ ਕੇ ਸੁਚੇਤ ਕੀਤਾ। ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੁਚੇਤ ਕੀਤਾ, ਸਾਡਾ ਇੰਨਾ ਹੌਸਲਾ ਵੱਧ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਟ ਸਕੇ।
I'm very close to Punjab. I'm myself a Sikh. I'm myself a Sardarni. But it's not about a Sikhism. It's not about community. It's all about the ground level reality that we have to see. We have to come here to see that. We can't sit at home and comment on these farmers, these ground level people. We can't do that.
I mean, when you see people commenting that, you know, these farmers come from good backgrounds, good families, yahan to picnic man raha hai, that hurts you? That makes you angry?
It hurts me. I just have one comment for those people. Please, if you have 1 hour time, please come here and see the ground reality of this place. You will get to know. You will get to see people how they are serving for everybody here.
But do you think the farmers should trust now that the Supreme Court has talked about a committee? Should they go back, maybe take a break?
I really don't think so. They should comment. Whatever the farmers will decide, they know better what they want. I don't want to comment on Supreme Court or either on the farmers or either on the government. They have their rights, they know. They are very intelligent people. They know what to do. They really know. We don't need to comment on these things.
Okay, so a young girl here, a young student who I just saw, basically, you know, she was taking pictures and filming. She's definitely having an emotional moment there, but that's all for it from here.
Right, Smita. Thank you for all those reports from the ground. So that is the point I was trying to make, that it's becoming an emotive issue now, and the government will be worried that the focus is just shifting from the issues at hand. What the government is trying to do is perhaps nothing new. A debate is in order on all those issues, but it's certainly appears to be becoming an emotive issue as well, and that is something that will perhaps worry the government a little bit. Let's see what our correspondent Gaurav Handa has for us.
Almost 50 days since the farmers are agitating, Supreme Court has also intervened into the matter, and to talk with me more on that is the spokesperson of Azad Kisan Sangharsh Samiti, Mr. Randhawa. Mr. D.S. रंधावा, आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये कहा कि एक कमेटी बनाई जाएगी कि किसानों का जो एजिटेशन है उसको सॉल्व करने के लिए जिन मुद्दों पे बात चल रही है सरकार और किसानों के बीच, और जब तक की रिपोर्ट सबमिट होगी तब तक ये लॉज जो हैं होल्ड पे होंगे। इस पे आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, जो कमेटी बना रखी है, बनाने की बात कर रहे हैं हम, तो कमेटी के ना तो पहले बोला है कभी कमेटी बनाने को, ना आज बोल रहे हैं। जब इसको संसदों ने बनाया है, भाजपा सरकार ने बनाया है, बहुत पुराना तो कानून बना हुआ नहीं जिसके विरुद्ध हम बोल रहे हैं, ये नया नया बनाया है। तो बार बार हमें बोल रहे हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाओ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट। हम तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाना नहीं चाहते। ठीक है, इन्होंने वहाँ रिट डाल रखी है, सब इनके हैं, तो हम तो इसमें विश्वास नहीं रखते। सुप्रीम कोर्ट हमको क्या जाना है? अगर रिपोर्ट आएगी तो इनके गवर्नमेंट के पक्ष में आने की संभावना है, क्योंकि आज
जिस तरीके से 8 राउंड ऑफ बातचीत हुई थी उसमें कुछ निकल के आ नहीं पा रहा था, तो अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट को लगा कि शायद मैटर को सॉल्व करने के लिए कुछ न कुछ आगे पहल करनी चाहिए। आपको नहीं लग रहा?
नहीं, अगर निकल के बातचीत के अंदर आपका मानना है कि निकल के नहीं आ रहा। जब हमारे सीनियर जितने भी जथेबंदियों के आगू हैं, जब वो तोमर जी के पास बैठे हैं, इनके हाई कमेटी जो गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से बनी उनके पास बैठे हैं, तो एक एक पॉइंट को उन्होंने उनके सामने खोल करके रखा कि ये गलत है, ये गलत है। उनकी कमेटी, गवर्नमेंट की कमेटी उसको मान चुकी है। तो जे सुप्रीम कोर्ट को जा करके ये बताएं ना कि क्या उसमें अच्छा है, क्या गलत है। हमें क्यों बार बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जाने की बोल रहे हैं?
अभी ये लॉज जो है होल्ड पे कर दिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने। आपका एजिटेशन जो है अभी जारी रहेगा या अब आप रिपोर्ट आने की इंतजार करेंगे?
पहली तो बात, अगर मेरी पर्सनल बात पूछोगे तो मैं तो ये बोलूँगा कि हमको नहीं जाना चाहिए।
सभी यूनियंस एजुकेशन की
मैं उस पर जाना चाहता हूँ। बाकी जो हमारी सीनियर लीडरशिप बैठी है, जो फैसला वो करेंगी, राजवाल साहब हैं, लखवाल साहब हैं, सॉरी दूसरा डलीवाल साहब हैं, जो भी फैसला करेंगे हमें उनका फैसला माने हैं। पर मेरी पर्सनल राय है कि हमको नहीं जाना चाहिए। हम तो जहाँ से बैठे रहेंगे, जितनी देर इसको वापस नहीं करते हम नहीं जाने वाले।
जब तक आपकी यूनियंस अभी बैठ के डिसाइड करेंगी कि अगला स्टेप क्या होगा, उसके बाद ही कुछ निकल के सामने आएगा।
हाँ, देखिए, हम तो जो भी फैसला होता है यूनियन का, सीनियर लीडरशिप का, वो जो भी हमें फैसला आदेश देते हैं हम उनके ऊपर पैरा देते हैं। उन्होंने बोला अभी डरना, तो हम डटे बैठे हैं। वो बोलेंगे जाना है तो जाना है। अभी 26 तारीख का वो बोल रहे हैं, जो ऊपर से हमें हुक्म लगेगा उसके तहत आगे हम अपनी पर्सनल जो कार्रवाई करनी है वो पूरी किसान जथेबंदियां छोटे लेवल पे काम करेंगे।
So there he was Mr. Randhawa, who has been saying that the unions together will decide what could be the next course of action. The agitation may continue like this till the time laws are not repealed. From Singhu border with camera person Abhishek, Gaurav Handa, India Ahead.
Slipping into a short break, back soon.
You're watching India Ahead.
Enough of talk now. Time for us to reclaim the soul of news. Time for us to start talking about the Indian states.
Let's start a new journey with Goa Ahead. Tourist paradise, political potboiler, cultural hotspot, biodiversity melting pot.
A land of 1.5 million people isn't just about a beach or a casino or a great holiday.
Together, we'll discover the true Goan identity and bring it on the national main stage.
Let's be prudent.
Let's take India ahead.
He has been the face of news for 20 years. From political crises to natural calamities, he brought those stories to your living room. Now he is in an all-new avatar.
Good evening, namaskar, adab, vanakkam.
Uncensored, no fake news, aggressive, uncut, blunt.
The biggest curse in our profession, news managers replacing news editors, is what has basically brought us down to this level.
India Ahead with Bhupendra Chaubey.
ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਬਣੀ ਰਹੇਗੀ। ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਗਲੇ ਬੁਲਾਰੇ ਬੀਬੀ ਸਰਬਜੀਤ ਕੌਰ ਜੀ ਜਨਵਾਦੀ ਇਸਤਰੀ ਸਭਾ ਆਉਣਗੇ ਜੀ 2 ਮਿੰਟ ਲਈ। ਆਓ ਬੀਬਾ ਜੀ।
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ ਵੀਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੋਢੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੋਢਾ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਅੱਜ 2 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਆ ਇੱਥੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਲੜਨ ਗਏ ਆ ਤੇ ਗਾੜੀ ਵੀ ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹੀ ਲੜਾਂਗੇ। ਕਿਉਂ ਜਿੱਦਣ 7 ਤਰੀਕ ਨੂੰ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਮਾਰਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ, ਮੈਂ ਖੁਦ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੀ ਬੇਟੀ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਚਲਾ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਮਾਰਚ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਈ ਸੀ। ਹੁਣ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਚਲਾ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਭੈਣਾਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਵੀਰਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਮੋਹਰੇ ਹੋਵਾਂਗੇ। ਮੋਦੀ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ, ਮੋਦੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਕਿਤੇ ਇਹ ਨਾ ਕਵੀ ਵੀ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਵੀਰ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਆ, ਨਾ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਮਾਵਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ, ਭੈਣਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਭ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਲੜਾਂਗੇ, ਇਹ ਜੰਗ ਜਿੱਤ ਕੇ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਇਹ ਜੰਗ ਜਾਰੀ ਰਹੂਗਾ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਚਿਰ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਜ਼ਮੀਨਾਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਨਾ ਆਉਣਗੀਆਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਟੱਪ ਜੇ ਵੱਟ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਲਾਉਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੜ ਕੇ ਮਰਦੇ ਆ। ਮੋਦੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਲੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਛੱਡਾਂਗੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਾਲੇ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਦ ਕਰਾ ਕੇ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਕਿਉਂ ਕਾਲੇ ਕਾਨੂੰਨਾਂ ਵੱਲ ਤੇਰਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਸੀ, ਤੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਹੀਰੋਆਂ ਦਾ ਗੰਦ ਪਿਆ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਖੁਦ ਰਲ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਪਵਾਇਆ। ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਮਰਵਾਉਂਦੇ ਜੇ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਰਮ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਸੀ। ਕਿਉਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ 'ਚ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਜੇ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਕੁਰਸੀਆਂ ਮੱਲਦੇ ਜੇ, ਨੱਕ ਡੋਬ ਕੇ ਮਰ ਜਾਓ ਗੰਦੀਓ ਸਰਕਾਰੋ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਪਾਰ ਕਰਵਾਉਂਦੇ ਜੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਕਿਸੇ ਕੋ ਫੜੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਕੇਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਜੇ, ਜਦੋਂ ਲੱਖਾਂ ਕਰੋੜਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਕੇਸ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ? ਕਿਉਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਪੈਸਾ ਕਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਜੇ, ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਮਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਮਰਵਾਉਂਦੇ ਜੇ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਚੈਲੰਜ ਦੇਣੀ ਆ ਮੈਂ, ਸਰਬਜੀਤ ਕੌਰ, ਪਿੰਡ ਮੇਰਾ ਜਸਰਾ ਔਰ ਤਹਿਸੀਲ ਅਜਨਾਲਾ, ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸੋ ਭੈਣਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਰਾਤ ਦਿਨ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਨੱਥ ਪਾਵਾਂਗੇ, ਇਹ ਹੀਰੋਆਂ ਗੰਦੀ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਨਿਬੇੜਾਂਗੇ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੜਨ ਦੇਣਾ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਖੱਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਥੱਲੇ ਉਤਰਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਸਾਡੀ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਅਰਜ਼ੀ ਆ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਆਗੂ ਬਣਾਏ ਆ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਬਣਾਏ ਆ ਐਵੇਂ ਕੁਰਸੀਆਂ ਤੋੜਾਂਗੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ 'ਚ ਵਾਪਸ ਮੋੜਾਂਗੇ। ਕਿਉਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੀਤੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਆ, ਜ਼ਮੀਨਾਂ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਖੋਹਣ ਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਿੰਡ ਪਿੰਡ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਵੋਟ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਆ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੋਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੁਰਸੀ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮੋਦੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਬਾਦਲ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਵਰਗੀ ਗੰਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਸੋਚ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਚਾਹ ਵੇਚਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੈਲੀ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਲ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਊਗਾ। ਇਹ ਤੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਕਿਸਾਨੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਆ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਊਗਾ। ਚਾਹ ਦੇ ਕੱਪ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਚਾਹ ਦੇ ਕੱਪ ਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਨਾ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਚਾਹ 2 ਰੁਪਏ ਕੱਪ ਦੀ ਆ ਕਿ 3 ਰੁਪਏ ਕੱਪ ਦੀ ਆ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਐਡੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਕੁਰਸੀ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਬਿਠਾ ਕੇ ਅੱਜ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੜਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਰੋਲਿਆ, ਪਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੋਲਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਦਾਬਾਦ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੋਲਦੇ। ਇਹ ਮਤ ਮੋਦੀ ਕਹੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਲਿਆ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਦਾਬਾਦ ਆ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ 2 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਬੈਠੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਇੱਥੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਦਾਬਾਦ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ, ਰੱਜ ਕੇ ਖਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਰੱਜ ਕੇ ਹੰਡਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ, ਕਿਸੇ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਘਾਟਾ ਨਹੀਂ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਅੰਦੋਲਨ ਸਾਡਾ ਜਾਰੀ ਰਹੇਗਾ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਚਿਰ ਕਾਲੇ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਰੱਦ ਨਾ ਹੋਣਗੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਰੋਡ ਰੋਕਾਂਗੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨੱਕ 'ਚ ਦਮ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਦੀ ਹਿੱਕ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ, ਹਿੱਕ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
ਇੱਕ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਕਿ ਮਹਿੰਦਰਾ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਵਾਲਾ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਭਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਵਲੰਟੀਅਰ ਸਾਥੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪਿਆਰ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਨਾਲ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ। ਇਹ ਮਹਿੰਦਰਾ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਵਾਲਾ ਕਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੈ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਕਦੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਲੈ ਆਉਂਦਾ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਪਿਆਰ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਨਾਲ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ। ਵਲੰਟੀਅਰ ਸਾਥੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ।
ਬੀਬਾ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਾਈਆਂ ਦੇ ਬੀਬੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੌਸਲਾ ਭਰਿਆ। ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਹੌਸਲੇ ਦੀ ਅੱਜ ਸਖਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈ। ਅਤੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਵੀਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ, ਜੋ ਇਹ ਪੰਡਾਲ ਸਜਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ, ਮੈਟ ਵਿਛਾਏ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਵੀਰੋ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਵੀਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ, ਆਪਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਚੰਗੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰੀ, ਚੰਗੇ ਪਿੰਡੂ ਹੋਣ ਦਾ ਸਬੂਤ ਦੇਣਾ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰਾ ਵੀਰ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਇੱਧਰਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਮਾਈਆਂ ਚ ਮਾਈਆਂ, ਬਹੁਤ ਪੰਡਾਲ ਖਾਲੀ ਪਿਆ, ਮੇਰਾ ਵੀਰ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਆ ਕੇ ਬੈਠੋ। ਅਤੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੁਲਾਰੇ ਨੇ ਮਾਸਟਰ ਸਲੀਮ ਮਸੀਹ ਜੀ, ਵੇ ਟੂ ਹੈਵਨ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਚੀਅਨ, ਅੱਗੇ ਆਓ ਜੀ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ।
ਸਤਿਕਾਰਯੋਗ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀਆਂ, ਸਾਰੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਭਰਾ ਅਤੇ ਉਹ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਜਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਸੰਯੁਕਤ ਮੋਰਚੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਨੋ ਮਨੋ ਧਨੋ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸਭਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਪਟਿਆਲਾ ਪਾਸਟਰ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿਲੋਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਬੜੇ ਸ਼ਾਂਤਮਈ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਮੋਰਚੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਣੇ ਰਹੀਏ ਔਰ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀਆਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਨੀਤੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਸੇ ਦੇ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ, ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਇਸ ਮੋਰਚੇ ਦੀ ਜੋ ਏਕਤਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬਣੀ ਰਹੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿੱਤ ਏਕਤਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ, ਜਿੱਤ ਏਕਤਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਕੰਮ ਨਾ ਕਰੋ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਵੀ ਕਈ ਬੁਲਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਖੁਦਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਦਾ ਨਿਵਾਰਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਖੁਦਕੁਸ਼ੀ ਨਾਲ ਜਿੱਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਜਿੱਤ ਡਟੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ। ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਡਟੇ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਹੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਜਿੱਤ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਪੂਰੇ
And of course, Dravida Kalagam offshoot is Dravida Munneta Kalagam, which is a political party, and Muslims have taken very active part in the formation of Dravida Munneta Kalagam. They were also in the Congress party,
right.
No doubt. And
right.
Not
so
only
Professor
that.
Jafarullah, would it be right to say, yes sir, would it be right to say that you represent what are Dravidian Muslims? Am I correct? You know, people who are proud of the Tamil language and the culture.
Yeah, definitely. We are proud to say that we are also a Dravidian party. And you asked a main question, what is the difference between North Indian Muslims and the Muslims of Tamil Nadu?
Right.
There has been very active Muslim political parties, well established and well entrenched, and we do not take up only the cause of Muslim minorities, but to a large extent, whether it is the anti-Hindi agitation way back in 1965 or in many other movements, we Muslims have been a part and parcel of that. And not only that, we have achieved many things. For example, Muslims were in the list of the backward class communities right from 1971. And through our efforts in 2007, we had 3.5 exclusive reservation for Muslims in Tamil Nadu.
Absolutely. Yes, I read about that. Professor Jafarullah, then, you know, even Owaisi Saab always says that we, Muslims from Dakhan, that is where he belongs to, Hyderabad, are not the same as those from North India. Now, let us look at it from the prism of elections, the impending elections in Tamil Nadu. You've seen how Owaisi's party did rather well for themselves in Bihar. What are your fears about Owaisi entering the electoral campaigning ground in Tamil Nadu? Why do you think he's not suitable for Tamil Nadu?
We do not have any fear about him. What we want to point out is that Tamil Nadu is certainly different, and Owaisi Saab in one of his interviews has said that he is not going to Assam, he is not going to Kerala, because in Assam there is AUDF and in Kerala there is IUML. Similarly, in Tamil Nadu we have IUML, we have MMKs, we have members of Parliament as well as members of Legislative Assembly. It's not like Bihar and UP where you cannot find any party formed by Muslims. well established and well entrenched. And that is one thing. Second thing is, what is OIC's contribution to Tamil Nadu? In Tamil Nadu, we have many things we are fighting against BJP. For example, BJP is taking away the rights of the states, whether it be NEET or whether it be the farm laws. Moreover, the Tamil Nadu Assembly, it passed a resolution that we are going to declare the Kaveri Delta region as a protective zone for farmers, where this was in the context that methane hydrocarbon were extended, and it is going to play a very havoc on the granary of Tamil Nadu. Whereas the central government is signing every day agreement for new wells to extract methane or hydrocarbon. So many things are there. So he doesn't have any role in Tamil Nadu politics at all. And why his arrival in Tamil Nadu will be a doom for him here.
It will be a doom, you say. Very strong words there, Professor. You know, I want to ask you that the issues that you pointed out are very local issues, you know, pertaining to the Tamils of Tamil Nadu, which is also my state, by the way. So I'm asking you, Professor Saab, that, you know, isn't it true that the DMK did go and meet Owaisi Saab in Hyderabad, but then now they are saying that, you know, we never went, nothing came out of the fruition. Now, I see that your party is, you know, teaming up with the DMK. That brings me to the other question, which is, AIADMK and BJP, you've been quoted as saying, is a very confused alliance. Would you like to elaborate on that, Professor?
Because there has been word slinging match going on between ADMK and BJP. ADMK in its meeting had declared Mr. Edappadi Palanichami as its chief ministerial candidate, whereas the state president of BJP as well as a host of other office bearers of BJP have said that we will announce who is going to be the chief minister candidate. And one of their allies, Patani Makkal Kachi, they are giving sleepless nights where what way they are going to go is anybody's guess. Another of their allies, DMDK, they are also not certain with whom they are going to sail. In that manner, you know, that that alliance, the NDA in Tamil Nadu, consisting of ADMK, BJP, as it was in the 2019 Lok Sabha election, is a very confused lot.
Professor, I want to ask you today that, you know, over the years, the issues have been different for every community. Now, in Tamil Nadu, all those say that the local issues, and mainly the Tamil language, dominates. We are all Tamils first, and then anything else, which I also completely agree with you. But looking at the youngsters today, don't you think that the issues are now different and staring them in the face in Tamil Nadu, the youth particularly? What would those issues be, Professor Jawaharlal?
See, it is not only the cause of Tamil. Of course, Tamil comes first for us. There's no doubt about that. But the very idea of the Dravidian parties is social justice, social harmony, as well as state federalism. Now, the BJP government
has been with the department for many years. He's done over 100 jury trials. Just like Chris Van Martyr, he's been awarded a number of awards as being top prosecutor. And that's the kind of people I want leading the largest trials divisions, because the deputy need to know they can go talk to them, they can ask the questions before the trial, how to avoid problems, how to deal with it. And they'll be working very closely with the deputies to make sure that happens. Tiffany Kaeo is head of the family division. A lot of difficult cases when you're dealing with domestic violence, whether it's felonies or misdemeanors, juvenile offenders. It's an important division because those are very tough cases to take to trial. It's a challenging area. It's dangerous. My first 2 years in the bench, I was assigned to the domestic violence misdemeanor jury trial section. And as I would tell the jurors after each case, a lot of these go to trial, and they take the toughest cases to trial because most of these cases will not end in murders and not end in homicides. But when you look at a domestic violence homicide, they almost all have one of these misdemeanor cases in their background. So they're all very important. And Mark Ewan is head of the Screening and Intake Division. He's been with the department for 24 years. He has served as chief of the Screening and Intake Division for more than 9 years. He liaisons with HPD. He helps us decide, do we have enough evidence? And as I've said many times, you don't charge somebody unless you are convinced they committed the crime beyond a reasonable doubt and that you...
Rights Camp and Key to the Streets. Key to the Streets is providing pallets of produce, so we're able to give Impossible Burgers donated by Know Your Rights Camp, that's Colin Kaepernick, and we're able to give groceries to families. So please, please, please go to that Instagram that I pinned at the bottom. Donate anything you can. This is what makes this possible. Black Women Lead will be here in Crenshaw from 2 to 4 every Tuesday and Thursday for the rest of the month and into next month. So thank you guys. Thank you, Trey. And you guys are awesome. Okay, go on over to Black Women Lead on Instagram. I pinned it. Okay.
Lord, we cannot do it on our own, Father God, but we leave up everything to you, Jesus, oh God. Lord, we surrender our hearts to you, Lord God. Only you, Jesus, can save us, Lord God. Only you, Jesus, can protect us. Only you, Jesus, can. Hallelujah, Father God. Lord, we honor your name, Father God. Lord, may we continue to glorify your name, Father God. Bless this country, oh God, and your great people, Lord God. A nation under one God, Father God. Lord, we surrender everything to you, Father God, Lord. Thank you, Jesus, Father God, because you are the God of this country, oh Lord God. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Lord God. We worship you, Lord. We worship you and we honor you also. Hallelujah, Jesus, oh God. Lord, we lift up everything to you in your mighty and powerful name, oh God, we pray.
ਦੁੱਖ ਭੁੱਖ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਲਦਾ ਕੁਲਦਾ ਮਰ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਅਨਦਾਤਾ ਮਰ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਅਨਦਾਤਾ ਧਰਤੀ ਦੇ ਹਿੱਕ ਪਾੜ ਕੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਬੋਰ ਚ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਰੁੜ ਗਈ ਬੋਰ ਚ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਰੁੜ ਗਈ ਘਰੇ ਰਹੀ ਨਾ ਕਣਕ ਖਾਣ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਆਜ ਦੁਹਾੜੀ ਥੁੜ ਗਈ ਵਿਆਜ ਦੁਹਾੜੀ ਥੁੜ ਗਈ 7 ਕਨਾਲਾ ਆਰਤੀਏ ਦੀ ਰੋਂਦਾ ਗਿਆ ਈ ਮਨ ਦਾਤਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਭੁੱਖ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਲਦਾ ਕੁਲਦਾ ਮਰ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਅੰਨਦਾਤਾ ਮਰ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਅੰਨਦਾਤਾ ਨਕਲੀ ਬੀਜ ਦਵਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਆ ਤੋੜਿਆ ਲੱਗ ਕਿਰਸਾਨੀ ਦਾ ਆ ਤੋੜਿਆ ਲੱਗ ਕਿਰਸਾਨੀ ਦਾ ਚੋਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਰਲੀ ਕੋਈ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਾਨੀ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਾਨੀ ਦਾ ਬੇਕਦਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਦੁਖੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਮੌਣ ਸਬਰ ਦੀ ਪੰਨ ਦਾਤਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਭੁੱਖ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਲਦਾ ਕੁਲਦਾ ਮਰ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਅੰਨਦਾਤਾ ਮਰ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਅੰਨਦਾਤਾ ਸਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਪਰਨਾ ਪਾਲਿਆ ਖੇਤ ਤੂਤ ਦੇ ਪੋਰੇ ਨਾ ਖੇਤ ਤੂਤ ਦੇ ਪੋਰੇ ਨਾ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਮਰਨਾ ਸੌਖਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਨਿਤ ਕਿਉਂ ਮਰੀਏ
whether it's other attorneys, whether it is a custodian, whether it's a deputy sheriff. That's the way I was raised. It's that kind of professionalism I am expecting from all the deputy prosecutors. And I have every confidence that all my supervisors and all the folks in the admin team treat people that way, because we have to be good role models too. As part of those meetings, I'm saying very clearly, you're hearing it from the top, I have zero tolerance for any sort of discrimination, any sort of bullying, any sort of sex harassment or hostile work environment. You know, in my jobs in the past, I have reported people for that. I have turned people in for that. Working here is hard enough without staff or deputies having to deal with those kinds of things. We're going to do implicit bias training, so we're going to come up with a plan to make sure that all all prosecuting office employees do that. Take that training. I did that as a judge. We all have these preconceptions, implicit biases. And in this job in particular, we got to make sure that we are as fair as can be, whether it's for charging decisions, plea agreements, trials, or appeals. We have got to try to be as absolutely as fair as we can. And I do want increased transparency. So that's why I'm meeting with you today. We're going to try to, be as responsive as we can to media inquiries, to public inquiries. Matt Devanch is your first point of contact for questions you have about cases or what's going on. We'll try to be as transparent as we can, because we know how important that is. Number two, we are going to implement a management audit of every case Kathy Kealoha touched. Tom Brady, the first deputy, is going to be in charge of that process. He is going to get assistance from senior folks like Chris Van Marder and whoever else we need to try to track down all of the cases to see whether she had a direct role, an indirect role, was the case assigned to her, or did she have any contact with it at all. Tom's 26 years in the federal system will assist him in this process. Now, number three, addressing the audit of the prosecutor's office. I want to thank the City Council for calling for the audit. I want to thank the auditor for performing it. There are a lot of good suggestions in there. Some of them are, Management 101. Others are more specific. We have already started to follow some of their suggestions. One of the things that we have already looked at is part of the conflict of interest policy. And we're trying, because we have a varied background here, folks in the U.S. Attorney's Office as well as the Attorney General's Office, we have come out with a conflict policy in action. And you've been given a copy of that. That's something they've been doing at the U.S. Attorney's Office for a long time. Anytime a case is open, the assigned prosecutor has to review it and affirmatively declare and put it in writing that he or she has no conflict, whether it's personal, financial, or otherwise, that no member of his or her family has a conflict in the case, and that it's an ongoing duty to disclose if it comes up. So that prosecutor then has to sign it, and so does his or her supervisor. Part of this really depends on self-reporting by the attorneys. That starts in traffic court. When they have a list of cases, maybe it's a high school classmate is on a stop sign case.
एकदम अपना तजुर्बा थानू दसना कि ਜਿਹੜੀ 50 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਸੀਗੀ ਉਹੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਅੱਜ ਹੈ.
Alaska,
Tampa,
Allentown, and then Germany. And then other guys were here, and they already went back, and we're hitting it. So listen,
Oregon right here, Pastor.
Oregon. I didn't know you're from Oregon.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. I didn't want to leave you out. What was your name?
Ed.
Ed. So we got brother Ed with us too. He's tearing it up.
In Oregon.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I thought you were actually from that church that we went.
No.
Wow, Ed.
Yeah.
Wow. Come on, Ed. Wow. So we literally got all the states and even a country here.
Come on.
So we're
I think we've lost the connection to Mr. Raju, who was speaking so eloquently earlier about, he said that he is a rebel leader of the YSRCP. He was speaking so well. Yes, he's back. Mr. Raju. Mr. Raju, I want to ask you that, this you say should be implemented, but this only seems to be for a particular duration, no? Because it is, coming beautifully during Sankranti. Where in Tamil Nadu also we have Mattu Pongal, like we say we worship cows, and here, you are doing Gomata Puja. But do you think the government will continue with this, or it will only be for a particular time and then they will move on?
No, continue in the sense for every Kanuma they may try to do this. At least every Kanuma. That is the third day in the Pongal season. Every Kanuma, I think they may do it as a routine ritual.
Vice President Michael R. Pence to convene and mobilize the principal officers of the executive departments of the Cabinet to activate Section 4 of the 25th Amendment to declare President Donald J. Trump incapable of executing the duties of his office and to immediately exercise powers as acting president. The amendment to the preamble printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted. The resolution as amended shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble as amended to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. Section 2, the prohibition against personality in debate shall not apply during consideration of measures specified in Section 3 of this resolution with respect to references to the President. Section 3, the measures referred to in Section 2 of this resolution are as follows. A, House Resolution 21. B, any special order of business providing for the consideration of House Resolution 24. Section 4A, during a covered period designated pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, 1. The Sergeant-at-Arms is authorized and directed to impose a fine against a member, delegate, or the resident commissioner for the failure to wear a mask in contravention of the Speaker's announced policies of January 4th, 2021, and 2, a fine imposed pursuant to this section shall be treated as though imposed under Clause 3G of Rule 2 and shall be administered as though pursuant to Clause 4D of Rule 2, except that A, the time periods described in Clause 3G3C of Rule 2 shall not commence until the Committee on Ethics has adopted written rules, and the chair of the Committee on Ethics shall notify all members, delegates, or the resident commissioner with pending appeals upon such commencement, and B, a fine subject to appeal under Clause 3G3 of Rule 2 shall proceed unless dismissed within the time period provided under Clause 3G3C of Rule 2. B, subsection A establishes a standard of conduct within the meaning of Clause 3A2 of Rule 11.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks. Mr. Speaker, today the Rules Committee met and reported a closed rule, House Resolution 38, providing for consideration of House Resolution 21, calling on Vice President Michael R. Pence to convene and mobilize the principal officers of the executive departments of the Cabinet to activate Section 4 of the 25th Amendment to declare President Donald J. Trump incapable of executing the duties of his office and to immediately exercise powers as acting president. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary or a designee. The rule self-executes a manager's amendment by Chairman Nadler. The rule provides that the prohibition against engaging in personalities during debate with respect to references to the President shall not apply during consideration of House Resolution 21 or any special order of business relating to the impeachment of the President considered on January 13, 2021. Finally, the rule authorizes and directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to impose a fine against a member, delegate, or the resident commissioner for the failure to wear a mask in contravention of the Speaker's announced policy on this subject for the duration of the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here today to debate the rule for House Resolution 21, a resolution calling for Vice President Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment and declare President Donald Trump incapable of executing the duties of his office. We take this action solemnly and with grave concern for the safety and security of our nation and its people, even in the final days of this president's administration. Last Wednesday, a lawless mob breached this chamber with the most evil and destructive intent. They were here to take the law into their own hands, to disrupt Congress as it counted the Electoral College votes, and to overturn the lawful election of Joseph Biden as our 46th president. As violent invaders broke windows and rammed doors, they chanted that they wanted to hang the vice president and kidnap the Speaker of the House, and they brought the tools to do it. They beat one police officer to death, tased others, and tried to shoot one with his own gun. Another officer will likely lose an eye. Scores of others suffered head injuries when they were beaten with pipes. Blood was spilled on the marble floor just outside this room. Members, staff, and reporters were forced to take cover under furniture and barricade themselves in rooms, clutching gas masks and fearing for their lives as the president's MAGA supporters chanted and raged nearby. Journalists were specifically targeted and beaten. Explosive devices were placed nearby to divert the police from protecting the Capitol. This was not a peaceful protest. These were crimes against our country and the people who go to work every day on Capitol Hill. Just this afternoon, the FBI announced that it expects to charge hundreds of people with crimes ranging from simple trespass to conspiracy and sedition, to weapons offenses, to felony murder. Crimes like this do not occur in a vacuum. They must be planned. They must be led. The attack on the Capitol was incited by this administration. For months, they told their supporters that if they didn't win the election was rigged. When the majority of American voters decided they'd had enough of this chaos, they declared that the election had been stolen. The administration invited the president's most rabid supporters to come to D.C. on January 6th for a wild protest. Then the administration whipped them into a frenzy and sent the mob across town to attack the Capitol and disrupt the counting of Electoral College votes. But it didn't end there. The president reportedly watched with excitement as the news media began streaming images of the terror at the Capitol to electronic devices in America and around the world. The president tweeted that the vice president had betrayed him, and even after the violence was apparent, the president and his lawyer placed calls to allies on Capitol Hill trying to persuade them to prolong their objections to the counting of the electoral votes. What the administration didn't do for hours was to lift a finger to call off the mob or to rally support to defend the government, the historic monuments in the Capitol, the police, or especially the people under siege in the building. Members here in this chamber know that for hours, the president refused to return their calls begging for help. And in the days since, the administration has continued to claim that the election was rigged. It has denied any responsibility for the riot and praised the rioters, all while reports proliferate that the administration's supporters are planning more violence in the weeks ahead. This is why this president remains a clear and present danger to the country so long as he continues to serve. The reality is that we all, even the most loyal political supporters, know that this president is unfit for office. Any other president with an ounce of character would have resigned after seeing the bloody consequences of the actions on Wednesday. Any other administration would have invoked the 25th Amendment long ago. I don't care if a president incites a riot against Congress on his first day or the last day of his or her presidency. Such an act is a crime against our government, much less against the people who are terrorized or killed in the attack. If a president can refuse to acknowledge the will of the American voters, then incite a coup to stay in power without punishment, then our democracy is lost. That's why it's vital for Vice President Pence and the Cabinet to do the right thing, to invoke the 25th Amendment. Otherwise, this Congress must remove Donald Trump from office. I've heard the calls for unity, and I agree that now is the time to come forward in unity to defend our country, not to defend a man who's proven himself incompetent to occupy the office of the president for another day. I'm grateful to those members of the Republican Party who agree that the time has come to put loyalty to country above partisan considerations, and we welcome their support in taking whatever actions are necessary to end this chaos, to defend our government, and to protect the American people. I also find the cries of partisanship by the president's remaining supporters to be unconvincing. The whole world watched in horror on January 6th as the administration encouraged a mob to attack the seat of our democracy, to disrupt the election of Joseph R. Biden, and then stood by as rioters sacked the Capitol. Many civic leaders from both parties have condemned the president's actions and called for his removal. So no, this is not partisan. But I invite the president's supporters in Congress, no, I beg them to join the American people in holding this president accountable for the violence we experienced last week and to prevent further chaos in the days to come. Before I conclude, I want to take a minute to give my deepest condolences to the families of the Capitol Police officers who died as a result of this attack. I want to thank the men and women of the Metro and Capitol Police forces who valiantly defended both our democracy and the people who work on the Hill, and wish a speedy recovery to the scores who were injured during the attack. I also want to thank our tireless facilities and custodial staff for putting the building back together after terrorists violated it, and the members of the press corps who've been so abused by this administration and were specifically targeted by this mob, but continued documenting the attack so Americans could see what was really happening. And lastly, I want to thank our staff across the Capitol for their bravery and dedication to public service. I want to thank you for the work you do every day, but especially for your heroism in returning to the floor last Wednesday night to help us continue the Electoral College vote count. And thank you for being back here with us today. We're indebted to you for your service to our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, my friend Ms. Scanlon, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and to yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few days ago, the nation was shaken by the violent and destructive actions of an outrageous mob that stormed the Capitol and attempted to gain access to this very chamber, seeking to harm innocent lives and disrupt democracy at work. I vehemently condemn their lawless actions. This never should have happened, and the perpetrators of these despicable crimes that took place in this building must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. While Americans have the right to passionately voice their views and peacefully dissent and protest, the siege on our Capitol last Wednesday was the furthest thing from peaceful protest. As a result of the violent and frightening events of the day, 6 lives have been lost. This includes 2 courageous Capitol Police officers who put themselves in harm's way to protect us, secure the building, and restore order. We will never forget their selfless sacrifices and bravery. Our deepest prayers remain with their families, friends, loved ones, and the entire United States Capitol Police Force as they grapple with their heavy loss. As we seek to pick up the pieces and move forward, healing our nation, I'm concerned that the majority is proceeding with the wrong course of action. Earlier today, Mr. Speaker, the Rules Committee met and reported out a rule for consideration of House Resolution 21. This is a non-binding resolution calling on Vice President Mike Pence to convene the Cabinet and declare President Trump incapable of executing his duties pursuant to Section 4 of the 25th Amendment. I think this resolution is misguided and inappropriate for the legislative branch to pursue, and as such, I must oppose it. Mr. Speaker, under the 25th Amendment to the Constitution, when it appears the President is unable to fulfill his or her duties, it's the responsibility of the Vice President, with the concurrence of a majority of the Cabinet, to initiate the process for making that determination. That responsibility, grave as it is, rests solely with the Vice President. There's no role for Congress in this process. The only role for Congress arises later, and only in the circumstances where there's a dispute between the President and Vice President about the President's ability to fulfill his or her duties. But we're not faced with that situation now, nor is this resolution intended to designate by law another body besides the Cabinet to exercise this power, which the text of the 25th Amendment says it may do. Instead, with today's resolution, what the majority is asking the House to do is to assume a power it does not have. The House has no role in initiating Section 4 of the 25th Amendment, and we should not pretend otherwise. Instead, that power lies with the Vice President, and we should be very clear about what this resolution actually is. It's an attempt to pressure the Vice President into performing a duty he clearly does not believe is necessary at this time. Mr. Speaker, I was here in the Capitol last week, as were all my colleagues. We all had the opportunity to watch Vice President Pence as he fulfilled his duty under the Constitution. He showed sound judgment, poise under pressure, and his actions were above reproach. Indeed, he fulfilled his oath of office and acted in a manner befitting his constitutional role. It was a statesmanlike performance under the most difficult of circumstances. Despite witnessing the Vice President's sound judgment and ability to fulfill his oath in person, the majority is now seeking to push him into performing an additional action under the 25th Amendment. The Vice President has not done what the majority wishes him to do, and so they're bringing up this resolution now as an effort to pressure him into doing so. This act, attempting to substitute the House's judgment for the Vice President's, is not contemplated anywhere in the Constitution. And as we all saw last Wednesday, Vice President Pence's judgment is sound. There's no need for the House to attempt to substitute its judgment for his own. I personally have strong faith in him, and I believe he will consider his constitutional duty in the same manner that he carries out all the other constitutional duties assigned to him, a forthright manner that fulfills his oath of office and attests to his personal integrity. Should the Vice President ever believe that the 25th Amendment needs to be invoked, I have no doubt that Vice President Pence, both as a leader, as a former House colleague, and as a friend, would exercise good judgment with respect to performing that duty. That he's not taken that action thus far is an indication that the House needs to, is no indication that the House needs to push him to do so. His record of sound judgment should speak to us on this issue. As such, I urge my colleagues to reject the resolution. I urge a no vote on the rule, a no vote on the underlying measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Let me thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania for her leadership and my good friend from Oklahoma as well. My friend from Oklahoma may be, in fact, accurate to the extent that the 25th Amendment stands on its own as actions that the Vice President will take. But we are a co-equal branch of government, and Mr. Raskin's resolution is an appropriate resolution because we have a responsibility to govern and to protect the American people. And so this resolution is not in violation of the Constitution because it is the Congress calling upon the Vice President to reflect on January 6th, a day in infamy, to reflect the fact that there were 6 people that died, that we lost 2 precious law enforcement Capitol Hill police. There are injuries in many ways attributable to this, some in different ways than others, and we lost Americans. And clearly, it is a long chain of events that goes back to the President of the United States. The President, when a duly announced election came about on November 6, 2020, proceeded to declare that it had been stolen and continued to stoke the fires of his believers to begin to plan some kind of attack, because he kept saying, "Come to Washington, I'll see you there." And then, of course, as time went on, I valued the president's right to the courts, of which he went, but he did not find that to be a solution for him. So HRES 21 is the Congress speaking, and we have every right as a co-equal branch to speak. Why? We have that right.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
15 seconds? 30? 30? Okay, 30 seconds. Thank you.
Gentlewoman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
We have that right because the FBI has indicated that they have seen 100,000 digital media, and they'll be looking for more to see those who endangered all of those that were here. My appreciation to police and the floor staff and law enforcement, custodial staff, our staff, media, and others who were put in harm's way along with members. So I rise to support this resolution because it does not violate the Constitution or the intent of the 25th Amendment. It provides for the Congress to speak to ask the Vice President to recognize that this president is the only one that has ever stoked this kind of action.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend and fellow member of the Rules Committee, distinguished gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
The gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the rule. Over the last week, we've heard calls from both parties, leaders past and present, about the need for unity in our nation. We've heard President-elect Biden and other members of the Democratic Party call for unity, a path forward for our nation, full of mutual consideration and respect. Yet, here we are today, with Democrats charging in the opposite direction, further dividing our nation by calling for the invocation of the 25th Amendment by the Vice President. Let's consider this for a moment. My Democratic colleagues are demanding Vice President Pence invoke the 25th Amendment and take over as president. With these calls, it is clear they have full faith in the Vice President and his ability to act in a manner that is consistent with his constitutional responsibility. Simply put, they trust him to do the job. Yet, the very demand they are making insinuates that the Vice President Pence cannot be trusted to make the decision to invoke the 25th Amendment on his own. It calls into question the core of his judgment. If you trust someone to lead the nation and be the acting president, shouldn't you also trust that same person to take the steps necessary to safeguard if it is needed? With that, I urge opposition to the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great sadness and anger over the events that transpired on January 6th, and I rise with steadfast determination to take every possible action to ensure that those who incited and committed the unconscionable acts on that day are brought to justice. Last week's violent insurrection on the U.S. Capitol left at least 6 people dead and dozens injured. It was a stain on our nation and our democracy. They beat police officers. They murdered a police officer. They planted pipe bombs, they brandished weapons, and they left our nation shocked and mourning. Just as this Congress returned mere hours after this insurrection to certify the lawful results of the 2020 presidential election, we stand here today prepared to take firm, decisive, and necessary action to restore our country. No president who invites thousands of his most devoted supporters to Washington and urges them to fight his political enemies by committing a seditious act on our democracy should be allowed to remain in office. If Vice President does not act, then to hold the President accountable, then we leave this nation vulnerable to future demagogues. And that brings us here today on this somber day to carry out our sacred oath to defend and protect the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will vote to impeach those responsible, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to immediately bring up a resolution establishing a bipartisan national commission on the domestic terrorist attack on the United States Capitol. This commission, modeled on the 9/11 Commission, will be charged with examining and reporting upon the facts and causes relating to the attack that occurred on January 6th of 2021, and with providing appropriate findings, conclusions, and recommendations for corrective measures. I can think of no more appropriate path for Congress, Mr. Speaker, to follow than by ensuring a bipartisan commission reviews all evidence and reports back to us on this horrific event. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And with that,
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I urge a no vote on the previous question. I yield 3 minutes to my good friend from the great state of Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, for further explanation of the amendment.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the gentleman my friend from Oklahoma, for yielding. All of us just still are speechless about what happened last Wednesday. And it's just amazing that it happened here, and condemn it in its utmost words as a violent act against the Capitol building. And we must find those who did it, and we must prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. Every time I travel to Washington, the first thing I look for, as I did today, was if I could see it from my airplane window, if I could see it driving across the Potomac, is the Dome. And I always feel great pride that the people of the 2nd District of Kentucky, Mr. Speaker, allowed me to serve under the Dome. And when I got there today, it's still here. It's still standing. It's still the beacon throughout the world. And it's bruised, but it's there. And it's something that we all hold dear. And so the protection of this building, that dome, this building, the office buildings, but most importantly, the people who work here. Not those of us who are just elected to be here, but those who work here in service. I have faces I've talked to tonight on the floor that I was not on the floor when it happened, but I knew the faces of people who were, not just my colleagues, but those standing at the doors here tonight, Mr. Speaker, who've been through so much. And we can't let this happen again. And if we defeat the PQ, the amendment my friend from Oklahoma has is a bipartisan commission to examine the circumstances around the attack, as well as its aftermath. It'll be modeled after the 9/11 Commission to reduce duplication and increase communication and info sharing between relevant government entities and law enforcement. The goal is to investigate, find the facts, and deliver reports so this can never happen again. And we can better protect the Capitol complex, and most importantly, the employees that work here serving our great country, and we'll protect them moving forward. We all want answers, and this is the most prudent step at this time. We will follow wherever the facts lead us and take appropriate actions in response. I urge the defeat of the PQ, adoption of the amendment, and I yield back to my friend from Oklahoma.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. We, of course, share the concern of our colleagues from the other side of the aisle that an incident like this never happen again, and that's why we are urging the Vice President to invoke the 25th Amendment, because of the clear and present danger of continued violence under this administration. So while I believe there will be a time to talk about bipartisan efforts to have an investigation through this House, this is not the moment for it. And with that, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California and a distinguished former member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Matsui.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the rule providing for consideration of the resolution before us today, calling on the Vice President to invoke the 25th Amendment and remove President Trump from office immediately. Last week, members of both parties came to the floor of this chamber to take the oath of office. In that oath, each of us pledged to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I believe that oath compels me and my colleagues to act today. Last Wednesday's armed insurrection at the United States Capitol was a coordinated attempt to overthrow our democratic process with violence. Make no mistake, these rioters view the president's repeated claims of fraud as a mandate to act. Lies, misinformation, and demagoguery have consequences. Unfortunately, America witnessed those consequences last week. Some on television, some under tables and barricaded offices, some in these House chambers, and some in the last moments of life. It's not with joy that I immediately called on Vice President Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment. I am co-sponsor of both this resolution and the articles of impeachment because I believe I have an obligation to honor my oath and defend the Constitution against a grave domestic threat. And so, and in a personal note, I'm taking this stand for the future of my grandchildren. Our obligation to them and the future generations is that this democracy stands. And so it's with sadness but firm resolve that I rise to support this rule and implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join me. Thank you, and with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to one of our new members, Ms. McClain of Michigan, who will be giving her first address on the floor of the House.
For
Thank
how much time does the gentleman yield?
2 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to echo many of my colleagues in the call for unity and a peaceful transition of power. I say this as a believer in the Constitution and the fact that the election has been certified. First, the incitement of politically motivated violence that we saw last week is intolerable. Words have consequences, and yes, the president could have done more. But I ask you this. Doesn't everybody need to play by the same rules? So let me highlight some other questionable statements. And I quote, "Let's make sure we show up wherever we have to show up. And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, in a gas station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere." That was not President Trump. Let me give you another one. I just don't even know why there aren't more uprisings all over the country. Again, not President Trump. Can we all agree that at times our emotions get in the way because we love this country so much? But I ask you this, whatever is good for one side, isn't it good for the other? We all have the same name on the front of our jersey, and that's the United States of America. And we need to start acting like it and let our actions follow our words. Impeachment only incites more division. It does not provide unity. I offer a solution. I am ready to come together and get to the work for this great country in which we live. Are you?
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I would just suggest that sedition is inherently divisive, and it's difficult to unify before there's been accountability. Mr. Speaker, I would yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Suozzi.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I support invoking the 25th Amendment to remove President Trump from office. Former Congressman Tom Lantos, a Holocaust survivor, would often say, "The veneer of civilization is paper thin. We are its guardians, and we cannot rest." I was sitting right there on Wednesday when they told us to take out our gas masks because the rioters had breached the Capitol. And I was standing right over there as the Capitol Police locked and barricaded the chamber doors, and I heard what I thought were gunshots as the rioters broke the windows on the main chamber door with a metal pipe. And I was standing right over there when the woman was shot outside the Speaker's lobby, and the police radios rang out, "Shots fired in the Capitol, shots fired in the Capitol, everyone down." The veneer of civilization is paper thin. Thousands of people, criminals, desecrated our Capitol, breaking windows and doors, attacking our brave officers, and vandalizing offices. Rioters wearing army fatigues waved Confederate and Trump flags, donned Nazi swastikas, and I saw one man who wore a shirt saying, "Camp Auschwitz, staff." Our president instigated this. The president's duty is to protect our republic and its people. Yet he built a mob, filled it with lies, and encouraged its fight to stop the steal. Now we hear intelligence reports that thousands of armed militias and white supremacists are planning to come again on or before January 20th. My colleagues, my friends on the other side of the aisle, we must together call upon the president to denounce this violence, to tell his supporters to stay home. Mr. President, you must please put America first. You must call off this attack, and if not, you must be removed. And I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities against the President. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Rushenthaler, who's the newest Republican member of the Rules Committee.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear about something. The violence and the rioting in our Capitol last Wednesday was tragic, it was undemocratic, and it was unacceptable. I unequivocally condemn this criminal behavior that occurred in this building. Our great nation is deeply divided. And unfortunately, rather than looking forward and working together on issues that actually unite our country, we're here debating a partisan issue, a partisan resolution that will only further divide us. The Constitution is very clear on the issue we're debating. The ability to activate Section 4 of the 25th Amendment lies with the Vice President and cabinet members who are vetted and confirmed by the Senate. Congress is only drawn in, House members are only drawn in when the President disputes a declaration of incapacitation. That's not what is happening here. We should respect that constitutional prerogative. Mr. Speaker, I'm also perplexed by my Democrat colleagues' attempt to force the hand of a man that they clearly have faith in to run our country. They must recognize that by calling for the President's immediate resignation, they're also advocating for Vice President Mike Pence to lead our nation. So therefore, they should have the full trust in Vice President Pence's decision-making and ability to act in a manner consistent with his constitutional responsibilities, just as he did last week. Further, I'm incredibly and deeply disappointed that the rule before us suspends prohibitions on engaging in personalities against the President. It's somewhat ironic. If we're truly worried about rhetoric, then we must set an example and ensure that civility and decorum remain an essential part.
30 seconds, Mr.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we must set an example and ensure that civility and decorum remain an essential part of the American discourse. With that, I thank you and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Just to clarify this provision about suspending the rule about personalities is so that we can have a full and frank discussion of just why the request is being made to invoke the 25th Amendment and just why this president should be impeached. It would be difficult, if not impossible, to describe the high crimes and misdemeanors and other misconduct which forms the basis of those requests if that rule were not suspended. And, you know, as I mentioned in my opening, I don't view this as a partisan resolution. We have members from all sides of the political spectrum now calling for the removal of this president. Members might want to check their news feed to see the growing list of civic, business, and religious leaders from across the country who've said enough is enough. This president is a clear and present danger. And with that, I would reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd disagree somewhat with my good friend from Pennsylvania. I've had the privilege of being in this body for many years, and I have never seen what we see in the sections 2 and 3 of this rule, and the suspension of appropriate language. And I understand the difficulties of dealing with this issue and respect that. However, in a time when the rhetoric has been over the top, I think we should set a high sample. We've never done this before in my time here. We didn't do it in previous impeachments. The need to do it now is lost on me, Mr. Speaker. So I would hope, again, I have great confidence in my friend. I have great confidence in my friends on the Rules Committee. And so, you know, the rule's the rule. This will almost certainly pass. I would just hope that everybody acts as good as they can. I mean, I hate to put it that simply, but this is an important issue. I respect all the members of this body. I know they have very different points of view on this. That's to be expected. Generally, our debate's professional. Generally, that standard is something we're proud of and something that we aspire to. And I hate to see it ever lowered or any exception provided. I also have great confidence in the Speaker's chair, and I know that they will enforce the appropriate level of civility and decency on the floor. But I just ask my fellow members to please think about this, because we've taken a very important safeguard off the rails of debate, so to speak, Mr. Speaker. With that, I would like to yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished Republican ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan of Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this is scary. This is frightening, what's happening. With less than 1 hour of debate, the Democrats bring a rule to the floor that says this: you can say anything you want about the President of the United States of America. No rules of decorum about what you say about the leader of our country. In that rule, they say if you don't wear a mask, you can get fined. No regard to whether you've already had COVID, whether you've had the vaccination. Your mask slips down a little bit, you get fined. In a rule with no debate. In this rule, they say you have to walk on the House floor, you have to go through a metal detector. Member of the United States Congress walking on the floor to represent 750,000 people in our district. And fourth, the rule is for the bill that says we should tell the Vice President of the United States to work to remove the President of the United States. I've been here 14 years. I've never seen anything like this. And I do not know where this ends. I do not know where it ends, but it is dangerous where they're taking us. You couple this with what we're seeing with the cancel culture mob out there, I do not know where this takes us. I fear for the First Amendment, I fear for the Second Amendment, I fear for the Bill of Rights, I fear for the Constitution. I do not know where this takes us, but it is scary what they are throwing in a bill that we're going to debate for less than an hour, making these kind of changes. I hope they reconsider. I yield back to the fine gentleman from the great state of Oklahoma.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
We're prepared to close. Does the gentleman have any more?
Prepared to close whenever she would like.
Okay, then I would reserve.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such the balance.
I'm with the Powley family, but we love city. Look, I got, hey there, how you doing? Got all hail the king. I want no stuff.
Oh, you say I want no shit?
I gotta ask you about going back to school. You got the mask. Lost my train of thought. It'll come back.
So you don't want to go back to school right now, right? No. So what y'all doing right now for education?
Right now for education, City has a rigorous system where we have to learn online. We learn 5 hours a week. Well, we go in classes 5 hours a week, but we study outside of school. We often have to do asynchronous homework and asynchronous work. So, yeah.
So here's my question. Does everybody have a laptop and access to the internet?
What we are fighting for. I am with Somos. We want $3 million this year to get laptops and hotspots for everyone. Currently, not everyone. We're trying to reach out to families to get laptops and stuff.
What do you think of that? Shouldn't we have money for that?
Yes, I think we should have money for that. And also, we had to go to Comcast. We were in a lawsuit with Comcast last year to get $3 million from them to get hotspots and computers for people. And we want $3 million from the city to get hotspots and computers from people. And I think we shouldn't have to fight for money to get computers and stuff for students.
Speak up, sister. I'm so proud of you. You go, city. Mr. Kane. Is that you?
What's going on, Donnie?
You know, I'm from North Avenue, man. I used to people walking up on me, especially you big fellas, man.
What's going on with you?
You're a big dude now.
Come on now.
What's up, Mr. Kane?
Nothing much, Donnie. How you doing?
Hey, man, this is powerful. You big on education, aren't you?
I am.
You know something about education?
I'm the chair of the Parent Community Advisory Board for City Schools. And of course, we stand in solidarity with our teachers union. But I think that I want to make sure it's clear, Donnie, that the issue for me primarily is down in Annapolis. How do we systemically underfund the school district, and then we get a global pandemic, don't have the money to resource it?
Well, didn't the school system get money?
Listen, we've been $290 million.
No. For COVID. For COVID,
of course. But
did that money get distributed? Because I understand that not all students have access to masks.
We walked into a global pandemic already underfunded and distressed. And so we got to get back to making sure that our elected officials bring home what we need here in Baltimore City. So when we have crises like this, they're not exacerbated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You got to shut down. They got to shut down. They're not playing.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, okay! Thank you, Franco and her crew! Hey, everybody on the car road, we need y'all to stop your horns! Car rolling! We need horns to stop so we can tell the district and the media about all of our demands. If you want to, you can look out your windows. Everybody, I'm President Brown of the Baltimore Teachers Union. And if you're wondering why we're being so completely obnoxious right now, it's because we tried to be really nice and collaborate with the district on the safest way to open our school buildings. And unfortunately, our school district continues to ignore our demands. And so we thought that if we made a little bit of noise in the middle of North Avenue, maybe we would be less ignored. So we're here today because there are several demands that include transparency, testing, nursing staff, secretaries and office assistants, ventilation, and we have several speakers, including myself, that'll tell you about each one of those demands. I'll start. Our secretaries and office assistants. Secretaries with pre-existing conditions have been denied medical accommodations that would allow them to continue to work from home. Educators directed to work in person are too often being told to take unpaid leave rather than being reassigned to available distance learning classrooms. District leadership has mandated several hundred staff members to return rather than first seeking volunteers at their schools. Contrary to some district messaging, the school system is not primarily relying on staff volunteers for the sites that reopened in November. Instead of working with staff to ensure that those with child care needs can continue to work from home, The district has advised them to take a leave of absence. This practice interrupts the continuity of support for students with the greatest needs and intensifies the use of high turnover, contracted therapists, social workers, and so on, who work on a temporary basis and have limited connections with our students, families, and communities. Not prioritizing the consistency of service provision is bad for students and bad for staff. BTU has no commitment from the district that staff with medically fragile families will receive accommodations, meaning that some staff will be forced to choose between the health of their family and receiving a paycheck. BTU's attempts to structure a voluntary return to in-person work were rejected outright with no counter proposals, despite the fact that the school system believes that many educators are apparently willing to work in person. The district has exhibited no desire to assist educators beyond the legal minimum of what it is required to do. Next, we'll have Joe Pally, one of the lead organizers of the COVID task force, talk to you about the district increasing its transparency. Joe?
Keep watching bmorenews.com, the news before
Hey everybody,
the news.
my name is Joel. I'm a
buildings. They tell us there's going to be ventilators in every school that reopens. To this day, the vast majority of schools that have opened have not gotten their ventilators. Only a small proportion have actually even gotten them. Shame! That's right! Shame! Our union has asked them to do ventilation inspections of every room that's going to be reopened for in-person learning. They've refused.
Shame! Shame 'em!
We asked them to make the data public of their inspections. They've refused.
Shame!
So what does this mean? What is this?
Hey, shame!
Is this a promise or a safety, or is this them pretending to cover their ass?
They ain't even covering. That's right! They ain't even covering.
So yeah, they're not even covering, I agree. So it's time for us to realize that, you know, they can talk the talk, but they have to start walking the walk, because I want to keep on walking. Alright? I got asthma. I don't want to be forced into a school that is not caring about my safety. I've got kids who have asthma. They've got multi-generational households. This burden falls on them. It falls on their parents. It falls on their grandparents. These people who run our schools, they don't have to think about that. They may be thinking about Larry Hogan and what Larry Hogan wants. I don't care about what Larry Hogan wants. I want my kids' grandparents. I want them to be alive.
That's right!
All right, thank you. All right, next we got Angie, who's going to talk to us about transparency. She's a board member of the Parent Community Advisory Board.
Hello, mic check. My name is Angie Winder. As he stated, I am on the PCAB as a board member, also BTU COVID Task Force. But more importantly, I am a parent of a kindergarten student, and it is just not safe. So I want to talk about transparency, but Joel made a great point. He wants to be alive. We all want to be alive. And I'd rather continue to be 6 feet apart and working and going to school from home, virtual learning, than to be burying someone because of lack of transparency. There is no, and I think he already mentioned about the dashboard, there is no publicly available city schools health dashboard that displays the health data the school system is using to make reopening decisions. The school system needs to articulate its red lines for transitions between virtual and in-person learning. Of course, we don't know what they're doing, but we do know that they're meeting from home to talk about what they're doing about school reopening, right? Unacceptable. Shame. So we are asking, the city government basically has a COVID dashboard, but it lacks the specifically of what city schools committed to building, which would include information that will allow school-specific decision making. District leadership has stated that they have no single red line or collection of red lines that would lead to the system-wide end of in-person learning. Rather, they take shame. Rather, they take all data as indication that could lead to a decision one way or another. This is unacceptable. The health data the school system analyzed needs to be publicly available, and we need transparency. We need a transparent decision-making process that lets family and staff and all of Baltimore know under what conditions the school and the city has given community that will have in-person learning options restricted. I want to say this. I know my glasses are just fogging up. I'm going to take it off. But I am so tired of us as parents. They want us to have our children in our schools, but they're not being transparent to give us any data. We have meeting after meeting. As I stated, their meetings are from home right now, and until they can meet in this building here, we want them to know that it is not safe for our babies to be back in school. Thank you again. Mike check.
Mike check. Get it right. What do we want? Transparency. When do we want it? Now. What do we need? Transparency. When we gonna get it? Now. If we don't get it, if we don't get it, if they don't get it, shut it down. I said if we don't get it, shut it down.
Hello everyone, my name is Marigold Louis. I am a sophomore at Baltimore City College and an organizer with SOMOS, which stands for Students Organizing a Multicultural Open Society. The subject matter which I am going to be discussing is the need for Baltimore City schools to commit to a comprehensive COVID-19 testing plans for students and staff. As the oldest child in my family, my biggest concern is my sisters. I have 6 little sisters and one is 4 years old, and every week she goes 2 days for in-person learning. Her immune system is just not strong enough, and if I knew that she was being tested and that other students were also being routinely tested, my mind would be at ease. My house runs on my mother. My mother runs the home single-handedly, and if she were to get sick because me or my sisters were exposed, this would be horrible. I am but 15 years old and I cannot do it all on my own. I cannot cook, clean, take care of my sisters, my mother, and get my education. I do not get why Baltimore City schools will not commit to a comprehensive COVID-19 testing plan. The Baltimore Teachers Union and myself have engaged in several conversations with the district leadership about testing, citing what other large school systems have committed to and the need for the district to create a comprehensive plan that can be enforced with the union. The district has, however, rejected this and has said that they do not intend to proactive testing of employees or students. Our teachers have been told for several months that the district is negotiating with some health providers to secure rapid response testing for students and staff who exhibit symptoms. However, no details have been released. As of now, the district's health safety guide simply says that if a student is experiencing symptoms, the school nurse should communicate with the family about testing options. This is unacceptable. Without a testing plan for symptomatic and asymptomatic students and staff, everyone is put at risk. Students, teachers, janitors, secretaries, administrators, nurses, and all of their families when they go home. Before Baltimore City Schools thinks about returning to in-person structure, we must have a comprehensive testing plan. Thank you. And now I'm going to introduce to you Mr. Larry Gaines. He's a paraeducator. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot.
You know, as she was talking, I couldn't help but think of George Benson's song, Let the Children Lead the Way. We're hoping and praying that more children will step up like you're doing. You know, there's been a number of deaths in the Baltimore City schools, employees. I don't know where they got the COVID from, but they got it. This summer, you know, the school system was doing a lot of this food distribution. And every day or on a regular basis, we would hear about schools, the place was closed because of COVID. It wasn't the building that got COVID, it was an employee. People that work in those sites are school system employees. COVID has been in our ranks for a long time. They're trying to turn a blind eye like it's not there. We know it's there. Somebody spoke earlier about the dashboard, and they put out every week of how many cases of COVID is there. They're taking the theory that our president took. Last year this time, when the COVID was starting to break, the president said, no, that's fake news. It's not happening. Look where we are today. His people, his employees told us if they would have took some other steps, that we wouldn't have as many deaths as we have today. We up to 300 and something thousand. So here we go. The mayor of Baltimore City came in the paper, it was one of the articles, and it says our hospitals are up to 90-something% capacity. So they're saying potentially they open up and we get the fires, they won't be able to take care of us because it's spreading like wildfire. If you look at the news, they have a new strain that's coming. They said it was here in Maryland. They downplay it sometime, and it's coming and it's spreading. So they want to bring our children into schools. And then our children, we have trouble with masks. What makes you think that our children are going to wear the mask? What's going to happen if a child come to school without a mask? Are they going to provide it? They're going to suspend them? They're going to send it home? We say, hell no, it's not safe. It's not safe right now. It's not safe. It's not safe for them. It's not safe for us. Tell them to be proactive. What they do usually in Baltimore, and if you look, whenever it's a snow day, we have to follow Baltimore County and all the counties. Baltimore's the last one. We are reactive, right? So now, March 13th, they came and said, hey, this thing is really bad, we had to do something. Well, school system, we're telling you right now, this thing is really bad. Be proactive. Do not open the schools until it's safe. And if you decide to open it up, y'all send one of your children, you send one of your grandchildren, and for you naysayers, you come in the building with us and sit beside us. And you feel so strong, you come. Dr. Sand, at least you come. You take your children out of the private school, wherever they learn it. You bring them to Baltimore City School where we can see them, where we can reach out and touch them. Mr. Mayor, you come in there. And anybody else that's on that school board, some of them have children, some of them have grandchildren, you send them in there into the danger zone where we are. And that's what they have to do. They have to protect us. Stop treating us like trash. Stop trampling on us. You know what we're saying? We're saying until it's safe, don't do it. And one thing that I'm hearing on the news is that the virus is spreading faster than the vaccine. It's not safe. Hell no. Don't open them up. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, everybody, let's finish these honks off. Everybody hump. Everybody hump. Everybody hump. Everybody hump. Everybody hump. No, everybody hump. Everybody hump. Everybody hump. reach those students virtually. So we appreciate everybody.
Tell me what you really, really want.
We want safe schools right now.
Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
We want to breathe and we want to live.
Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
We just want the remorse.
What do we want?
Safe schools.
What do we want then?
Now.
If we don't get it,
shut it down.
If I don't get it,
shut it down.
Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
We want safe schools right now.
If we don't get it,
shut it down.
If I don't get it,
shut it down.
What do we want?
Safe schools.
What do we want then? If we don't get it,
shut it down.
If I don't get it, shut it down.
Don't get it. Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
What do we want?
Safe schools. Shut it down. Safe schools. Safe schools. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
We want safe schools right now.
Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
We about to go home and lay down.
If I don't get it,
shut it down.
If we don't get it,
shut it down.
Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
We want safe schools right now.
What do we want?
Now. We usually don't stay up this late. We're all dorks. We're students and teachers. We're out of here. Shut it down.
It's beautiful. Black teachers, white teachers, Latino teachers. I imagine some Asian teachers. I'm just telling you what I saw. It's a beautiful thing, man.
Beautiful thing. Beautiful thing in the neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what it is. Hey, Larry, I didn't know you were back in Baltimore.
Yeah, I'm back.
Let me put the camera on you.
Huh? You want to put the camera on me, Donnie?
Yeah.
You know, I got this for you, man.
Welcome to the special edition of Larry the Celebrity Cab Driver. I thought you was like in another, weren't you covering Atlanta or Hollywood or?
Yeah, all of the above, man. Hollywood, Atlanta, you know, in South Carolina, Alabama. But guess what? I'm here at home.
This is one protest that's worth covering.
Yes.
At the education of our children.
There you go, man.
I don't know if anything more important.
Nothing important.
Than the educate, as David Miller would say, the education and salvation of our children. Your thoughts on that?
My thoughts, you know, Donnie, education is the key. Now, you know good and well, I have a 10-year-old daughter. I don't want my daughter to go back into school unsafe right now because she might catch a corona. They don't have the tools necessary right now to send the kids back right now. You know, the teachers might bring it, the kids might bring it, they take it home. You know, it's not right to bring the people back to school, not right now. So my thoughts right now, wait till the virus go away. What's your take on it? Here I go, Johnny.
I wouldn't be in a rush. This year is done.
Right.
To me, this year is done. Focus on getting everybody a computer.
Right.
Getting everyone access to the internet. I think that's the most critical thing. Does every Baltimore City public school student have a laptop and access to the internet?
No.
They should. That should be the priority at this juncture because distance learning is the new norm. I don't know that this is ever going away. This is the new norm. Mask, distancing, safety, it's a new norm. business. For businesses, it's a new norm. For everything, it's a new norm.
So it's going to be like this for a while.
Yeah.
So why must the kids go back to school now?
What's been said on this interview by one of the educators is that it's about money.
Oh my goodness. About money?
About money. Somewhere along the line, it's about money. Don't send our children back to school. It's not safe. Let's capture some more of these interviews, and it's wonderful. I tell you, seeing these young activists. Oh man, that's the heart of Baltimore when these young people doing it.
Young people.
Younger than us.
To declare President Donald J. Trump incapable of executing the duties of his office and to immediately exercise powers as acting president and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Purposes, the gentleman from North Carolina rise.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bishop of Georgia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bishop will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Richmond of Louisiana, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Richmond will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
And I will too.
Still working on it. Probably continue till yours. I don't think so, because that's the people that are probably not getting speaking time.
Only Wednesday. How y'all doing? You got any thoughts on this?
Do you have any thoughts on this?
You think it's safe to go back to school?
No, because they don't have a COVID testing plan. They don't want to get us tested, so I don't think it's safe for us to go back to school. Especially the little kids, like these little kids don't have strong enough immune systems for them to go back to kindergarten. So I don't think they should let us go back to school. I mean, no, I don't think they should let us go back to school.
And what about masks? Everybody don't have masks?
Yes, not everybody has masks. Not everybody has access to masks. Like they sell masks, but some parents don't have the money to be buying a mask per child every day. And you know, little children, they're gonna try to switch masks with friends. They're gonna try all type of things with their masks. They're gonna take their mask off because children under 2 can't breathe in masks. Now, some of these children under 2, they're still going to daycare. They're still gonna be taken care of and be around people. So not everybody has money for masks, and not kids don't know the importance of masks.
What's your name?
Marigold Louie.
Okay, and what grade are you in?
I am a 10th grader at Baltimore City College High.
Okay, go ahead, City. I'm with the Powley family, but we love City. Look, I got, hey there, how you doing? Yeah, all hail the king. I want no stuff.
Oh, you say I want no shit?
I gotta ask you about going back to school. You got the mask. Oh, lost my train of thought. It'll come back.
So you don't want to go back to school right now, right?
No.
So what y'all doing right now for education?
Right now for education, City has a rigorous system where we have to learn online. We learn 5 hours a week. Well, we go in classes 5 hours a week, but we study outside of school. We often have to do asynchronous homework and asynchronous work. So, yeah.
So here's my question. Does everybody have a laptop and access to the internet?
What we are fighting for. I am with Somos. We want $3 million this year to get laptops and hotspots for everyone. Currently, not everyone. We're trying to reach out to families to get laptops and stuff.
What do you think of that? Shouldn't we have money for that?
Yes, I think we should have money for that. And also, we had to go to Comcast. We were in a lawsuit with Comcast last year to get $3 million from them to get hotspots and computers for people. And we want $3 million from the city to get hotspots and computers from people. And I think we shouldn't have to fight for money to get computers and stuff for students.
Speak up, sister. I'm so proud of you. You go, City. Mr. Kane. Is that you?
What's going on, Donnie?
You know, I'm from North Avenue, man. I used to people walking up on me, especially you big fellas, man.
What's going on with you?
You're a big dude now.
Come on now.
What's up, Mr. Kane?
Nothing much, Donnie. How you doing?
Hey, man, this is powerful. You big on education, aren't you?
I am.
You know something about education?
I'm the chair of the Parent Community Advisory Board for City Schools. And of course, we stand in solidarity with our teachers union. But I think that I want to make sure it's clear, Donnie, that the issue for me primarily is down in Annapolis. How do we systemically underfund the school district, and then we get a global pandemic, don't have the money to resource it?
Well, didn't the school system get money?
Listen, we've been $290 million.
No. For COVID. For COVID,
of course. But
did that money get distributed? Because I understand that not all students have access to masks.
We walked into a global pandemic already underfunded and distressed. And so we got to get back to making sure that our elected officials bring home what we need here in Baltimore City. So when we have crises like this, they're not exacerbated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You got to shut down. They got to shut down. They're not playing.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, okay! Thank you, Franco and her crew! Hey, everybody on the car road, we need y'all to stop your horns! Car rolling! We need horns to stop so we can tell the district and the media about all of our demands. If you want to, you can look out your windows. Everybody, I'm President Brown of the Baltimore Teachers Union. And if you're wondering why we're being so completely obnoxious right now, it's because we tried to be really nice and collaborate with the district on the safest way to open our school buildings. And unfortunately, our school district continues to ignore our demands. And so we thought that if we made a little bit of noise in the middle of North Avenue, maybe we would be less ignored. So we're here today because there are several demands that include transparency, testing, nursing staff, secretaries and office assistants, ventilation, and we have several speakers, including myself, that'll tell you about each one of those demands. I'll start. Our secretaries and office assistants. Secretaries with pre-existing conditions have been denied medical accommodations that would allow them to continue to work from home. Educators directed to work in person are too often being told to take unpaid leave rather than being reassigned to available distance learning classrooms. District leadership has mandated several hundred staff members to return rather than first seeking volunteers at their schools. Contrary to some district messaging, the school system is not primarily relying on staff volunteers for the sites that reopened in November. Instead of working with staff to ensure that those with child care needs can continue to work from home, the district has advised them to take a leave of absence. This practice interrupts the continuity of support for students with the greatest needs and intensifies the use of high turnover, contracted therapists, social workers, and so on, who work on a temporary basis and have limited connections with our students, families, and communities. Not prioritizing the consistency of service provision is bad for students and bad for staff. BTU has no commitment from the district that staff with medically fragile families will receive accommodations, meaning that some staff will be forced to choose between the health of their family and receiving a paycheck. BTU's attempts to structure a voluntary return to in-person work were rejected outright with no counter proposals, despite the fact that the school system believes that many educators are apparently willing to work in person. The district has exhibited no desire to assist educators beyond the legal minimum of what it is required to do. Next, we'll have Joe Pally, one of the lead organizers of the COVID task force, talk to you about the district increasing its transparency. Joe?
Keep watching BMoreNews.com, the news before
Hey everybody,
the news.
my name is Joel. I'm a
were fraudulent and had contributed to stealing the election, because that was causing actionable damage to a private company, and they were going to sue them. So, you know, there are some tools for accountability out there. There used to be many more. We used to have this fairness doctrine that the FCC would enforce, but we're way past that. We now have this proliferate. It's not just the airwaves, the federally owned airwaves where people get their information. It's private modes of communication and the internet and everything that you see, this proliferation. And I don't think we'll ever, you know, corral that back into something that can be regulated under a fairness doctrine or anything like it. But there should be legal accountability for anyone who incites and causes bad things to happen, defamation, anything like that. And then, you know, it's less tangible perhaps, but all of us have some responsibility to just pursue good information, to share good information, to have some factual hygiene in the way we educate and inform ourselves and what we say to our friends and neighbors.
All right. So Linda Lips wants to know, Congressman Huffman, do you think the events of this week might lead to gun reform now that Congress knows how it feels to be ducking and covering from maniacal gun toters?
I don't know that the events of this week change much about the landscape on gun violence. We were already poised to pass background checks and other sensible limitations on weapons of mass destruction, assault weapons. I think we'll continue to push, and we have the country with us. The vast majority of Americans want to see us do that. So I don't think anything about last week changed it either way.
Okay, David Reich wants to know, why didn't you satisfy voters to help prove the election was fair and honest, especially after so many affidavits were signed and filed by witnesses?
Yeah, so I guess the question is, at what point do you have to keep re-answering the same question? I mean, we heard Rudy Giuliani and others make all of these over-the-top accusations about dead people voting. Our election system is not administered by Congress. It's administered by the states and by local officials, and every one of those allegations was looked at. And you heard Republican election officials debunking them, saying these things are false. They did not happen. They are just not true. And then you saw 60 lawsuits that proceeded through various courts, state and federal courts, including conservative Trump-appointed judges that rejected all of these specious claims, including the Supreme Court of the United States, which Donald Trump thought was his his homies that were going to take care of him. So, look, there does come a point when you just need to move on. We have looked at all of these accusations. They have received more than their fair of scrutiny, impartial consideration, and they are false. They're just not real. So we need to move on. The country's ready to move on. Republican judges all over this country, Republican election officials are ready to move on. The Supreme Court is ready to move on, and it's time to move on.
Okay. Kimberly Mallory has a long question here, but it's a good one that we haven't covered today. I wrote a question earlier about addressing voting issues. Moving forward, how will you address the outdated Electoral College? Primaries that give some similar small states more power in determining who I can vote for in our state primary due to momentum and funding, depending on how they did on those earlier primaries. Voting restrictions we have witnessed the Republicans try to implement with a focus on people of color, foreign actors influencing our elections like Russia in 2016. Are our elections safer? So Electoral College and everything else.
Yeah, so the second part had a whole bunch of things about election integrity and voter suppression. Let me just say that I expect that the first bill introduced in this 117th Congress is going to be, again, H.R. 1, which is our Democratic comprehensive reform bill. It will include ethics. It will include voting rights. It will include election security and election integrity, many of the things that you just mentioned. And I think the good news about the Georgia Senate races being resolved now the way they were is the floor of the United States Senate is no longer on lockdown. We can actually bring good bills to a vote and get them to the president's desk, and we have a president who would sign a bill like H.R. 1. So I think we have an opportunity to make a huge amount of progress on voter suppression and independent redistricting and other things that are just vital reforms that are wrapped up in H.R. 1. And I'm excited to move that in the days ahead. The first part of the question, remind me, Jenny, what that was?
About the Electoral College.
Oh, yeah, the Electoral College. Well, look, the Electoral College is one of those relics of slavery that makes no sense in this day and age. It is an anachronism. And it was put in place to kind of address the fact that 3/5 of the slave used to count in allocating political power in the early days of our country. We got rid of this atrocious institution of slavery and this 3/5 of a person provision that used to be in the Constitution. But for some reason, we hung on to the Electoral College, which was an extension of all that. And we're still dealing with the anachronism that amplifies, exaggerates the power of certain states over others. So I would love to get rid of it. I will be honest with you, it's just really hard to do because you sort of have a stranglehold by those states. They would have to go along as part of a supermajority to amend the Constitution to get rid of it. And they're not going to do that because right now it gives them more power. There are some workarounds. States could pledge their electors to go with the popular vote, but that's not a durable solution. That only works as long as those states feel like the popular vote agrees with them. As soon as the popular vote starts disagreeing with them, they're going to want out of that compact with other states. They're going to not want to pledge their electors to go with the popular vote. So it's really not an ideal fix. I will do what I can. I certainly will support amending the Constitution, but I think the politics aren't quite there. That could change. We could add the District of Columbia. We could add Puerto Rico. We could have more demographic change in any number of states. And as soon as the Electoral College starts to look a lot more like the national popular vote, the stage will be set to pass a constitutional amendment and to do the right thing. But I don't think we're quite there right now. Sorry for the long answer.
It was a long question too, so it's all good. So Sherman Shapiro wants to know, I see reported that at least 2 Congress members have contracted COVID-19 since last Wednesday. Yeah. Is it true that these individuals have already had the first COVID-19 jab, vaccine?
So it's actually up to 3 now of my colleagues who were forced to shelter in place during Wednesday's lockdown with Republican colleagues who refused to wear a mask. And this is just maddening. This far into the pandemic with thousands of people dying every day, that they would continue to be so reckless and arrogant, but they are. And we need to make sure that there are consequences. We'll work through either the House Ethics Committee or other authorities to try to censure these members. And there's also talk about putting some fines in place. You shouldn't have to fine a grown-up member of Congress for not following a rule like this, but that is sort of where we are. That is the level of ignorance and recklessness and defiance that we are grappling with, and lack of courtesy and respect for your fellow human being.
All right. Ivan Light says, would you agree that Congress has ceded too much authority to the president and now needs to reclaim constitutionally endowed powers it surrendered? If so, would you support restoration of congressional approval over acts of war against foreign countries, including nuclear war, as well as more aggressive use of the congressional budget authority to restrain the executive? What other proposals can you offer so that a future president cannot drag the country into authoritarianism?
I do agree with that, and certainly the war power is a great example of something where Congress has just over many decades ceded authority to the point now presidents really don't even feel very compelled to consult Congress when they have to deploy troops into what really does seem to be warlike situations. We have that going on around the world. Congress has not authorized a lot of it. And then we've also got too many of these blue sky authorizations of force left over from the aftermath of 9/11 that need to be repealed. We're no longer, fighting Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, and yet we can't quite muster the political will to get that done. I think that'll happen in this next Congress finally, and I think we've got a president who will sign it. But that's one area in which presidential power needs to give back to the legislative branch so that we have meaningful checks and balances the way the Constitution was intended. Trade authority is another one. Article 1 vests trade authority in the United States Congress, but it really hasn't worked that way for a long, long time. And then all of the things we do, you mentioned the power of the purse and budget authority. For that to have teeth and meaning, we've got to do a couple of things. We've got to kind of take stock of all of these leftover emergency authorities going back to the Korean War or even longer that presidents continue to use to kind of do whatever they want, to move funds around. President Trump did it by redirecting money to the border wall, citing, really old and not even applicable, I believe, emergency authorities. We need those authorities to sunset, and we need to reclaim some of that authority away from the executive branch. And then we need for our subpoenas and our oversight authority to actually mean something and have teeth. Our ability to exercise the power of the purse and to have hearings and call witnesses and to hold the executive branch accountable really depends on an honor system right now, as President Trump was able to figure out, and he just stopped honoring it. He stopped cooperating. And it takes years and years to ever get the litigation all the way up to the Supreme Court to tell a presidential appointee that they got to show up or that they got to produce documents, and by then the administration has changed and those people have left office. So we've got to bring a much more functional means of accountability to bear if we're going to restore some of that Article 1 check and balance authority. I do agree with you.
Okay. It looks like we have time for about 2 more questions here. Michael Crosby wants to know why at this point impeach Trump when Biden's theme is America United. Seems you have more important things to do, like COVID-19 vaccine and opening up California.
Yeah. Well, because Trump is a clear and present danger to our democracy and our security. I wish it weren't so, but the fact that even Mike Pence has acknowledged privately that he may need to invoke the 25th Amendment, the fact that all of these very conservative Republicans are coming on board now tells you a lot. This is not partisan. This is not something that is intended to frustrate unity. We all want unity. But there must first be a securing of the presidency so it can't harm us right here and now. And there has to be accountability. We can do that and keep building unity together as we go forward.
All right. So it is time for you to vote. So maybe you could give some closing remarks and remind people of where they can see this town hall after we're completing it tonight.
Yeah, thanks. Why don't you give me one more question, Jenny? I'm looking at my clock. I think I can still get down to the vote, and then I'll do that.
Okay. Sandra Cruz says, do you think it's time for mending our bridges by working together to find solutions that support our democracy? It feels like the right time, but carrying our vendetta-like impeachment articles and talk about 25th from the far left do just the opposite. Those actions will further divide citizens. Shouldn't Congress and lawmakers across the land make efforts to work together and put the past behind and move forward?
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, this is a single article of impeachment for inciting insurrection. It has been crafted in consultation with our Republican colleagues. It is not coming from the far left. And so I got to push back against maybe some of the assumptions that may not have been understood about what's really going on here. And the fact that, Mitch McConnell's over there saying he's pleased this is moving forward. Liz Cheney is joining me in this. Dozens of former Republican members of Congress, from John Boehner to Paul Ryan and other conservative stalwarts, are urging Congress to do this. So please don't characterize this as something that's just an expression of the far left or anything like that. It's much more serious and credible and nonpartisan than any of that. But sure, we do need to move forward. And this again is going to challenge us to walk and chew gum. We can ensure accountability, we can ensure the rule of law, and we can do that in a manner that is dignified, that is civil and respectful, and that each of us includes doing our part to turn down the temperature and try to bring this country back together. I promise you, I'm going to do everything I can to do that. I'm still going to care about the things I care about, though, and I'm still going to keep pushing my political priorities, but I'm very interested in unifying this country. It is broken. It is divided. I believe a huge amount of that is because of Donald Trump and his allies, but you are right in the sense that it is time for all of us to just focus on the future and some healing that we badly need in the months ahead. Okay, so I think that's a wrap. I got to go down to the floor now to vote on a resolution calling on Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment. It's a non-binding resolution, but I hope that it adds to at least the possibility of that happening, because that's the fastest way to address the threat that President Trump poses right now. I will share with you, I'm not holding my breath for Mike Pence to do this for this simple reason. I think he would do it if he could. I think Mike Pence has seen enough. I think that gallows that was erected over here and that mob that was chanting "Hang Mike Pence" probably had a very clarifying effect on Mike Pence in terms of what this really means. But I don't think he can muster the support in the cabinet to get this done, because that's how the 25th Amendment works, and a vice president alone can't do it. All the adults have left the room in the Trump administration. It's why this is such a very, very dangerous situation right now, and the people who are left are the least likely to cross Donald Trump. So we will pass this resolution. We will hope that somehow Mike Pence can cobble together the support in the cabinet to do the 25th. But really, the possibility of very quickly passing impeachment and getting this momentum carrying over into the Senate is probably our best chance of removing Trump from office before he does more harm. Jenny asked me to remind you that this event is going to be available on all sorts of local media. I will probably forget somebody if I list them, but if you're on my Facebook page or have got there by way of huffman.house.gov, you can see a listing of all the places where you can see this, and you can share it with your neighbors and your friends if you think that they might appreciate seeing this conversation. Again, we're going to have a town hall on the coronavirus pandemic and on vaccine deployment in the days ahead, so stay tuned. Thank you so much for joining me for this tonight on short notice, and I will see you next time. Take care. Stay safe.
purposes does the gentlewoman from Michigan rise?
As the member designated by Mrs. Dingell pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Dingell votes yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Agsney pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Agsney votes yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Lee of Nevada pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee votes yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Capter pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Capter votes yea on the previous question.
Gentleman from Michigan rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bergman pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote no on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Lamborn pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on ordering the previous question.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on ordering the previous question.
Right now. What you advise go away? What you think on it? Here I go, Johnny.
I wouldn't be in a rush. This year is done.
Right.
To me, this year is done. Focus on getting everybody a computer.
Right.
Getting everyone access to the internet. I think that's the most critical thing. Does every Baltimore City public school student have a laptop and access to the internet?
No.
They should. That should be the priority at this juncture because distance learning is the new norm. I don't know that this is ever going away. This is the new norm. Mask, distancing, safety, it's a new norm. For businesses, it's a new norm. For everything, it's a new norm.
So it's going to be like this for a while.
Yeah.
So why mustn't the kids go back to school now?
What's been said on this interview by one of the educators is that it's about money.
Oh my goodness. About money?
About money. Somewhere along the line, it's about money. Don't send our children back to school. It's not safe. Let's capture some more of these interviews, and it's wonderful. I tell you, seeing these young activists. Oh man, that's the heart of Baltimore when these young people doing it.
Young people.
Younger than us.
Younger than us. The union.
Yes. And that's the president over there.
The president.
Diamond. Right there with the coat, black coat.
For real?
Yeah.
Okay.
Larry Gaines, you know Larry, the celebrity cab driver?
I know Larry, celebrity cab driver, and I know Donnie Glover.
Donnie
Two brothers
Glover.
that shake stuff up around this city.
Oh my
They got the pulse on the city. The politicians listen to them, the people listen to them, and they might come on underground media, but they might be mighty mites because them brothers do the job.
Oh, I like underground. That's Harriet Tubman style.
Yes, sir, but they do a good job. But we out here tonight, and the reason we're out here because it's not safe to open school. The COVID is something you can't see. It's like a cold. You feel it, you know it's there, but you don't see it. The COVID is spread. Our president told us a year ago it was fake news. Don't worry about it. Look where we are today. His people told us they were reacting, that this thing will be way down. It's a new strain coming. The mayor said, hey, the hospitals are at like 90-something% capacity. They're overflowing, and they open it up. The schools will become super spreaders. They're not going to provide masks. They tell us wear the mask. So the person had to buy. They don't have a mask. What they gonna do?
Students won't have masks. They won't be providing masks for young
They
people.
won't be provided. And the government gave them all their PPE money. What the money? All kinds of stimulus money. That's where I don't know. But if they know people can't feed this up, and they setting up these feeding stations or food distribution sites, what are they going to do about masks? They say bring them in. We done had a number of school system employees die. We all on Facebook. Every time we turn around, pray for me. I just lost my cousin. I just lost my parents to COVID. We hear that every day, and we hear more and more.
You got no
that
family
COVID is
shut
spreading
down.
faster than the
Calvin's
vaccine.
shut down.
We can't see it. Just show up at your door. And we want them to say, hell no. Don't open it up. Hell no, we won't go. Thank you, man.
Good deal. Larry's on fire, man. He's on fire. They got it shut down. They just circled the block, man. Got the mainstream news out here. This is beautiful, man. They got North Avenue shut down. Calvin Street shut down. Only one thing. How y'all doing? You got any thoughts on this?
Do you have any thoughts on this?
You think it's safe to go back to school?
No, because they don't have a COVID testing plan. They don't want to get us tested, so I don't think it's safe for us to go back to school. Especially the little kids, like these little kids don't have strong enough immune systems for them to go back to the building. So I don't think they should let us go back to school. I mean, no, I don't think they should let us go back to school.
And what about masks? Everybody don't have masks?
Yes, not everybody has masks. Not everybody has access to masks. Like they sell masks, but some parents don't have the money to be buying a mask per child every day. And you know, little children, they're gonna try to switch masks with friends. They're gonna try all type of things with their masks. They're gonna take their mask off because children under 2 can't breathe in masks. Now, some of these children under 2, they're still going to daycare. They're still gonna be taken care of and be around people. So not everybody has money for masks, and not kids don't know the importance of masks.
What's your name?
Marigold Louie.
Okay, and what grade are you in?
I am a 10th grader at Baltimore City College High.
Okay, go ahead, City. I'm with the Powley family, but we love City. Look, I got, hey there, how you doing? Yeah, all hail the king. I want no stuff.
Oh, you say I want no shit?
I gotta ask you about going back to school. You got the mask. Oh, lost my train of thought. It'll come back. Proceed.
March
It's too many syllables, though. No cops in. I guess technically I'm not supposed to be riding my bike in the park. YOLO, though. Oh, look, there's the Empire State Building. Let's go that way. That's where I was gonna go. Stuff. It's my life. Stuff.
Because they got sick. Bit of joy, we're gonna get. City forever.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing tonight?
How you doing?
I'm doing great. I love you. See, let's all be like him. He's happy. I love the energy. All right.
Everybody can't do what I do.
So the first song I'm gonna do, I call Until That Day, but I'm gonna need a favor from all of y'all. Y'all think y'all can help me out?
Yeah.
All right. So when I point to y'all, can y'all say Until That Day?
Yeah.
All right, let's try it. I'll keep living.
Until that day.
I'll keep moving.
Until that day.
I'll keep rising.
Until that day.
Thank you.
Until that day.
You're so on it.
Y'all gotta pump up the energy. Y'all been in the house too long. We got. Y'all gonna get arthritis. They got Geritol down the street.
I look look at life and wonder what'll make me legendary. Maybe if I wasn't cocky and so sedentary, but that was from a lack of motivation. I plan on leaving my past and seeking emancipation. See, I plan on leaving Baltimore behind, cause all these years here have been damaging my mind. Been looking for a while now and all that I can find. If you weigh 8 shells, 7, that's fine. There was a spark, but I didn't feel fulfilled. But with Kira as a guide, I got confident in my skill. I grew a lot, got it popping like a pill. Try it all until I overdosed and spilled. Now I'm empty and I live without a cause, cause my apathetic nature makes me even more lost. I've been looking in my wallet cause I'm looking for a cost more than I can afford, and I can't afford a loss now. Got me looking deep inside myself, like Vegeta talking to Babidi. Living like a warrior, you can ride but don't die with me. It's my final exposure, my sacrifice is an oddity. Living till my odyssey, spreading my sick philosophy. Commonly seen as harmony, doesn't matter how modestly. Let you sit and laugh cause no one stayed to get the prophecy. Just wait, we will stab you in the back like it was sodomy. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yo, 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 and I'll keep living. I'll keep it moving. I'll keep rising. And that day will never come until I say that you know that I know, that you know that I know. This path is really bumpy, but this the route that I chose. The gate's a little high, but it's not higher than my goals. Look at the gatekeeper's eyes, then take a look into my soul. And tell me you don't see a burning passion that's flashing like solar flares, causing planetary glares. I'm going nuts like a kid in the fair, and I might not make it, cause life's not. Thank you. To save the day, ayy, super villains out to play, ayy, let me go and get my cape, ayy, rushing in like a Nosuke, I could give it to you in the worst way, 1,000 years of depth, Kakashi Sensei, I told her bring it back, Edo Tensei, think it better than me, no way, ayy, here I come to save the day, ayy, super villains out to play, ayy, let me go and get my cape, ayy, rushing in like a Nosuke, I could give it to you in the worst way, I told her bring it back, Edo Tensei, all this green, let me get this day, little what? Total concentration on Tanjiro. I've been on a roll, I spit water. God mode, got God flows, a heart throb like Father John Cena. Switch it up, I'm chameleon. Can't touch this Lemillion. I've been trying to fight the feeling. Mr. Kill your favorite rapper, man, flavor's brilliant. Young Delaware, people treat me like a Zuku. Switch the size, Count Dooku. Red dot on your eye, won't shoot you. You just do whatever we do. One for all, rockin' FUBU. I just chill with me amigos. Pull my card and deal with Neo. Scurry code with the free throws. Think you're better than me, no way. Ayy, here I come to save the day. Ayy, super villains out to play. Ayy, let me go and get my cape. Ayy, rushing in like a Nosuke. I could give it to you in the worst way. 1,000 years of death, Kakashi Sensei. I told her, bring it back, Edo Tensei. Think you're better than me, no way. Ayy, here I come to save the day. Ayy, super villains out to play. Ayy, let me go and get my cape. Ayy, rushing in like a Nosuke. I could give it to you in the worst way. I told her, bring it back, Edo Tensei. All this great, let me get this dead day, little what? Ayy, 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 ayy. Hey, hey, hey.
right, everybody, give Azrael a hand. Woo! And get excited, y'all, because we got Easy Jackson with us here tonight. He's going to join us in a moment, but before that, we're going to give you a little bit of instructions on what's going to be happening soon with the car caravan.
How's everyone doing tonight? Woo! All right, looks like we're starting to fill up this parking lot. So the plan is we've got one more musical guest, and then we'll do a short lesson of our action for our safety and protection. And then at 6:30, oh, there we go. Okay. And then at 6:35, so watch your phones or your watches. 6:35, we're all going to be getting into our cars because we need to clear out this space right here. So at 6:35, clear out, and then we'll be starting to roll out the car caravan groups. And then Nathan, our car caravan leader out there, will direct you once you get towards the edge. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
No problem. I'm here for the info.
All right, thank you, Joel. Everybody give a hand for Joel. So excited to get this car caravan going to show what we really mean about what we need here in the city for our schools. Next up, we are so lucky. So again, a big round of applause for Azrael, who gave an incredible performance. And now we got Easy Jackson.
What's up, Baltimore City? How y'all doing? Give it to him, Easy. Yes, this is called Unapologetically Black. Dedicating this to all black people, all allies, all people from the diaspora. Yeah, black, unapologetically. Yeah. Let's go. Sawed off shotgun, hand on the pump like the white boys who voted for Donald Trump. The imagery you giving me in mine ain't fact though. Everything I ever knew to be the greatest black hope from Malcolm to Satchmo. The city that back roads, my people make cuisine when they throw us them scraps though. Put me in schools with old books and no eat inside. My black teachers had us memorizing still our rise in the black national anthem. Young, black, and handsome. The best way to describe is Catherine grandson. The singing of a beautiful you that you can't reach. Speak the language of them naughty head boys you can't reach. Lame if you think you're killing my spirit, my inner diligence. Shame that you just can't see it. Blind about privilege. This raised head high. I'm ready for attack. The sleeper giant is working. He is unapologetically black. Black. All black with racks. All black with facts. All black with stripes. All black my hat. All black the match. I'm unapologetically black. That be life though. I'm trying to do my best to get it right though. I'm getting nervous when I'm blowing red lights though. Knowing that the stop could be the ending of my life though. Maybe this the stop that'll end my life, yo. Is he just an officer or hate-filled psycho? I don't know, so I got my hands on the wheel. Abolition!
420.
He literally right past
Diagonal.
గ్రామాలని కుట్రపూరితంగా ఈ రోజు చీల్చివేస్తా ఉంటే ఆ ఆర్డినెన్సుల్ని అదేవిధంగా పరిపాలన వికేంద్రీకరణ పేరుతో జరుగుతున్నటువంటి దుర్మార్గాన్ని ఎంటగట్టే విధంగా ఈ రోజు అమరావతి రాజధాని నిర్వీర్యం చేస్తా ఉన్నారు. నేటి భోగి మంటలే రేపటి అమరావతి చితి మంటలుగా.
I think that's the Brooklyn Bridge, yeah. In the background over there underneath. Can you see this a little bit? Lights. Right? Peaceful out here. Should I do my selfie stick? Let's hold out. Rear. What up? Hydrate. Out here every day. Cool. Gloves. I got little fingertips so I can touch the screen when it's cold, right? If my fingers work. Okay, there we go. I mean, I could get a little closer, maybe, and like right on the edge over there, do my tripod, and then zoom in. That's kind of nerdy, but I'm down for a little bit. A little bit of a nerd. Oh, cool! I didn't even see it, but you can see what is that? I guess Freedom Tower over here on the left. Tripod. Maybe I can get some good zoom. Okay, it reaches over this handrail though. I think it might. Okay, well, I mean, that's cool, but I like bridges. I'm from fucking Bay Area, so we got a lot of bridges. I'm a fan of bridges. So for all the bridge fans out here, zoom in, get some focus on that as
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Congressman Jerry McNerney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote yes on H-Res 38.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H-Res 38. As the member designated by Chairman Jerry Nadler pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairman Nadler will vote yea on H-Res 38. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on H-Res 38.
Is she from Virginia? For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated... Okay, she did. She did. She just wasn't on the speaker.
Purposes does the gentlewoman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yes on H-Res 38.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise? What purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on H-Res 38. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H-Res 38. As the member designated by Mr. Peters pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on H-Res 38. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H-Res 38.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee rise? He's got to turn the sound up. For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fleischman of Tennessee, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote no on HRES 38. As the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote nay on HRES 38.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on House Resolution 38. And as the member designated by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote yea on HRS 38.
Connecticut rise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adam Smith of Washington State pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Smith will vote yes on HRES 8.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Alma Adams of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Adams will vote yes on House Resolution 38.
Purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on HRES 38.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bishop of Georgia, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bishop will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRES 38. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRES 38. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Richmond of Louisiana, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Richmond will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRES 38.
Does the gentlewoman from Michigan rise?
As the member designated by Mrs. Dingle pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Dingle will vote yea on HRES 38. As the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney votes yea on House Resolution 38. As the member designated by Ms. Lee of Nevada pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee votes yea on House Resolution 38. As the member designated by Ms. Capter, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Capter votes yea on House Resolution 38.
Can I give her mine?
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Villa pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Villa will vote aye on HRES 38.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fletcher, pursuant to HRES 8,
I inform the House that Ms. Fletcher will vote aye on HRS 38.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on HRes 38. And as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on HRes 38. As the member designated by Mr. Bill Pascrell pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pascrell will vote yes on HRes 38. And finally, Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Tonko pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tonko will vote yes on HRes 38. Thank you.
Does the gentlewoman from Kansas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lager Fernandez pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lager Fernandez will vote aye on HRes 38.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the state of Florida pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on HRes 38.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
I rise as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8, and I inform the House Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on House Resolution 38.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote nay on HRes 38.
Does the gentleman from Washington rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland of Washington, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on HRes.
So, yeah, basically about 20 plus NYPD vehicles. Not to mention at least about a dozen more that are going around the corner. Okay, they're moving barricades, so we're gonna keep an eye on stuff from that angle. So NYPD is rushing around the block right now. So right now there's probably about 25, 30 NYPD vehicles basically tracking this march. which is basically about one vehicle for each person. And there are more NYPD vehicles coming up ahead of the march as well.
Now, what are we doing?
Son, I don't know,
So I'm noticing that they keep getting out of their cars in YPD at each one of the places. They need to tighten up group. Okay, they need to tighten up their group. Guys, sorry for talking over, but
Fuck.
They're saying keep going. They're keeping the police back. I know. I know.
Yo, come on. We're waiting for you. Yo, go ahead. That's the keep us out. Y'all supposed to We are a free people. We are free people. I am not.
The interesting thing is I also see an ambulance in the mix, and I don't know if they're utilizing the ambulance with the police or what, but okay, the 3 officers over there, community affairs, most likely legal. Others.
What are we doing? Let's go. Come on. Yo, Banks. Come on, Banks. Let's go.
No.
Fuck. Let somebody that knows the system get locked up. You know what I'm saying? What you gonna do when they run down for that conversation? Not so good, you know? See, they ain't gonna take that conversation.
Oh, just for my own? I am walking on a walkway.
They know they can't do nothing with us. They're facts right now. I didn't make this plans, bro. Oh, shit. Nigga, you know what's going on in that fucking state? We gotta demand respect. They've been beating on us all summer, and they let these white racist fucks come to the fucking White House. That's the White House. They out here making movies. So we crying and shit. That's how you bully the third grade, bro.
Stop fucking arguing.
Police! No justice! No peace!
Guys. Okay, guys. You know,
You can't stop the revolution!
Okay. Okay, guys, the two broken out dudes. Get group together.
People here are brave as fuck because I know people that could not pay enough to march on this bridge again.
Yeah,
So what happened this
but
summer.
they need to group up. You know what I mean? They're too spaced out.
Yeah, you'll be surprised that the people that are in this much? I've been in this for a while.
I have too. Trust me. All I do is watch what the police are doing.
All good in my hood. If I take a mouth pistol, he's good. He said. He said he's ready to kill. He's certified. That ain't fucking cop.
Well, you guys know I got DC this weekend, and regardless of anything,
Why you getting on that side of it?
because I got Washington this weekend. If you want to go to DC and deal with the white supremacists with me, come on. Direct. I've been in the streets longer than you, dude. And I've dealt with more shit with the police. You may not know me, but I have been. And I guarantee you've seen my shit, which helped get you out here. No, I'm not worrying about them. Okay, so we're looking at 4 right now. I'm just not in a fucking good mood after DC. After the shit I went through in Washington on Wednesday, I don't take shit from anyone. Not at this point. And I'm still fucking recovering from that shit? No.
Y'all should hurry up if you can.
And at the end of the day, my groups were the first ones to go over this bridge, and I've been over this bridge more than any fucking body. That I guarantee.
I want to go to that side. I ain't gonna lie. I know it's a turn right here, but fucking helping us back.
No.
I don't like that shit. I don't want that help. They're trying to earn niggas trust and shit.
ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਵਰਗੇ ਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੰਵਿਧਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਸਨ ਉਦੋਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਔਰਤ ਇੱਕ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਜੀਵ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਪਦਵੀਆਂ ਆਕੂਪਾਈ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ। ਔਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਔਰ ਉਸ ਬਰਾਬਰਤਾ ਦੇ ਹੱਕ ਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਮੇਰੀ ਭੈਣ ਮਾਤਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਬੇਬੇ ਨਾਨਕੀ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਦ ਜਨੇਊ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਸੀ ਉਸੇ ਪ੍ਰਥਾ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਪੰਜ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਬਰਾਬਰਤਾ ਦੇ ਹੱਕ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਬ੍ਰੌਡ ਬੇਸ ਤੇ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ। ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਪੱਖ ਤੋਂ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਤੱਕਦਾ ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਾਈਂ ਮੀਆਂ ਮੀਰ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਹੱਥੋਂ ਇਸ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦਾ ਉਦਘਾਟਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਇਸ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦੀ ਨੀਂਹ ਰੱਖਣੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਜੜ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ ਕਰ ਗਈ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਇੰਨਾ ਕਿ ਮੁਨਾਸਬ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਕਿ मैं 1984 ਵਿੱਚ
ఏం చెప్పదలుచుకున్నారు ఈ కార్యక్రమం ద్వారా
రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మొట్టమొదటి నుంచి కూడా అమరావతి వ్యతిరేకంగా ఉన్న విషయాన్ని మనకు గమనిస్తా ఉన్నాం। మరి ముఖ్యంగా మీ అందరికీ తెలుసు ఈరోజు 2 ముఖ్యమైన కార్యక్రమాలతో ఈ జీవోల్ని తగలబెట్టడం జరుగుతుంది భోగి మంటలు। గత సంవత్సరం జిఎన్ రావు కమిటీ బోస్టన్ కమిటీల్ని తగలబెట్టి నిరసన వ్యక్తం చేశారు। అయితే అమరావతిని ఒక కుట్రపూరితంగా రద్దు చేయాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారి ప్రభుత్వం మరి ఇటీవల మున్సిపాలిటీల్లో తాడేపల్లిలోను మంగళగిరిలోను కొన్ని ప్రాంతాలని కార్పొరేషన్ చేస్తూ మున్సిపాలిటీలు చేస్తూ ఈ ప్రాంతాన్ని విడగొట్టే కార్యక్రమాన్ని ఆలోచన చేసింది। దానికి నిరసనగా ఒకటి గతంలో కూడా అంతే పేదల్ని ఈ ప్రాంతాన్ని మీద ఎగదోసి రైతులకి పేదలకి మధ్య చిచ్చు పెట్టాలని చూసిన రైతు వ్యతిరేక విధానం। అదేవిధంగా గతం నుంచి ఇప్పటి వరకు కూడా ప్రతి ఒక్క జీవో కూడా రైతులకు వ్యతిరేకంగా ప్రాంతానికి వ్యతిరేకంగా ఉంది। అంతేకాకుండా తెలుగుదేశం ప్రభుత్వం తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ ఈరోజు ఒక పిలుపిచ్చింది ఈ గవర్నమెంట్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత రైతు వ్యతిరేక విధానాలని అనుసరిస్తూ 5 ముఖ్యమైన జీవోలను ఇచ్చింది। 5 ముఖ్యమైన జీవోల్లో 4, 5వ విడత రుణమాఫీ రద్దుని పూర్తిగా రద్దు చేసేసింది। రుణమాఫీని రద్దు చేసింది। విద్యుత్ మీటర్లు పెట్టి రైతులు నడ్డి విరుస్తుంది। అదేవిధంగా నేచురల్ ఫార్మింగ్ ఏదైతే ఉందో ఆ నేచురల్ ఫార్మింగ్ యొక్క నిధులన్నింటినీ కూడా వైఎస్ఆర్ యొక్క జన్మదినానికి వాడుకుంది. అదేవిధంగా కౌలు రైతులకి కులాలను ఆపాదిస్తూ జీవోలు ఇచ్చింది. ₹1,00,000 వరకు ఉన్న రుణ జీరో వడ్డీ పథకం కింద ఉన్న ₹1,00,000 3 లక్షలు చేసింది. కాబట్టి ఈ రెండు విషయాల మీద, ఒకటి అమరావతి రైతులకు జరుగుతున్న అన్యాయాన్ని, రెండవది రైతులకు వ్యతిరేకంగా విధానంగా అనుసరిస్తున్న విధానాల మీద ఈ జీవోలు దగ్ధం చేస్తున్నామని తెలియజేస్తున్నాం.
మీరు చెప్పండి, మీకు కౌళ్లు వేయలేదు అమరావతిలో ఉన్నటువంటి దళిత రైతులకి ప్రభుత్వం, ఇదే సమయంలో అమరావతికి వ్యతిరేకంగా అనేక జీవోలు ఇస్తుంది, ఏం చెప్తారు?
ఈరోజు జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారి ప్రభుత్వం పండగ లేకుండా రాజధాని రైతులు నడి రోడ్డు మెత్తి మొన్న దళితులు క్రిస్మస్ పండుగ కూడా చేసుకుంటే శిబిరంలో కూర్చున్నాము. అదేవిధంగా మా కౌళ్ళు అమరావతికి ఈ గత ప్రభుత్వం ఏవైతే ప్రకటించిందో ఈ ప్రభుత్వం కూడా ఈ కొనసాగించాలని కోరుకుంటున్నాము. రాబోయే రోజుల్లో మీరు దళితులు ఓట్లు వేసి గెలిచారు, ఆ దళితులే మిమ్మల్ని ఎన్నిపోటు పడుతారు. దయచేసి జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారు ఇప్పుడైనా మీరు మనసు మార్చుకొని, జగన్ మేనమావని చెప్పారు, దయచేసి జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారు మీ పద్ధతి మార్చుకోకపోతే ఈ దళితులే మీకు బుద్ధి చెబుతారని చెబుతున్నారు. జై భీమ్, జై అమరావతి.
చూడొచ్చు, అమరావతిలో రైతులందరూ కూడా తుళ్లూరు గ్రామానికి చేరుకున్న అన్ని గ్రామాల నుంచి ఆ గ్రామాల వారీగా పెద్దలందరూ వచ్చి ఇక్కడ ఏవైతే జీవోలు ఉన్నాయో ప్రభుత్వం తమకు వ్యతిరేకంగా ఇచ్చిందో, మంగళగిరి అదేవిధంగా తాడేపల్లికి సంబంధించినటువంటి ఏదైతే ఆర్డినెన్స్లు ఇచ్చిందో ఆ మున్సిపాలిటీల్లో అమరావతిలో ఉన్నటువంటి 29 గ్రామాలను కొన్నింటిని విడదీసి కలపడాన్ని, రైతులను విభజించి పాలించే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ కార్యక్రమం చేస్తోందని రైతులందరూ కూడా మండిపడుతున్నారు. మీరు చెప్పండి, అసైన్డ్ రైతులు కావచ్చు, వాళ్ళకి ఇప్పటి వరకు కౌలే లేదు. అదే సమయంలో కొంతమంది SC ST రైతులపైన కేసులు కూడా పెట్టారు, ఏం చెబుతారు మీ గ్రామానికి చెందిన వాళ్ళ మీద?
ఇది చాలా ఘోరమైన పరిస్థితి. జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారు ఈ ప్రాంతం మీద కక్ష పెట్టి ఈ మమ్మల్ని రాజధాని రైతుల్ని ఈ విధంగా ఇప్పటికి కూడా సంవత్సరం దాటినా కూడా ఆయనకి మా మీద కలగట్లేదు. కావున జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారికి మేము ఒకటే విన్నవించుకుంటున్నాం, ఇప్పటి వరకు మేము శాంతియుతంగా గాంధీ గారి మార్గంలో ఉద్యమం చేశాం. మా ఉద్యమం తీరు మారిద్ది, మీరు ఇలానే ప్రవర్తిస్తారని మేము హెచ్చరిస్తున్నాం.
మీరు చెప్పండి, దళిత రైతుల మీద దాడులు జరిగాయి, పండుగలు పబ్బాలు శిబిరాల్లోనే చేసుకుంటున్నారు. ఈ రోజు భోగి మంటల్లో కూడా మీకు వ్యతిరేకంగా వచ్చిన జీవోలను తగలబెట్టే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారు, ఏం చెప్తారు?
ధర్నాలు చేస్తున్నామండి. అసైన్ రైతుల కింద మరి జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారు కౌలు లేదు. ఆ రోజు ఏం చెప్పాడు, అసైన్ రైతులకి 1450 గజాలు ఇస్తాడు. ఇంత మడికి సంక్రాంతి 2 సంవత్సరాలు అవుతుంది ప్రభుత్వం వచ్చి. ప్రతి ఒక్క పండుగ కూడా మేము శిబిరాలు చేసుకుంటున్నాం. మేము శిబిరాలు శాంతిని ధర్నాలు చేస్తున్నాం, దాడులు చేస్తున్నారు. ఎస్సీల మీద SC ST కేసులు పెడుతున్నారు. వీళ్ళు దళితులకి మోసం చేస్తున్నారంటే జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారు ఒక్కసారి ఆలోచించండి.
People are saying that this isn't a good precedent to follow, and that this may be an issue moving forward. So I don't really know how Twitter is going to handle this, if they're eventually going to come up with a policy so that something similar doesn't happen in the future.
Julia, you're out there, like I said, in DC. What role do you think that social media played on this?
I think it played a tremendous role, if not, the biggest role of all. I mean, to Melissa's point, Trump has galvanized his supporters on social media even before he was an elected official. I mean, he is the marketing guru. We know that. And I think it takes the stance that this is setting a very odd political speech can be extremely dangerous. And, while I'm not a Trump supporter, kind of silencing somebody that I do follow their leadership, and having one of the 2 major communications company ban his rhetoric or ban their rhetoric really could be dangerous, right? And so I think we're treading waters here that I think we're not really sure where this could go. So, banning Donald Trump right now indefinitely is not going to stop the hate and bigotry and, all of this radical extreme conversation that we see on the internet, because there's so many other millions of trolls out there. So banning Donald Trump is not taking out the root of the issue.
So you're not even though Twitter, these social media companies are private companies, you're not for President Trump being banned by Twitter and by the other social media platforms?
I'm not for it being banned. I think if they suspended the account because he broke policy, I think that's one thing. But this is not something brand new. I mean, Donald Trump has been saying crazy things on social media since the beginning of time. And so I think when we start, is Twitter a private industry? Yes and no. I mean, it's dominating. And so I think policymakers really need to have a conversation on how these technology companies are monopolizing the game. And so if we're going to have some policies around that, that's one thing. But if that's the only platform, I mean, I think it's kind of like it's open season for everybody. That's free speech.
Right, and we have council member. I thought it was important. We'll bring in council member King County council member Gurmai Zahala. You're on mute right now, council member. There you go. So, council member, this is an interesting one to bring you in on this because you are an elected official, and my friend, you have 2 blue checks. Unlike those 10-year-olds you were talking to. The council member said he visited elementary school and he was talking these things, and all they wanted to talk about is, dude, you have a blue check. So you are an elected official, and what responsibility, one, overall, do you think social media played in this? But 2, as an elected official, what personal responsibility do you feel that you have in communicating through your account?
I think the social media companies are very responsible for this. You know, in some ways, I very much agree with Julia. I think the social media companies have become way too powerful, and I support breaking them up and regulating them better. At the same time, when you have clear violations of law, when you're inciting people to violence, I do think that you cross over into a territory where it's not just political speech anymore, where he's actually committing crimes and jeopardizing people's lives. So I support him being kicked off of social media.
Right, and now you though, for what kind of guidance do you have when you're personally communicating through your social media? And actually, we'll bring up a tweet that you put out here in a little bit. But I mean, what's going through your mind when you're communicating, especially the last few months when there's been so many passionate issues?
My goal with social media is to keep the people that I care about informed, to share resources with them, to share my opinion and my perspective with them. I would never, ever use my social media in a way that could harm people. And so I'm not surprised by his conduct because he's been showing us who he is for many years now. But I think it was deeply irresponsible to use his platform in that way.
Right. Okay. So we're going to pop on down here to our next topic. And this was actually came from Naomi, who couldn't join. She was going to join us tonight. We're a little under the weather. And I'm going to start this one with Mike Davis and talk about the difference that we talk about, this double standard. And I know Mike probably got a lot to say about this one, by the way. This is America where white insurrection is tolerated and black protests suppressed. Mike Davis, tell us about it.
I really wish that she could be here because I think that quote is right on the money. Like it was mentioned in the first segment, I mean, everybody knew what was going to happen, was about to happen. As a matter of fact, I remember the night before they stormed the Capitol, you had images circulating of Proud Boys who showed up to protest with Blue Lives Matter flags clashing with the police. And then after that clash, you saw images of the Proud Boys burning those Blue Lives Matter flags. So tensions were already high. The police had already used some force in the streets. And yet the next day, when they came to this planned protest, you didn't see any police in riot gear. You didn't see any National Guards ready. As a matter of fact, what you saw was police opening up barricades, allowing protesters in. You saw police literally walking with protesters into the building. We saw police taking selfies with protesters. You've seen protesters leaving after it was all over and just walking right up to news outlets and giving interviews where they're saying their name, the city that they're from, and which crimes they committed. And then they just left without even being arrested. There's definitely a bias in policing in the way that you're policed if you're protesting for Black lives versus if you are a white supremacist coming to the Capitol building to try to stop the democratic process. and it's blatant and it's in our face. And I don't understand how any
woman whose doctors told her that she had died 3 times and been resuscitated after she was hit with a flashbang grenade by police. I spoke to people who, this woman had epilepsy and she had seizures while in police custody that went unattended to, and later went unattended to while she was in jail. I spoke to a number of people who were injured because of the use of force that the Seattle Police Department deployed on protesters during demonstrations over the summer in Seattle, and even journalists were impacted by those decisions.
Right, and let me bring in
screening at all, not only to desecrate the temple of democracy and to spit in the face of Congress, but actually to interfere with the counting of electoral college votes in the 2020 presidential election. They may have been looking for Vice President Pence and Speaker Pelosi, but every person in this room could have died. As a shaken Senator Lindsey Graham said, the mob could have blown the building up. They could have killed us all. Mr. Speaker, whether or not you believe the President's course of conduct in encouraging, building, summoning, assembling, and inflaming the mob, lighting the flame, as Congresswoman Liz Cheney put it in a very powerful and cogent statement this evening, whether you believe that that was a high crime and misdemeanor, an offense against the Republic, that's a question for another time. And to put my cards on the table, I think it was a crime against the Republic. But leaving that aside, I think every member in this body should be able to agree that this president is not meeting the most minimal duties of office. He is not meeting the oath that he swore to uphold and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. He is not protecting and defending the democracy itself, the process of electing the president. He is not respecting the peaceful transfer of power. He is not taking care that the laws are faithfully executed. He is not protecting the republic against mob insurrection, invasion, and hostility. He is not protecting the Republican form of government for the people of the United States when he allows this to happen. This resolution is simply asking Vice President Pence to exercise his powers under Article 25, the 25th Amendment. I grant myself 30 seconds more.
Gentleman is granted 30 additional seconds. You may proceed.
We are simply asking Vice President Pence to exercise his powers under the 25th Amendment of the Constitution, Section 4, to convene the cabinet and to mobilize the cabinet to state and articulate what is obvious to the American people. This president is not meeting the duties of office and is clearly not capable of it, and to transfer the powers to the vice president under the 25th Amendment. With that, I will yield now for 1 minute time. Oh, I will reserve the remainder.
Gentleman reserve. At this time, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield to the gentleman from the great state of California, Mr. McClintock, for 2.5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a sad and ominous way to begin the 117th Congress. Hasn't this body done enough in the last session to divide our country and abuse our Constitution without carrying that damage into the new session?
March is now paused on the downside of the bridge while the organizers convene. I get a look at the little cop caravan behind us in the back of the march, along with paused traffic. And this is the march up there about 100 feet ahead. Currently paused on the downside of the bridge.
We'll go to City Hall. Y'all want to hold it down with him? All right, City Hall. Come on, City Hall, City Hall, City Hall, City Hall.
March is paused on the bridge, convening what the next move is from here. Some people want to continue marching across the bridge. Some want to just stay here on the bridge. This can get interesting. Tension is definitely building the longer we stay on the bridge in this one spot.
Come on, y'all, let's go.
All right. We are now continuing. We have made a decision to continue across the bridge.
Get them thinking, get them over there scrambling like, oh shit, because they came out their cars. They came out their cars. So now they worried, like, what's going on? What they fucking down? Hold it down. Yo, bro. They're thrown off. They came out their cars.
All right. March is now continuing to cross the bridge. We now have a helicopter above us. momentary pause on the bridge has brought the helicopter up. Be careful, Alex. Thank you, Drexel. Appreciate the kind words.
You can't stop the revolution! Justice! Now! Justice!
And again, applaud the great leadership of Mr. Raskin.
The Speaker yields back. Does the gentleman from Maryland reserve?
I reserve, yes.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to House Resolution 21, calling on Vice President Pence to invoke Section 4 of the 25th Amendment. Like all of us, I condemn in the strongest possible terms the violence that occurred here in our nation's capital last week. Political violence is never the answer, regardless of which side of the political spectrum it occurs. And that's a strongly held position on which I've been clear since well before my time in Congress. Let's be clear about a few things. The adoption of this political resolution would be divisive rather than unifying. The Vice President has said he has no intention of taking action under the amendment, so this process is pure political theater on the part of the majority. In addition, no due process has been provided. As a former prosecutor, if law enforcement brought evidence of a crime to me and said, take this to the jury tomorrow for a jury trial, there would be no chance for the defendant to prepare any defense. I'd be violating half the Constitution, the Code of Virginia, over 100 different rules of procedure. In the more than 50 years since the 25th Amendment was ratified, Section 4 has never been invoked. As such, there are no judicial or authoritative opinions that would evaluate its implementation. And absent this, we must look to the legislative intent of the Congress that passed its language. And nowhere in the legislative intent is the current situation envisioned. It's meant to be used for incapacity, not for political ends with 8 days remaining in a president's term. Last week, Vice President Pence was lauded by the majority for not yielding to pressure to exert power beyond his constitutional authority to determine the outcome of the election. Yet, the majority today is attempting to pressure him to exert power beyond the intention of his constitutional role in Section 4 of the 25th Amendment. This action will only further fuel the political divide among our citizens and will be detrimental to the long-term efforts to unify our country. Mr. Speaker, both President Trump and President-elect Biden have called for a peaceful transition of power. I would encourage members of both parties to work toward this end and vote against this rushed, misguided, politically motivated resolution. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I now yield 1 minute to Ms. Lofgren.
The gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren, the chairman of the House Administration Committee, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, last week as we counted Electoral College votes, I said this day marks a crossroads for our American democracy. We didn't know then what an ominous statement that was. We do now. Congress was attacked by a violent mob incited by the president to stop us from doing our constitutional job. The president not only encouraged the mob, he said he loved them and made no serious effort to stop them. Lives were lost and put in danger. Constitutional government was urgently threatened. The president's actions were not only wrong, they were dangerous. He lives in an alternate reality. He's a continuing threat to America. Vice President Pence should invoke the 25th Amendment, assume presidential duties until the inauguration next week, and save us from a president who is unable to function, unable to protect our country. I urge all, including my Republican colleagues, to put politics aside. Act to secure the safety of our country. We truly are at a
Democrats and by President Trump. So I wonder, why are the Democrats stoking the fire instead of dousing the flames? This 25th Amendment...
Let it down! We don't get it! Burn it down! Say his name! Andre Hill! 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 Say his name! I'm gonna try to fuck! Say his name! Andre Hill!
March is now paused in front of City Hall. This is live, Vitato. This is happening right now.
We out.
Fuck you and your dead wife!
They backing up though, right?
House Rose doing, Nika, still Rose, that's that high! Oh shit, that's the name, everything. Let's go.
Nika! Yo, Nika! Kiss your dead wife!
Nigga violated!
Yo, I know you mad right now. They wasn't at the state capitol though. They wasn't going to arrest nobody at the state capitol though. They didn't pull a gun out at the state capitol. Yo, Chad, what you doing? Nah, you see, then I gotta chill, right? You know what?
A few people are now shaking the barriers. And police are now walking up.
They coming!
We're now at City Hall Park. I know it's kind of dark over here, but this is a wall of cops following behind. I'm going to try to keep the camera pointed to the light as much as possible.
You were journalist by any chance?
I'm just live on YouTube.
Oh, you're doing like a YouTube live?
Yeah, I am.
Alright, what's your handle?
It's Alex Chaser.
Alex Chaser? Alright. You cover a lot of protests?
Yeah, I am. I cover all of them in this area.
Alright. You said Alex Chaser?
Alex Chaser.
Actually, fuck that.
Possibly gained a new subscriber. Yippee.
Let's go, yeah, we out!
I appreciate you, Grow 420. Thank you for being here.
40 seconds. 40 seconds.
Here's the other YouTube live that I assume a lot of you guys were jumping in and out of.
Always that clock. Yo, what the fuck is that? What's that blue shit? That green shit is
to recalibrate this.
जय सिया राम। अभी हम खजुराहो में हैं और सतना और पन्ना में राम भक्तों ने गर्माहट तो बढ़ा दी थी, मगर माफी चाहूँगा, सतना और पन्ना में गर्माहट बढ़ गई थी, मगर खजुराहो ही रुक नहीं रहा। आप मेरे साथ हैं, विभाग संयोजक संजू बाबा जी और मंडल अध्यक्ष जी हैं। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम,
जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम।
तो जल्द आपसे बात होगी। बोलिए राजा रामचंद्र की जय। जय सिया राम, जय सिया राम। रविंद्र जी, जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं, इस समय खजुराहो में गर्माहट आ चुकी है। राम भक्तों ने राम के नाम की गर्माहट राममयी कर दिया है। हमारे साथ एक तिवारी, सब पे भारी नाम। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम।
Question is, how much money are they spending to have that helicopter overhead right now? And their commander is on his phone, as he always is, so he's trying to get permission for something. So that's the reason I'm sticking around, out of habit and out of experience.
Solution remains. Your ultimatum does violence to a core feature of the architecture of the Constitution.
We all know that President Trump called for a peaceful and patriotic march. I must have attended a half dozen Trump rallies in the past year, and they've always been peaceful, wholesome events, typical of the thousands of peaceful protesters who remained away from the Capitol last week. I never would have expected this in a million years. This is a horrible event, but not like the Black Lives Matter Antifa events that went on day after day and city after city, with prominent Democrats fanning the flames by mischaracterizing police shootings or apparently encouraging bail for lawbreakers. Less than 2 years ago, a member of this body encouraged harassment of Trump officers at restaurants, gas stations, or department stores. And what happened? She was rewarded with the chairmanship of an A committee. Even in last week's riots, the speaker tried to preposterously racialize them, which can only lead to trouble, maybe violence. Everybody back home says we ought to get along. Is this the way to start things? It's time to get back to dealing with the people's business, dealing with the cancer culture that's beginning. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 244 years, America has stood as the world's bellwether of democracy. Last week, the world saw America at perhaps her lowest moment. It was crazy. We all took the same oath when we swore to protect this country from enemies both foreign and domestic. And now, with a domestic enemy having arisen that is crazy, only the Vice President has the power to invoke the 25th Amendment and protect this country from this domestic enemy. The 25th Amendment was written for this moment, and if not now, when would its use ever be appropriate? Vice President Pence, you have an opportunity to put country before self by implementing the 25th Amendment. Please muster the courage to protect America from maniacal behavior that threatens the very foundations of our democracy. Stop the violence, Mr. Vice President. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What happened last Wednesday at the Capitol never should have happened. The actions of those who attempted to breach the Capitol building and then ultimately did are inexcusable. Lawlessness and violence are never acceptable, whichever side of the political divide one may fall. Those who broke the law should be and will be identified and prosecuted. In the aftermath of last week's tragic events, most Americans continue to be saddened, angry, and wanting answers. And they are looking to us to provide a positive example of how to bring our nation back together. Unfortunately, if what we're doing this evening is any indication, Congress might not be up to the task. The Democrats' attempt to invoke the 25th Amendment and to once again impeach President Trump a week before he'll be leaving office anyway are, in my opinion, misguided. The push to encourage the Vice President to invoke the 25th Amendment is especially ill-advised. The Constitution is clear that the role for Congress to play under the 25th Amendment is to decide if the powers provided thereunder have been properly invoked in the event of a dispute between the President and Vice President or the majority of the Cabinet. In other words, we are to serve as judges under the 25th Amendment, not instigators. By encouraging the Vice President to take action, supporters of this resolution are abandoning our constitutional role, which could have a significant legal consequence down the road. And even more importantly, rather than help to heal a divided nation, the Democrats' effort will likely drive us even further apart. Instead, Mr. Speaker, we should be turning our attention towards uniting the American people. It's time for us to tone down the political rhetoric, to work together, to solve the problems that face our nation. It's time for us to put aside our differences and find common ground. After all, we're all Americans. I yield back.
All right, the gentleman from Ohio reserves. Mr. Raskin,
I yield 1 minute to Mr. Swalwell from California.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker.
Yo, let me hold that skateboard, boy.
Let's do bugging.
I don't like this.
Yo, niggas is a fucked up job, bro. Yeah, you got it, right?
Yeah. That is, I'm saying. Look at him.
Fucking up.
Stop, bro. I'm Stop.
Come on, get the check. Come on, keep it tight, man. Feel like a mark.
Why are you following them? I'm with the protest. Why do you think I'm following them?
Keep it tight, keep it tight.
Whatever happens.
Who keeps us safe? 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 We keep us safe. Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Who streets? Our streets. Who streets? Our streets. Our streets. Who streets? Our streets. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, burn it down. 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 Who streets? Who streets? Who streets? Who streets? What do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, if we don't get it, burn it down. If we don't get it, burn it down. If we don't get it.
March is continuing to walk into downtown Manhattan.
We are the people, the mighty, mighty people, fighting for justice, fighting for justice, and black liberation, black liberation. We are the people, we are the people, the mighty, mighty people, fighting for justice, fighting for justice, black liberation, black liberation. We are the people. We are the people. The mighty, mighty people. Fighting for justice. And black liberation. Andre Hill! Andre Hill! Andre Hill! Andre Hill! Andre Hill! Andre Hill!
Thank you, Andrew. Much appreciated.
Andre Hill! Andre Hill! Justice! No! Justice! No!
contemplates a very different scenario from the one we are currently in. It envisions a president's disability resulting in serious illness to injury. To suggest it should be used in a different context violates the very intent of the 25th Amendment. To be clear, this resolution is a divisive political stunt which would have no force of law and is a waste of our time. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is a clear overreach, as invoking the 25th Amendment is not something Congress can initiate, and this must be initiated by the executive branch. Democrats talk about unity, but clearly that's just talk, as their actions only further divide us. Their hypocrisy is on full display this week with this 25th Amendment stunt, articles of impeachment, censure bills, and other efforts to try to punish Republicans for false accusations of inciting the type of violence they have so frequently and transparently supported in the past. Throughout 2020, we witnessed Democrats welcome, encourage, and even normalize violence. For them, violent riots were effective in advancing their agenda.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
Nice job, Lauren. Yeah, we reserve.
Speaker, very quickly, the gentlelady whom I've not had the pleasure to meet yet confuses disability and incapacity. Franklin D. Roosevelt was in a wheelchair. He had a disability, and he was one of our greatest presidents. President Lincoln, according to historians, suffered from depression, but he was one of our greatest presidents. Incapacity is different. Incapacity is demonstrated by President Trump's complete, total inability to conform his conduct to the rule of law and the Constitution. I yield 1 minute to Representative McBath.
Gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I came to Congress to make sure that no parent ever experienced the pain that I have. I came to Congress to fight for children who've practiced active shooter drills at the same time that they're simply learning how to read, for families who've lost loved ones to gun violence, and for communities that will never, ever be the same. Last Wednesday, members of this body hid from insurrectionists behind barricades and locked doors. Staffers of this hallowed institution text to their loved ones. They're banging on the doors outside, "I love you." And citizens of this nation watched in real time as rioters stormed the Capitol through shattered windows and broken glass. The result of the president's rhetoric has left 5 Americans dead. Our response to anyone who seeks to overthrow the will of the people must be unwavering and resolute. I didn't come to Congress to do this, but President Trump's actions warrant his immediate removal from office. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. Yes. The gentleman from Ohio.
Yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fowler.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak against this resolution. I'm at a loss. I can't believe the very first time that I have the honor and privilege to address this august chamber is to talk about removing the President of the United States because he held a permitted, legal, and peaceful rally. It's nothing but a wasteful political grandstand. Let's make no mistake. January 6th was a dark day in our esteemed nation's history. It was a dark and sad day. On the afternoon of January 6th, a mob breached our sacred Capitol. Donald Trump didn't. A mob destroyed property and vandalized historic treasures and ran amok on these grounds. But Donald Trump didn't. A mob committed despicable and evil acts of violence against fellow Americans. But Donald Trump didn't. In fact, Donald Trump urged, and in fact demanded, peaceful dissent and nothing more. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want us to unnecessarily remove a president when we're measuring the time he has left, not in years, months, weeks, or days. He's got 182 hours left in office. You don't achieve unity by simply saying it. You achieve unity through actions. This resolution accomplishes not unity, but rather is a waste of time and fosters further divisiveness. And I'm going to vote no on this resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I yield to Representative Neguse for 1 minute.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I had planned remarks here, but I have to respond to my colleague. His words are simply too much to bear. He talks a lot about the mob and culpability. Who summoned the mob? Who encouraged the mob? Who incited the mob? You know as well as I do that the president did. I stood here 6 days ago in this exact same spot, and I quoted Lincoln's admonition that we shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. And less than 10 minutes later, a violent mob breached the Capitol, the first breach of this hallowed building, the citadel of liberty since the War of 1812. The Congress must respond. Our undertaking here is not about politics. It is a matter of conscience. I support the distinguished gentleman from Maryland's resolution. I pray that the Vice President will honor his oath, reconsider, and invoke the provisions of the 25th Amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, they may be calling on the Vice President, but based on his letter, he's not answering. Everybody in this country knows that they wanted to impeach President Trump on his first day in office. It looks like they're going to want to impeach him on his last day, too. But all he did in the middle was rescue our economy, rebuild our military, reform the VA, and reduce America's involvement in foreign wars. Now, I join the bipartisan caucus condemning the violence that we saw at our Capitol, but the hypocrisy is just downright disorienting. President Trump called for protests that would be peaceful and patriotic. He got labeled a national security threat. Yet the gentlelady from California can call on her supporters to get physical and in the faces of Republicans, and she gets the chairmanship of the Financial Services Committee. Republican members of Congress utilized a process contemplated in the Constitution to offer an objection, and we were labeled seditionists. Democrat members of Congress raised funds for groups attacking our police, burning our cities, destroying our businesses, establishing autonomous zones, and they were celebrated as justice warriors. Wednesday, they called for unity, democracy, and healing. Now, just days later, seeking power and political advantage, the Democrats have reverted to the mean. They've gone back to their natural state, the party of impeachment, removal, and division. They're about to have unified control of the government. Maybe they'd use this time to preview an agenda for the American people. Now, the last two times the 25th Amendment was invoked, it was to facilitate a colonoscopy. Now they're using it to facilitate a transition to Joe Biden. How weird. Why? I'd call it virtue signaling, virtue in it. This removes for their ability to power. And we see on in America today. Forbes magazine is called form Parler. It was nuked from the internet altogether. The gentlelady from New York was booted from a Harvard advisory board because she took an adverse position on electors that had been taken by every single member of the Congressional Black Caucus in 2001. Cancellations for some, celebrations for others, for doing the exact same thing. The President of the United States can't tweet or post on Facebook, but we know from Project Veritas that the principal counsel for PBS can call for the government to steal children from Republicans and to throw Molotov cocktails at the White House. We should allow America to heal before America is lost, but that is not happening today. I'd request 30 more seconds.
The gentleman is given 30 additional seconds.
The deal now is House Democrats just want in on the act. That's the purpose of the resolution today. They want to show you that they can still tear things down. I guess over the next 2 years, we'll see if they're capable of building anything or anyone up. This is a deeply unpopular impeachment. The public wishes we were here dealing with coronavirus,
not the virus of Trump hatred that you seem to have found no vaccine for. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I heard one of our colleagues say it was the fault of the mob, not Donald Trump. But who summoned the mob? Who created the mob? Who assembled it? Well, you don't have to trust us if you don't like what you call Democrat members. We do prefer Democratic members for the new ones. But how about this? Listen to the chair of your own conference. The chair of the Republican conference, Liz Cheney, said the President of the United States summoned this mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack. Everything that followed